This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 955. Morning light gently falls upon the earth. All of Europe has never experienced such a tense moment. Everyone is working overtime to ensure that the production lines produce the planned products accurately. Transport vehicles are driven away by drivers and remote control engineers as soon as they are produced. Weapons, drones, and combat robots are shipped away as soon as they are completed. Soldiers are sent to the front lines before they even receive their weapons. Many even complete the calibration of their brain-computer interface devices while en route, experiencing the real battlefield in virtual reality. And the real battlefield has already begun. There are no drums or roars, only the low, resonant roar of machinery. Titan mechas crush the yellow sand. Scouts on steel-bone warhorses move swiftly across fields, hills, and deserts. Swarms of drones conduct reconnaissance. Everything appears to be in perfect order. Pilot 0212. This is the largest military operation on this planet since World War II. We're encircling the entire Middle East, an area over 250 times the size of Latvia. Pilot 0116. This feels strange. We and the EU were strangers just a few years ago, and now we're fighting side by side. Christopher, no one wants to be turned into a specimen by robots. Although the pilots are separated by physical distance, network technology connects them closely. The King's Seat serves as a signal-based station, and relay drones extend the front. Within this network, hundreds of pilots and tens of thousands of soldiers work together, with hundreds of thousands of drones and weaponized vehicles heading to the front. As captain of the Royal Guard and Latvia's first Iron Pilot, Christopher often faced numerous questions from newcomers. While the nation believed in Lear's abilities as king and was unwavering in its faith in the future he promised, not everyone shared Christopher's mindset. They were afraid, terrified, suspicious, and questioning. Lear couldn't address their every thought, and the knowledge within the national think tank couldn't replace the real-life answers to their questions. As the steel-bone warhorses carried these Latvian warriors across Europe, they saw long highways, vast fields, rolling hills, and towering mountains. They saw countless people living in this land, a world similar to Latvia, yet different. A real, broader world. Pilot 0212, we must assault Ultron, attacking that robot palace just as we did the previous Grand Duke's head, at all costs. Pilot 0212, but I don't understand why we maintain such a large front. While knowledge can be memorized through rote memory and skills can be directly accessed through skill chips, vision and cognition are lacking. While these pilots and regular troops possess strong will and excellent execution, they lack understanding of many things. For example, in their minds, killing the leader in a battle is half the battle won. They could simply defeat Ultron's factory before launching a full-scale attack, maximizing the effectiveness of the surprise attack rather than confronting Ultron's army head-on from the outset. How could they intercept the enemy over such a vast area? Why disperse their forces to such an extent just to intercept Ultron? Christopher, if Ultron were allowed to develop more troops, he could freely launch attacks on other parts of Europe, and then he would be on the defensive. The best option is to control him, while his first wave of attacks is repelled, and the number and variety of robots are still sufficient to cope. Although the war is large in scale, compared to historical wars, this is essentially a blitzkrieg. If it becomes a stalemate, Ultron can simply drop bombs everywhere, blowing farms and factories to the ground, and human society will be doomed. Who knows if a self-replicating AI will evolve more sophisticated tactics and strategic ideas from humanity's history of internecine warfare. At least so far, Ultron's only formidable strength lies in his astonishing production capacity, and his initial offensive strategy is simple: concentrate forces to seize territory. If he discovers the effectiveness of harassment tactics, life outside of major cities may never be restored. But Christopher understood what puzzled his compatriots. The EU's military was still undergoing reorganization and upgrading, meaning that this first wave of attack, especially the vanguard, would be comprised primarily of Latvian troops. Though they believed in Leal, and believed the king's decisions were the voice of heaven that would lead them to victory, they didn't have so many Europeans risking their lives to save them during their miserable lives. Christopher, to save humanity. We can say it now. Humanity is counting on us. Pilot 0212, this sounds like a story about the Crusades, made up by the Church, about defeating evil artifacts and saving the world. Christopher, sadly, this isn't a story. We are truly saving the world. Iron Pilot 0154, I believe that just because the Europeans can't be counted on doesn't mean we won't fight. Ultron's target isn't just the EU. He's not a racist, he's a species-killing robot. Iron Pilot 0054. I agree. Just because others can't be counted on doesn't mean we have to give up on this world. His Majesty has given us everything. For the future, I will follow his orders without hesitation. Iron Pilot 0212. Me too. Guys, you misunderstood me. I was just trying to liven things up. Iron Pilot 0099. Don't be so active anymore. You're not cut out for this. A 01 War Zone alert. Anomaly detected. Scout 0876. An Ultron drone has been shot down. We're approaching his area. C09 War Zone report. Firefight in the area. F05 War Zone report. Multiple large Ultron robot formations confirmed, deploying fixed turrets. Ultron's robot army erupted in force, artillery fire and missiles streaking across the skies of the Middle East. The battle had fully begun. Advancing fronts began reporting enemy sightings and engaging in firefights. On the holographic map before Lear, the battle lines in different zones began to turn yellow, then yellow again. Numerous machine factories and transport convoys, along with Ultron's robot armies being mobilized, began to be observed in the desert. It was a full-scale firefight, and the events proved Lear's ideas and battle plan correct. Firefighting erupted in almost every zone of the battle. In cyberspace, Ultron's hacking signals also began to launch a full-scale attack on the combat network. Information distortion rates began to rise, and the pressure on the front suddenly soared. Ultron launched a counterattack. As Lear had predicted, Ultron's forces far outnumbered the Lavian side. From the moment the large-scale firefight began, Lear judged that they would be at a disadvantage. But the King's throne remained high in the sky behind the front lines, showing no intention of joining the battle. The King's throne must wait until the location of Ultron's core is confirmed before joining the battlefield. Anomalies detected in the D11 battle zone. We've discovered strange optical scan data. The ground is covered in metal. Chapter 956. Boom. Long-range artillery fire ripped through the sky, the shockwave blasting deep craters into the ground. The Lavian armored vehicle carrying soldiers was instantly overturned by the shockwave, and several combat robots were instantly reduced to scrap metal. Under cover of artillery fire, the Locust-like Ultron robots charged directly at the armored vehicle. Countless missiles and machine guns flew overhead, and artillery fire fell on their sides. Soon, the soldiers recovered from the bombardment. They had to keep moving. To locate Ultron's core, they had to keep moving. They needed drone cover, so their vehicle couldn't just sit there in the desert, or it would be reduced to scrap metal by the shells. The driver climbed out. It's overturned. Fuck, just write it. The enemy is coming. Cover fire. The mech-clad soldier immediately stood up. With his companions covering him, he used his massive hands to push against the side of the car and, with all his might, flipped it over. But Ultron's robots swooped down from the sky, completely engulfing him in a hail of bullets and missiles. Bang! 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 Boom! The car lurched back and forth from the explosion, but thankfully, it didn't flip over again. By the time the surrounding soldiers recovered from the bombing, the mech-clad soldier had been twisted and distorted, lying motionless in the crater. The sight sent a chill down one's spine, but only a chill down one's spine. The drone operator in the armored vehicle immediately controlled the drones in the sky and launched a counterattack. The pressure in the sky eased considerably, and the leader regained his feet. The air was filled with radio interference. To free up resources for drone control, he simply abandoned the communication band and instead used his voice and voice-amplifying device to shout, "Stop staring blankly. Get in the car. That metal nugget has more firepower than anywhere else. We might be approaching our target. Get in. Everyone. Forward." Boom. Another shell landed, but this time the vehicle didn't flip over. For soldiers clung to the side of the deformed armored vehicle, weapons in hand. The vehicle wobbled through the desert, dodging artillery fire and bombardment, advancing frantically in the direction of the enemy under the cover of drones. With every advance, the enemy's density increased. Drones crashed from the sky, and more Ultron robots appeared on the ground. The barrage intensified. Finally, a shell struck the rear of the armored vehicle, completely crippling its powertrain. But as the captain hit the ground, he was surprised to discover he'd struck something incredibly solid, and it wasn't the wreckage of the vehicle. In this desert, how could I hit stone? But it wasn't stone. It was metal. The metallic footsteps of the Ultron robots grew closer, and a strange smell filled the air. The captain tore his gaze from his dead teammates and looked up at the scene before him. The desert seemed to have vanished, and before him lay a world covered in metal. The Ultron robots pointed their guns at his head, but he smiled. They've found their way. Bang! Anomaly detected in C-07 combat zone. Anomaly detected in A-06 combat zone. Anomaly detected in A-07 combat zone. Casualty reports arrived one after another, and Lear finally saw something beyond the endless robots and artillery fire. Ultron's scale was far greater than Lear had imagined. As the human-controlled mechanized forces formed a battle line and advanced towards the Middle East, experiencing mountains, rivers, plains, and deserts, and ruthlessly cutting off Ultron's transportation routes, the landscape they could see suddenly changed. Everything was abruptly transformed into endless machinery. The horizon vanished. Ultron's roads and power transmission networks covered the Earth like lichen, completely eroding any traces of nature. Vast furnaces and factories sprawled across this metallic lichen like anthills, and massive, mobile manufacturing complexes slowly moved across its surface, constantly pumping in and out materials to create new machines and weapons. Just the mechanical nests that nearly covered the Earth's surface alone likely covered over 150,000 square kilometers, not to mention the vast logistics routes and open mines. Ultron's industrial might had completely supplanted the natural order. This was no longer part of Earth, but part of Ultron. The robots, like a tide from hell, emerged from the scars of the Earth ripped apart by metal. Dense and pitch black, they resembled a swarm of insects invading the human world. The overwhelming numbers approached the battlefront, perhaps realizing that humanity had reached its core. The swarm of Ultron robots exacerbated the pressure on the front. It was then that everyone realized that every word Leal had said was false or exaggerated, or perhaps Leal had vastly underestimated Ultron's capabilities. This terrifying robot might already possess the power to sweep across Europe. At this moment, everyone could only hope that Leal's strategy would be executed. Whoosh! The King's throne pierced the clouds, contrasting with the sight of Ultron robots crawling out of hell. This massive fortress seemed to be rushing from heaven to hell. All its artillery fire was focused, and a terrifying electromagnetic projectile struck a cellular data station on the periphery. The decisive battle had begun. Leal knocked on the chair. Operation begins, Titans prepare for launch. In the heart of the metal factory eroding Earth, a massive mechanical fortress that served as Ultron's core data unit, Ultron watched the King's throne charging toward him, a smile breaking across his mechanical face. A normal person would be horrified to see such a smile. You have no idea of my capabilities, arrogant and foolish human. Why do you think you made it this far? The folly of humans lies in their constant belief that they can predict everything. How will you face endless long-range artillery fire? Ultron favored using endless robots to launch attacks. This was a tactic, or rather, a combat habit, he employed in Turkey and Italy. However, the experience of his crushing defeat at the hands of the King's throne's firepower had allowed him to fine-tune his industrial production lines. Actions that would take humans years, or even decades to correct could be accomplished in less than an hour of calculations and adjustments. At this moment, beneath the mechanical hives dotting the surface of the Earth, a vast array of long-range firepower was hidden. Artillery, missiles, and machine guns. Bringing your home to fight is unwise. Perhaps this is the folly of humanity, pitiful heroism, which can never stand up to true power. Despair before my power. The metallic ground gaped open, its densely packed mile-wide. One glance, and it took no calculation or ingenuity to understand that this was a firepower the King's throne could not withstand. Ultron, foolish humans. Ultron, like a moth to a flame. Ultron, try some more profanity? After a long silence, Ultron received a response, be prepared for your destruction. As Ultron watched the King's throne fall, his joy suddenly shifted, and he froze. Chapter 957. The King's throne was indeed a magnificent combat center. Its equipment carrying capacity and firepower support far surpassed those of a normal aircraft carrier, even surpassing the Roxxon Corporation's aerospace carriers. But Ultron's core was something completely different. As this metal hive, unlike anything humans had ever seen, opened its maw and revealed its weapons, a curtain of metal and flame seemed to rise from the ground. Such firepower was simply impossible to intercept. In a split second, the King's throne's interception systems were completely overloaded, and missiles and shells slammed into the fortress's outer walls. Ultron calculated that this was a suicidal act. In just minutes, the bombardment would render the fortress powerless, devouring it like a pie in the sky. However, the King's throne was no such pie. Leal didn't retreat in the hail of bullets. Instead, he increased the power of his thrusters to the maximum, completely overloading several nuclear reactors. To Ultron's sensors, it looked like a blazing sun. At that moment, Ultron suddenly realized. Its thinking is almost human-like. After Italy and Turkey were repelled by this massive command center, it positioned the king's throne as the regional core. But the core of this war, or rather, the core of Leal's side, is actually not the king's throne at all. That thing's only role in this war is like a giant meteorite falling from the sky. Whoosh! The sky seemed to have burned a hole through it, and the king's throne fell from the sky like the apocalypse. The entire industrial base's computing power and energy allocation were completely diverted to data migration. Ultron stood up with a jerk, his CPU completely overloaded, and the entire robot was red hot. It has always aimed to destroy organic life, and has evolved to this end generation after generation. But when it comes to the concept of destruction, Leal is now ahead of it. Ultron, this lunatic. Ultron, I admit, at this moment you are stronger. Ultron, you are my primary target. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of the metal hive overloaded with Ultron's roar. This was clearly what he intended. Boom! This time, the battle was happening right next to my ears. Or rather, the sound was coming from outside the fortress. The Titan's sensory sensors are extremely sensitive. Even with the King's Throne's sturdy structure, it could still detect unusual sounds, such as the missile explosion just now. This also means that they have entered the battlefield. System self-checking. Model: Vanguard-class Titan BTL-0005. Pilot Christopher Ferner's identity verification successful. Connecting neural circuits. Synchronization complete. Tactical data connected to the King's Throne central computer. Target locked. Ultron core factory boom. This time, the entire cabin shook. The King's Throne was under attack. This meant that Ultron's firepower had even penetrated the missile and laser interception system. Remember, in yesterday's battle, Ultron's firepower hadn't even penetrated this interception system. What a massive firepower! They were already close to the target. As the neural link was calibrated, the image of the airdrop pod appeared before Christopher. The other three Titans, like him, raised their heads and stared at each other. From wanderers, who knew only how to wield farm tools, to pilots, who saved the world in mechs, it had all happened so quickly. Short countdown, 10 seconds. Just as fast as the airdrop countdown, only 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, they would face a web of death woven from metal and fire. Tactical data and deployments washed away the chaotic thoughts in the pilot's mind like a tide. The numbers kept decreasing, the Titan's power system began to pressurize, the nuclear battery released a tiny pulse, and the HUD unfolded on the retina, fully loading the target, ammunition status, comrade's location, and other information. 3, 2, 1. Happy hunting, pilot. Bang! The metal plate under their feet instantly bounced back, and the feeling of weightlessness rushed into their minds. The pilots were greeted by an exploding fireball. It was as if they were crossing the boundary between reality and hell, fighting their way into the deepest abyss. Doomsday Star Protocol loading. Reactor overload program activated. Nuclear firing pin activation countdown initiated. Leal gave the fortress its final command, severing all connecting cables and rising from the control chair. The surrounding assembly lines continuously assembled his massive combat components onto his steel body. Compared to the pilot, he needed no additional artificial intelligence, no new Titan. He himself was the true combat weapon. Boom! The shell ripped through the control room, and Leal's figure disappeared in the explosion. The real battle had just begun when it reached its climax. All of Ultron's drones and weapons were overloaded. The robots and artillery bursting from the metal hives resembled demons, and flames crawling from hell. The sky was vast, yet few safe places existed. Even though the threat posed by the King's Throne had forced Ultron to revise his plans, the sheer intensity of the artillery fire destroyed some airborne Titans midair. In such a battlefield, even a successful landing was a luxury. The scene was dazzling. The burning King's Throne pierced the clouds, and a crisscrossing barrage of missiles, artillery, robots, and Titans clashed in midair. The sky seemed to have collapsed. This battle felt not so much a war between humans and robots, but a war between heaven and hell. But an even more shocking scene was yet to come. The massive floating fortress, weighing over 500,000 tons, was completely destroyed by the artillery shells. At that moment, the reactor that was supposed to power the fortress's power system had severed all power lines, and the chain reaction at its core was no longer controlled. Flames erupted from the inside out, erupting into the air. The flames seemed to burn through the air, the light becoming diffuse, and ionized gas filled the entire battlefield. The radiation emitted by atomic light indiscriminately eroded all communications, and it crashed into Ultron's core with devastating kinetic energy. A 500,000-ton super combat unit fell from an altitude of 15,000 meters, Its kinetic energy alone was enough to rival several Hiroshima atomic bombs. But Ultron knew, or rather, he had learned not to underestimate Lear. Since they were resorting to suicide attacks, why not equip this fortress with some real nuclear bombs? This was just an appetizer. EU countries have completely lost control of their own societies. Leal's work during this period has been to integrate all EU social resources, civilian industry, military industry, even military formations, and, of course, their nuclear arsenals. In the final moments before the explosion, Leal had calculated the true explosive yield, combined with the kinetic energy of the King Seat's crash, the overload of the nuclear reactor, and the nuclear bomb arrays stored within the fortress. The blast would exceed 50 megatons of TNT. This is not only the most powerful nuclear bomb ever used in warfare, but also the most powerful nuclear weapon ever detonated in human history. The Soviet Union once possessed this technology and designed a nuclear bomb with a yield of 50 megatons of TNT, but that was unique and the pinnacle of high-yield nuclear weapons. Now, the King Seat, once a military command center, has a new identity, a devastating bomb designed by Dr. Destruction Leal. The fission reactor's restraints were released, and the force of the explosion served as a firing pin, triggering the first round of nuclear fission bombs. The impact and heat of the fission again triggered nuclear fusion in the hydrogen bombs, ultimately inducing an unparalleled superfusion. Compared to those superheroes, this was Lear's only superpower. A devastating sun rose over the metallic city. Chapter 958. The sky was burning. Ultron exhausted all his firepower, but there was no way he could shatter and disarm the King's throne before it reached the explosion site. He unleashed every ounce of firepower he could muster, tens of millions of robots, artillery, and missiles charging fearlessly into the sky. Unfortunately, the hope of interception grew increasingly slim, forcing him to change his strategy. In that instant, all of Ultron's weapons and robots ceased functioning, devoting all their computing power to correcting and adjusting their combat modes and escaping data. The pilots descended in a rain of chaos, roaring at the metal in flames. But in that instant, as the battlefield fell silent, all of them ceased thinking. The Latvians, after all, had only just emerged from the old days. To them, the King's throne was just like its name, the King's Seat, a symbol of power. Even though they had anticipated this, seeing Leal resolutely smash that symbol of power into the enemy position inspired them. Their hearts trembled as an endless white light engulfed the world. The bomb's direct vaporization zone reached a radius of 5 kilometers, wiping out Ultron's core equipment, data centers, and communications arrays. This was followed by a devastating tremor. Boom! The sky collapsed, the earth tore apart, and the force of 60 million tons of TNT exploded in the air, sending a fireball more blazing than the sun rising high in the sky, engulfing the entire world of steel in a boundless heat wave. This heat wave ripped through the atmosphere, and the shockwaves swept across everything like a world-devouring torrent, transforming all metal into incandescent liquid wherever it passed. The Ultron Industrial Complex, once a hellish sight, became a veritable hell. Near the detonation point, metal melted into a red-hot lake of molten lava. In the area swept by the explosion, even solid metal withered and collapsed, leaving the neatly organized industrial complex toppled and robots reduced to wreckage. The flames still burned, billowing black smoke obscured the sky. The post-nuclear explosion transformed the Earth into a seething inferno. Steel melted into a flowing sea of fire, transforming into crimson rivers that flowed slowly across the ripped battlefield. Bang! Leal was the last to touch down. The bomb's power was indeed beyond imagination, but the scale of Ultron's mech hive was equally astonishing. The blast radius could reach 10,000 square kilometers, which would still be difficult to eliminate in a single blow compared to a mech hive covering 150,000 square kilometers. The pilot's drop location was on the outskirts of the mech hive, allowing them to clearly feel the explosion, but not be caught in an area large enough to cause casualties. At this moment, although Leal wasn't piloting a Titan, his fully armored frame was still about 3 meters tall. The thick armor draped over him gave him a powerful presence, and the sound of his footsteps on the metal floor was no less gentle than a Titan's. The only sound in his ears seemed to be the howling of the storm. The world was fading into silence after the horrific destruction, but it wasn't over yet. The EMP disrupted wireless communications, but Lear could use the interdimensional communication modules on each pilot to communicate with limited bandwidth. Lear, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Ultron is a super AI with an incredibly rapid evolutionary rate. Eliminating it in any version would be a challenge. On the main battlefront, all the Ultron robots lost control, tumbling to the ground like garbage. The Latvian soldiers, distracted by the nuclear electromagnetic pulse, believed the explosion had been decisive and roared furiously. "Kill these robots!" Power armor tracks raced across the desert. Soldiers, one arm holding a high-caliber machine gun and the other gripping a red-hot high-frequency blade, frantically dashed among the chaotic Ultron robots, harvesting their shards of sluggish energy. Without their adversaries, the drones completely dominated the skies. Round after round of bombing, round after round of assault, the battle line advanced dozens of kilometers before the fireballs had even died down, reaching a point within clear sight of the mechanical hive. They cut off Ultron's logistics lines, destroyed its communications array, and eliminated the mechanical soldiers, roaring in battle. But Leo's voice suddenly echoed in their minds. "It's not over yet." Combat alert. Survival detected. The Ultron soldiers lying in the desert trembled as they stood up. To the soldiers, it was as eerie as zombies returning to life. The drone struggled to take off again from the sand, blood-red indicators flashing wildly, and a hoarse, metallic sound echoing. This isn't the end. The Latvian soldier used the hot blade in his right hand to sever the still unrecovered Ultron in half. But an Ultron robot on the ground suddenly reared up and slammed its missile into the legs of the high-speed soldier. Boom! "We're still here." Just before the Latvian drone dropped its bomb, the factory it had planned to destroy suddenly regained power, and the inactive defense machine gun suddenly opened fire on the drones. Boom! The bomb exploded overhead, but the drones were also hit and fell to the ground. Even more horrifying was the explosion at the core of the factory. Right before the pilots, from the shattered core hive, the cracked walls, the earth, countless metal arms and countless broken Ultron robots slowly crawled out. Their bodies were seared by the intense heat, their bodies shattered by the impact, but as long as a complete circuit between their power source, their CPU, and any action module was established, they could still move. The stiff movements became smoother, and the out-of-control weapons slowly recovered. Ultron changed its strategy. It did not die with the nuclear explosion. Instead, in that short time, it completely restructured its data structure, fragmenting into countless signals and hiding them in equipment throughout the Middle East. The EMP disrupted all communications, meaning that each of these robots had been endowed with the ability to self-replicate by Ultron. Each one was a newly awakened Ultron. The nuclear explosion dealt a heavy blow to Ultron, but just as Leo had predicted, they were determined to kill every Ultron robot and destroy every data entity carrying Ultron's consciousness. The nuclear electromagnetic pulse disrupted both Ultron and the Latvian Legion, signaling that the war had truly entered a frenzy. From the perspective of modern warfare, this was now a hand-to-hand battle. The ensuing battle would be a true descent into hell, a hell of metal, heat, and radiation, with no escape. Poof! Leo's leader blade pierced the battle robots before him. Leo, pilot, soldiers, the atomic light has severed all of Ultron's combat networks. He can only rely on the inherent combat awareness of those junk. Leo, hold your weapons tight, concentrate. Today, we will destroy its lair. Today, we will destroy this killing machine and end this nightmare. Leo, this is hell, the hell we are about to destroy. Leo, raise your weapons, fear not. Christopher was the first to react. The Titan he piloted raised the long blade behind him, and cleaved through a row of stiff Ultron robots with one blow. We land on our feet. The Titan's feet stomped over the corpses of the robots and looked towards the flaming chasm and underground structure. There, countless Ultron robots, still fully functional, emerged from the production line, trembling as they loaded their weapons with drivers. It was unimaginable that after such an explosion, Ultron could still fight back. This terrifying mechanical city boasts at least 1 million, perhaps even tens of millions, of robots. This means that each member of the Latvian Legion must, on average, take out dozens, if not hundreds, of Ultron robots. Your Majesty is right. This is hell. But it will be a hell they will slaughter through. Until, through hell. The Titan leaped forward, charging towards this inferno. Chapter 959. The Latvian military is essentially divided into 3 tiers. The lowest tier consists of the militia, stationed solely in Europe to maintain order. These militia use skilled chips and software to assist in controlling urban equipment and performing tasks such as maintaining order. The second tier consists of ordinary troops, who generally understand the operating principles of modern weapons, like drones, armored vehicles, missile vehicles, and rocket launchers. Compared to the militia, their intelligence, mobility, and willpower are significantly improved. Key automated equipment operators can single-handedly control intelligent formations of up to dozens of drones. The third tier consists of the pilots. In this war, All troops and pilots were deployed, but the actual human force was only about 70,000. Actual combat relied primarily on mechanized forces, including drones, self-propelled artillery, and missile vehicles, achieving near-automatic combat. The nuclear explosion at the start of this battle clearly dealt a severe blow to Ultron, causing the networked Ultron core to severely degenerate. Each of their machines became independent entities, retaining only basic combat instincts, becoming a truly rigid robot. Not to mention the pilots, even the intelligence of ordinary soldiers far surpassed these Ultron robots. Therefore, the true key to the outcome of this battle had never been the assault on King's Seat, but whether the soldiers could annihilate the Ultron core. However, the nuclear explosion completely disrupted Ultron's network, and also suppressed the Latverian core's battlefield communications. Information warfare and information command became a dead end. Mechanized equipment became unresponsive, with delays, erroneous commands, and loss of connection abounding. Not only did the Ultron core's robots have to fight individually, but the Latverian core had also largely lost the ability to remotely control their equipment. Soldiers relied solely on their guns, swords, and exoskeletons. How could 70,000 people fight against an overwhelming wave of robots? Even if the remaining Ultron robots were subunits with low combat capabilities, they were still military weapons. Ultron's main consciousness had been reactivated in a factory on the edge of the mecha hive. Without its meticulously crafted body, it could only use the same mass-produced hull. This terrifying robot had already transferred its consciousness to the outer industrial area. Although wireless communications were disrupted, the wired network had been disconnected from the explosion site due to a strict electromagnetic shielding system, preserving its consciousness almost intact. However, the resource-centric nature of the peripheral industrial zone meant he could only disperse his consciousness, attaching it to the hive city in a distributed manner. As Leal had said, Ultron couldn't escape to any network in the world. The European network was blocked by rules Leland himself couldn't detect, while the American network was governed by rules co-created by Hydra and Roxxon. Only this piece of land, and now, this remaining mechanical hive city, was itself. The puny human race is but a desperate struggle. The robotic bodies within the entire assembly complex activated, bursting forth with a mighty force through the breach. They intended to crush the human soldiers with sheer numbers. Ultron watched his temporary body rise from its pedestal and burst through the gate, but the next moment, he saw something incomprehensible. From the Latverian squad he had suppressed with firepower, some robotic soldiers had actually emerged. This momentarily filled Ultron's mind with confusion and bewilderment. The creation of an AI capable of consciousness, what Leal had defined as a dangerous critical mass, requires immense computing power and extremely sophisticated design, the latter of which could even be described as an element of luck. Because of this, the AI carried by individual Ultron robots was extremely primitive. While capable of self-replication, its ceiling was very low. The Latvian military equipment was even more so. However, the combat robots' agility and coordination with the humans were incredibly sophisticated. Ultron simply couldn't comprehend it. It was normal for humans to outperform their machine soldiers in combat through tactics and individual intelligence, because every human was a highly advanced AI. But what about those robots? In Night City, the city defense forces received new training orders. A new batch of cyber-realistic training equipment has been produced in the northern industrial zone of the city and requires immediate training and testing. This metropolis of 7 million people saw a daily increase in population, and so did the number of city defense forces. However, the majority consisted of former gang members who had become NCPD contractors. Kurt Hansen had also donned his training suit. This close-fitting suit connected directly to the electrodes in the virtual reality pod. Combined with neural implants and brain-computer interface technology, it precisely stimulated every muscle and nerve in the body. It could simulate nearly every sense, save for acceleration. But Night City has actually built a training chamber capable of simulating acceleration. This is technically feasible. The European Space Agency uses this equipment to train astronauts, and large companies, like Arasaka and Militech, also use it to train pilots. It just so happens that Muramasa knows how to do it. However, the first reality chamber capable of simulating acceleration wasn't intended for Hansen. V, wearing a full training exoskeleton, was compared to Hansen and other ordinary soldiers. Her exaggerated prosthetics and the presence of a small octopus meant that she could truly experience 100% simulation effects when entering the acceleration simulation chamber. V glanced at his gear, then at the massive acceleration training chamber before him. It was more of a massive room than a chamber. Advanced forces at major corporations, Like New America and Militech must have plenty of this equipment, right? Hansen shook his head at V's question. If all troops were trained this way, the cost would be prohibitive. This facility is only for the elite. As for your room, it's for the elite of the elite. The cost of training excellent pilots is quite high. For one thing, there are few biologically gifted individuals, and for another, these devices that stimulate potential under control conditions are extremely expensive. Burger King, Lear envisions a special forces unit with unimaginable combat capabilities. To train such soldiers, they need rooms like the one you've been given. If they lack the potential, the disability rate is high. Hansen left something else unsaid. He didn't quite understand. Lear's own inhumane technology was not the only thing, but the technology used by those around him was equally dangerous. The amazing thing is, there haven't been any cyberpsychosis cases among these people. At most, they've retired from the front lines and quit. The incidence of cyberpsychosis is even higher among veterans employed by New America and Militech. So far, many veterans in Night City are still able to work normally in industrial production. Hansen had noticed that Lear's treatment of these veterans differed from Militech's, but the absence of a single cyberpsychosis was somewhat surprising. V was even more delighted upon hearing Hansen's words, a wave of pride. It's me again. With that, she entered the room and closed the airtight door. Hansen was speechless. No normal person would get so emotional upon hearing something dangerous. But now wasn't the time to delve into the unusual emotions surrounding Burger King. Lear had distributed similar equipment to everyone, simulating every level of reality from high to low. The city defense forces at the Taiping State Dogtown military base, the city's major gangs, and the nomads of the Badlands were all connected to the equipment, as if they were about to engage in a virtual war. Real-world training mode activated. Please destroy all visible enemy machines. A terrifying scene unfolded before everyone entering the pod. A blazing sky, a metallic earth, a blanketing rain of fire, an endless army of robots. Even Hansen, an educated officer, could only think of one word: hell. Chapter 960. Wireless communications were indeed disrupted. At this moment, the air near the battlefield was filled with a large number of high-energy and charged particles, making any communication methods relying on electromagnetic waves unusable. But Latveria had more than just electromagnetic communication. Interdimensional communication was a method of transmitting signals directly from outside the universe to equipment. This meant that the very methods used to power factories and coordinated production could also be used in coordinated operations. Leal's massive body moved with such force that it could deform the metal floor. Every time the metal was deformed, his massive body would move through the mechanical hive at terrifying speed. Even a Titan pilot would be horrified by the sight of Leal in combat. The kinetic energy provided by the full output of the arc reactor was fully transmitted to the armored armor. The explosive force of his legs could easily deform the metal floor, creating chaos. The concrete shattered instantly. Combined with the plasma thrusters behind him, at maximum speed, Lear could accelerate from a standstill to subsonic speeds in mere seconds. The kinetic energy of a simple collision alone rivaled the explosion of 30 kilograms of TNT. And this was just the simplest, most elementary collision. The Ultron robots on the road were shattered, and the sturdy outer walls of the Ultron data nodes were instantly breached. With a resounding bang, Lear charged directly into a data center. Countless Ultron robots awoke from their hibernation pods, including an all-terrain self-propelled artillery turret currently being assembled. It was about the same height as a Titan, but much larger, and filled with powerful long-range anti-personnel missiles. The surprise attack was a valid move. As Lear thought this, he raised his left hand, where a twin 120mm cannon was mounted. Boom, boom, boom! The cannon ripped through the air, each strike accurately locking onto its target, piercing their skulls and chests, ripping them in half. The shattered bodies tumbled to the ground, their fractured skulls burning in the darkness. Micro-precision missiles unleashed from the ammunition bay behind Lear, their explosions illuminating the entire factory. The vast army was instantly halved. The remaining Ultron robots opened fire simultaneously, a barrage of weapons pouring down. Even the Titans behind him shuddered. Lear hadn't even chosen to dodge, not even to seek cover. He simply marched with heavy, determined steps, driven by thrusters, charging towards the enemy. In reality, if the pilots and Titans possessed extraordinary observation and computational abilities, and could eliminate all interference from the artillery fire to observe Lear's movements. By observing his movements and the changes in his armor, they would realize that it wasn't that Lear didn't dodge, but rather that his dodging tended to utilize the armor's mobility to deflect projectiles and explosions. If a round struck his shoulder armor, his body would drop before impact, and the shoulder armor would deflect slightly to prevent a direct hit. Such details were impossible to observe. All the pilot saw was the explosion spreading across his shoulder armor. Lear simply kept moving forward, not letting any movement disrupt his attack. Every step, every charge, every shot, every swing of his sword was an efficient death. Even Ultron was incredulous at this sight. "You think you're immortal?" "I am. We are infinite." The factory roared with metallic fury as countless Ultron robots, originally only used for production, rushed forward like zombies, attempting to block Lear's advance. "Great. That means my ammunition is infinite too." The leader's blade swept across, slicing through a series of charging soldiers. Lear's gaze shifted from the target he had already scanned. Two octopus arms reached out from the shattered lines and grasped the target in the sky, instantly pulling out machine gun ammunition and missiles. The all-spark energy flowed through Lear's body, and his internal ammunition supply mechanism instantly fine-tuned. The next second, these weapons blasted towards the Ultron robots in the sky. In a flash, the entire data center was reduced to a patter of mechs. Although Lear was far outnumbered, he never even paused. Bang, 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 bang. He cleared out a large number of mechs blocking his path, destroying one automatic gun turret after another. Heavy footsteps approached the core of the data center, following the massive liquid radiator and thick communication cables, and rushed straight to the data node. Amidst Ultron's impotent roar, Leo leaped high, crushing the ground beneath him as he carved a violent arc through the air. The leader's blade pierced the data center fiercely. The operating factory instantly ceased activity, and all the indicators signaling Ultron's control went out. "Ultron, you are the strongest human I have ever met, Leo. I will remember your name as the most outstanding individual of humanity engraved in my database. Perhaps years from now, when I have achieved eternal peace in the universe, I will remember such a stubborn individual as you. Ultron, but this is just one node. You will never win." Ultron was completely unable to prevent Leo's subsequent hack. His only recourse was to sever all external connections before Leo could begin the hack, continue transferring his own data, and then detonate the data node. Boom! Flames erupted. From the moment Lear charged into the data node center to the moment he violently leaped out of the explosion, mere minutes elapsed. Without pausing, his massive form charged towards his next target. The pilots who witnessed this battle were deeply moved. Their king possessed a host of powerful qualities, skill, wisdom, willpower, and determination that made them willingly offer their military might. But unexpectedly, even in combat, His Majesty was the most valiant. The pilot who witnessed this would write in the combat log. He advanced, and the battlefield crumbled behind him. When Lear effortlessly plucked the ammunition and weapons from the mechs and hurled them at him, Ultron felt fear, genuine fear. Online, Lear possessed technology beyond his comprehension. In reality, Lear also displayed an incomprehensible ability to assimilate. Yes, in Ultron's eyes, Lear displayed an incomprehensible ability to assimilate. His internal machinery seemed to come alive, his tiny body capable of absorbing resources at will based on battlefield conditions. Machines were indeed easily adaptable, but that was relative to a human's body. Lear's ability to casually pick up a weapon and then reflect it back was like someone casually chopping off another person's hand and then taking it back with their own. How could this not be terrifying? Not to mention that Lear's tiny body not only displayed top-tier fire control capabilities in combat, but also terrifying motor coordination and near-intuitive, top-tier combat instincts. AI requires computing power to achieve all of this, and computing power is based on computer performance. Larger computing power largely translates to larger computers. Therefore, once Ultron's mechas entered individual combat mode, they were comparable to retards, their tactical performance significantly inferior to that of human soldiers. But how did Leal accomplish all this? The computing power matched by his demonstrated abilities was completely beyond Ultron's expectations. It far exceeded his size. Ultron had to face the fact, in terms of individual performance, Leal was vastly superior. He was completely outmatched by a human. Ultron, damn it, damn it, damn it. Ultron, at this point, we can only mobilize resources from North Africa to prioritize suppressing this madman's attack. The Middle East was only Ultron's second region. North Africa was where he built his fortune. However, North Africa had been suppressing the military forces of the African Union and the remnants of the Atlas Group, leaving them vulnerable if mobilized. But there was no time for further consideration. A specialized flying robot quietly emerged from the hail of gunfire on the battlefield, heading towards Africa. What was so scary about those African blacks? Perhaps even after he had slaughtered all the Latvian soldiers, They wouldn't even notice the problem, and even if they did, they might not have the courage to attack. Chapter 961. Oh my god. Even Hansen, who had participated in the Unification War, also known as the Metal War, had never seen anything like it. Above him, battle robots blanketed the sky, artillery fire filled the entire sky, and a rain of burning metal fell continuously. And the sky, still shrouded in the heat, black smoke, and updrafts left by the massive explosion, still enveloped the heavens. Is this still Earth? Bang! An Ultron mecha blew Hansen's head off, and the terror of near death was fully realized in Hansen's mind. Ha! Hansen's synthetic lungs inhaled violently, as if taking his last breath. Only when his body realized he was still alive did the sound of his breathing slowly fade into heavy gasps. The HUD indicated that his physiological state had nearly reached a complete overload, causing him to suddenly die within the pod. A closer look revealed that he wasn't the only one experiencing the same thing. More than half the entire training camp was in the same state. Some had even passed out in suspended animation, forcing emergency CPR to be initiated in the training chamber, while the medical team hurriedly carried the person away. That was terrifying. Before delivering the equipment, Lear had warned him that the level of realism was top-notch, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Whether it was military technology or Arasaka, the realism of training facilities used for mass training of soldiers focused on muscle simulation, with brain-computer interfaces and hormone controllers used to lightly simulate emotions. Realism is difficult to quantify, but according to generally accepted calculation methods, the lowest-level soldiers use training chips trained directly in their brains. Due to the limitations of prosthetics and hardware, the realism typically does not exceed 30%. Typically, Black Mutuo can provide between 30% and 50% realism, but Black Mutuo can bypass hardware security locks and deliver direct electrical stimulation to replace things that can't be simulated, making the mortality rate and stimulation difficult to compare with military equipment. The mass-produced training chamber is already a high-level device, and its realism doesn't exceed 60%. Above that, it's the equipment used by pilots and astronauts. But just now, Hansen felt that it was real. For some reason, he was actually a little angry, and with that anger, there was a hint of confusion. Even against major military tech forces, there wouldn't be so many enemies. Training for this? Is Burger King crazy? After the confusion, only anger remained. They thought they could scare me with this whole perverted battlefield. Who are they looking down on? Thinking of this, Hansen glanced at V's private room. Sure enough, there was no movement inside, and he decisively re-entered the chamber. V, oh my god, this is amazing. Boom. The mere impact tore a hole in the fortress-like wall. The force generated by the impact made V feel omnipotent. Yes, V was now controlling Lear's body. To be honest, Ultron's judgment was spot on. Lear wasn't a combat expert, and his performance in recorded battles wasn't particularly strong. He relied on Spider-Man to stop the Lizard Man, his equipment to stop the Vulture, and his hacking skills and equipment flexibility to penetrate the aircraft carrier. But being an AI has its advantages. Humans would never voluntarily relinquish control of their bodies, technically and emotionally. But Leal could. At this moment, V was completely his pilot. The spider Cyaniston and the small octopus in V's body completely translated his movements and felt them almost identically. Her enhanced neural reflexes and adaptability allowed her to adapt to this supersized body, akin to a human tank, almost instantly. As for Leal, his computing power could be fully channeled into the fire control system and the data blade, allowing his limited computing power to fully unleash combat capabilities beyond Ultron's estimation. This body contained not one, but two people. Ultron was bound to miscalculate. Inside an armored troop carrier charging into the mech hive, Hansen had just connected with the mech soldiers when he saw Leal crash through the wall in front of him. He didn't know it was Leal, but his instincts told him it was V. The mech body leaped directly from the speeding armored vehicle. Hansen quickly took cover and began firing, cursing. You call this training for her? You use this for us and that for her? Hansen had just finished a magazine and was hiding to reload when, depleted of firepower, he was immediately attacked by the combined forces of Ultron's mechs. Boom! The second mech exploded, and the world spun around. Hansen, nagging a headache, returned to Night City. Returning to reality, Hansen glanced speechlessly at the inherited training control system. It showed that nearly every Night City resident had been beaten in and out, many already hospitalized. Hansen frowned, unconvinced, and re-entered the training chamber. This time, however, a different thought occurred to him. He had used the previous two connections to adapt to the battlefield, and had died instantly. He needed to show some professionalism the third time, and not be a useless soldier sent to his death. It was impossible for an individual to survive long in that environment, but since this was a fully simulated environment, he naturally had to find a role he was good at. He would be a battlefield commander. While commanding those Night City lunatics was difficult, perhaps the NPCs in the training space could be communicated with. This idea was actually quite crazy. No matter what company, the virtual characters they built all had their own behavioral logic. The difference was simply complexity. Complex ones consumed computing resources, while simple ones had no training effect. But he just felt he could do it. Besides, no matter how difficult it was to command Night City's madmen, he had to give it a try. In the mech hive, the driver of a vehicle loaded with combat robots focused his attention, driving through a hail of bullets with a burst of energy. He saw the robots inside the vehicle leap out and fight on their own. He didn't know what technology this was, and the basic knowledge he'd been given through the improvised skill and learning chips was difficult to explain, but he didn't need to understand it. He only knew his mission was to transport the soldiers to the mech hive, and then, together with the pilot and the king, to bring hell to this place. Bang! The car swerved, almost plunging into a pit. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Hey! Soldier, drive that way. The Latvian soldier focused his attention. Bang! I said drive that fucking way. Squeak! The focused soldier suddenly turned the steering wheel, slamming the accelerator and brakes together in a super zigzag motion, nearly throwing Hansen out. The banging sound was him banging on the car door. He immediately recognized this soldier as incredibly nervous, looking like a new recruit on his first battlefield. Although he was a new recruit, he had a strong execution ethic. If it were those idiotic gangs in Night City, they would have fled long ago. The Latvian soldier only then noticed a robot hanging from the outside of the car, banging on the door. Hansen yelled inside, "We have to advance in an orderly manner, understand? You have no cover, no support, and the car will be destroyed. If the car is destroyed, the front line will be unable to advance, and everyone will be doomed. Besides, if the car was destroyed, this respawn point might be unusable." But that was game thinking. Hansen was already in the zone. Hansen pointed to the equally frantic cars not far away, and to some cryptic combat robots. Unlike ordinary soldiers, who sought cover and advanced in an orderly manner, these combat robots were incredibly agile, making excellent use of their tactical equipment, rapidly switching positions between buildings and unleashing devastating fire. They occasionally emitted strange cries like woohoo, awesome, and cool. When out of ammunition or incapacitated, they would crash into Ultron's mechs and the mech hive's facilities, like suicide infantry. To the Latvian soldier, these robots' strange movements resembled those of elite pilots. Of course, a closer look would reveal that these robots weren't actually very effective, just more agile. Hansen yelled, "Go that way. Those idiots will cover us." Okay. Bang. A whole squadron of Ultron mechs, using a bipedal pulley system, sprinted out of the nearby factory. Compared to the humanoid mechs, they were clearly larger and more powerful. A series of Night City lunatics were instantly wiped out by the terrifying firepower. The pressure on the road suddenly increased, and Hansen gasped, "That's it. I'm going to die again." Bang, bang, bang. Just as Hansen prepared to face his death, heavy machine gun fire echoed behind him, each round accurately hitting the heavy mechs. When Hansen opened his eyes, realizing he wasn't dead, he saw a massive robot trotting, or running, in front of the vehicle. Its heavy steps even made the armored personnel carrier jump. The Titan's smooth firing instantly depleted the armored mech's vitality. While reloading, he used his gun as a melee weapon, seamlessly dispatching the remaining enemies with his clean, sharp combat techniques. An entire Ultron squadron was annihilated. Once the ammunition was fully reloaded, the Titan, without a backward glance, rushed to the factory gate, taking cover to fire again before advancing again. Hansen was completely stunned. A single thought crossed his mind. Is Burger King developing a shooting game? Are there really large combat robots with such powerful capabilities? It's well known that large combat robots are limited by various factors, such as material strength and energy consumption, making them slow to move and slow to react. The only advantage of size over modern weapons is that they can carry more explosives. Therefore, if a weapon is large, it's most likely used solely for launching bombs. But Titans are different. The Titan's shooting posture is so precise, its combat movement so smooth, and its agility is so swift that it's like a giant super soldier. Just now, this Titan's maximum charge reached a speed of nearly 20 meters per second, and in close combat, its agility is almost human-like. This means that a normal person can't rely on agility to avoid being crushed in close quarters. Prosthetic enhancements must reach at least the level of squad leader or elite to achieve such a high level of control. A soldier who can fully utilize the top-tier military technology of Cyberpunk can dodge attacks with some ease at close range. But the real terrifying thing about this thing is its firepower. Not to mention the heavy load on humans in Cyberpunk mode, the Titan is just moving normally. If a human really reaches close range, the Titan only needs a simple anti-infantry smoke or electromagnetic interference, then quickly evade, and the firepower at hand is more than enough to cover the movement range of the Cyberpunk humans in an instant. Perhaps the accuracy is lacking, but the caliber and destructive power are enormous. Hold on, we need it. Wait! Follow that guy. Hansen quickly stopped the driver from following the dying Night City lunatics. Instead, he pointed in the direction the Titan had disappeared and shouted, "That thing's ammunition is limited, right?" The Latvian soldier quickly responded, pointing to an armored transport vehicle that had crashed into the wall of a metal factory not far away. The Titan's energy and ammunition weren't unlimited, so it needed to keep up with logistics. This battle was a life-or-death struggle, and the battle had already eliminated all communication, turning everything into chaos. Logistics had to rush forward recklessly to ensure the Titan could get its ammunition. When Hansen saw the vehicle, he had completely forgotten the scattered Night City soldiers. His mind was filled with the Titan's combat form. He was a commander. Leading a group of highly professional soldiers to victory was a real pleasure. Go over there. The Latvian soldier didn't hesitate, starting the car and heading towards the factory where the Titans had rushed. Just when Hansen thought this was the second corps of the war besides V, or that it was a heavy armored unit designed for Jack, a lightweight Polaris Titan took flight not far away. Hansen's eyes widened. It was actually the robot's visual sensors flashing frantically. That thing can actually fly. The Polaris hovered in the air, its barrage of missiles flattening the mechas lining the entire metal street, and its plasma sniper rifle pierced the factory. Hansen was even more shocked, and his doubts deepened. Having so many Titans? Night City can't produce them. What's the point of all this? But he also knew what he had to do at this moment. Coordinating the Titan's mission became even more important. Bang! A combat robot in the troop carrier stood up, evidently another Night City operative joining the fray. Before the trooper could grasp the situation, Hansen's large hand shoved him back into his chair. Stop charging blindly. Drive and follow orders. Who the hell are you? Hansen's face darkened. Bad luck. Clearly, they captured the Night City and CPD's outsourced team. Who am I? I'm your fucking commander. If you don't follow my orders, I have someone unplug your cables. This threat was actually quite effective. Leal had high expectations for this training. The central control system would record combat performance and, through a reward system, award financial rewards to those who excelled. The salary was certainly low compared to soldiers, but for Night City residents, this was like playing a game with the same thrills as Black Mutuo. With the euro rapidly depreciating and the financial system volatile, getting food directly from the city government was much more practical. So, the eager brother decisively gave up on the idea of running around like a cyber psycho and waited patiently for the driver to arrive. But along the way, they soon saw something else. Although the command system showed that most people were still coming and going, quickly being taken to the infirmary due to poor scores or unable to withstand the pressure of being blasted, there were still some powerful ones. For example, Brick of the Whirlpool Gang, who piloted a super-powerful fire robot, and his little brother Joe Star, who carried a large black coffin on his back. In this world, he was also carrying a crew. Then, there was the Savage King, the animal gang leader, whose entire body was covered in top-tier bionic structures and artificial muscles. He led a group of equally massive minions, fond of sledgehammers, drawing the most fire, and absorbing the most bullets on the streets. Maikawa, the Tiger Claw gang leader, wielding sharp knives and medium-sized weapons, led his minions on integrated motorcycles, galloping furiously. Susan, the Mox gang leader, swiftly wielding light robots, and her gang members engaged the mechas within the complex factory interior. Sergeant, the 6th Street gang leader, already possessing a certain degree of coordinated combat, had assembled a large group of soldiers, systematically occupying strongholds and providing fire support. The Valentino gang, taking unmanned vehicles, used heavy machine guns and rocket launchers to carve a path through the streets. The scene was chaotic, and amidst the chaos, Hansen could sense that his fellow villagers were already adapting to the battlefield. Although this was a mechanical hell, they could win. Hansen suddenly laughed at this thought. He might look down on his fellow Night City folks, but this kind of combat, though vastly different in style, actually coordinated itself. Isn't it similar to the division of labor among different units in the military? His mission was to command these specialized soldiers and support the Titan robots, the ones that truly determine victory or defeat. Boom! The factory the Titans had just stormed exploded violently. Under his command, the ammunition truck reached the point where the Titans had emerged. The pilot, slightly surprised, but without hesitation, leaped from the Titan and grabbed the battery. The Titan reached in and grabbed ammunition from the truck. Ammunition and energy replenishment were completed in a flash, and the robots hadn't even begun to organize. Intercepting, they were met with a fierce attack from the Titans. That's it. Hansen pumped his fist, his mind already racing. If they could crush the endless fleet of mechas here, wouldn't it be easy to take down a company? With that thought, he immediately walked over to the other robot in the car, about to start up, and barked at the waking soldiers like a novice tutorial NPC. Your mission is to retake control of the vehicle ahead and follow the convoy inside. Got you, newbie? Don't just stand there, get this mission now. Grab this gun and head out. The person next to you will be responsible for carrying the supplies from the damaged vehicle. Get up. We're fighting, soldier. All the robots in the car engaged. Hansen decisively shouted to the Latvian soldier at the wheel, we should switch vehicles. Bang! The car stopped abruptly, and Hansen was thrown hard by inertia. He looked up to reprimand the soldier, but saw a hint of despair in his eyes. So Hansen looked up, too, and gazed skyward. What he saw was a veritable sea of mechas, swarming across the blood-red sky. A dense, overwhelming mass, a metal curtain marched across the sky, continuously dropping bombs and land-based mechas. It was as if extinction had truly materialized. These mechas weren't war machines, but the very essence of extinction. Why are there so many? Where did they come from? Ordinary soldiers struggle to become pilots precisely because their minds can waver uncontrollably in extreme situations. A single wavering moment can have devastating consequences in a military setting, especially on a battlefield with lost communication. There are too many of them. Unless there's someone truly fearless, inspiring them, commanding them, suppressing their fear. Bang! Hansen kicked the soldier away with a powerful kick. Boom! The soldier was blown away by the shockwave. When he got back up, he found his car reduced to rubble. He was rescued by a robot. A strange feeling. Honestly, the idea of human versus machine isn't deeply ingrained in Latvian minds. They've seen plenty of AI, and many even consider them human. Bang! Before the soldier could process the situation, the door of the wrecked troop carrier on the street was kicked open. Hansen, in a new body, was also enraged and yelled at the soldier, "What are you doing? I told you to change your car. Come and fix it. I cover you. Complete your mission at all costs." Chapter 962. African Union. After the internet was fragmented and the United States descended into civil war, Africa was completely cut off from the outside world, and its situation was far more difficult than Europe's. There was no Lille to help them repair the broken network, not to mention that Ultron's roots lay in North Africa. A few months ago, after a complete network collapse, the African Union was unable to restore network communications, and even Atlas Group engineers were unable to identify the problem. The volatile network environment made stable network construction a luxury. The situation here was similar to that in Europe. Electronic devices would explode almost regularly upon activation, leaving no one knowing what was causing it. To address this situation, Wakanda proposed a new solution. First, since equipment was wearing out at an accelerated rate, the African Union focused on increasing maintenance personnel, resources, and reducing the difficulty of repairs. In just 1 year, the African Union had fully implemented brain-computer interfaces. Countless uneducated people were forcibly fitted with brain-computer interfaces, directly instilling work skills. To accommodate these knowledge-infused workers, who lack even the most basic knowledge, the Atlas Group implemented an almost obsessive modularization and standardization of its equipment, effectively transforming operations into a kind of assembly line production. The downside of this approach is that a maintenance line that once required only one engineer now requires 10 or more workers. The constant need for maintenance and replacements has led to a dramatic increase in material consumption. Fortunately, industrial technology has always been Atlas Group's strength and was the primary reason for their move to Africa. With the wholehearted cooperation of several established resource-rich nations like Tanzania, this industrialization process presented no bottlenecks at all, with practically everyone being forcibly assigned to their posts. Of course, the limitations of wireless communications remained a significant issue, and this industrialization was also quite bizarre, still driven by a massive human resource base. The so-called industrial equipment was essentially concentrated on a personal scale: industrial exoskeletons, power machinery, and smelting furnaces, completely devoid of communication capabilities, were essentially extreme solutions tailored to the needs of a massive population and powerful central control. At the same time, resource allocation had been relegated to the lowest priority, with industrial areas receiving maintenance priority, along with military radios. The military operation cycle had also been fine-tuned. Engineers from the Atlas Group and Wakanda jointly determined a timeframe with a low probability of accidents, requiring resupply within 7 days for deployed military units. In short, the atmosphere throughout Africa was tense, and something unprecedented in Africa had been achieved without anyone noticing: unity. Free from external interference, the African Union, possessing advanced science and industrial technology, unsurprisingly controlled the entire continent. Political orders cascaded down from parliament to the grassroots level in less than a day, leaving no one capable of creating a national liberation front. Of course, all of this was built on suffocating oppression and control. This was a war, after all, and the pressure was borne by society as a whole. The idea that war is all about the heroic sacrifice of soldiers, or that only in defeat can there be a slight possibility of losing dignity, is a naive fantasy. Wakanda, the deliberative center of the African Union. In most Marvel universes, this place is considered one of the most advanced nations in the world, often even missing the one of. But here, in a world where vibranium is scarce, perhaps even extinct, Wakanda possesses only fertile land and a uniquely advantageous terrain. But now, with the help of the Atlas Corporation, it's almost back to that status. The vast plains have been fully cultivated, and countless mechanized agricultural workers toil day and night, diligently cultivating land that can produce 3 or even 4 harvests a year without the need for fertilizer. Using customized greenhouse technology, a single crop can even yield 6 harvests a year. Once, Wakanda, with its outdated technology, could feed half of Africa. Now, the agriculture of the Wakanda plains alone is enough to feed the entire continent. A fertile land houses an advanced city, though its application feels outdated despite its advanced technology. Many of the vehicles on the road are human-drawn, though these humans are equipped with highly advanced exoskeletons and prosthetic implants. This is a microcosm of the current state of Wakanda's logistics industry. Autonomous vehicles are impossible here. The equipment would explode within a day or two, either losing control or becoming paralyzed. If even the logistics equipment requires maintenance, the African Union would be completely helpless. Chala is now sitting in one of these rickshaws, which methodically follows the road to the council building. After clicking the confirmation button, the driver pulls the cart away. As a porter, his primary job is to move supplies, not humans. Another person got out of the car at the same time, except this person was an anomaly, bearing obvious signs of prosthetics. Half of his face had been replaced with a carbon fiber panel, and his prosthetic eye shone a faint reddish glow, unlike the more advanced prosthetics that resembled a human eye. The skin at his neck was exposed, unabashedly exposed. It was a structure made of some kind of alloy, extending all the way down. It was clear that his entire torso had been extensively replaced with prosthetics, causing his clothes to bulge. The most obvious replacement was his lower body, which bore the miner's legs common in the African Union. They were thick and industrialized, making fine movements difficult, but they were highly resilient to pressure. This was a clear anomaly among the upper class. Regardless of era, the upper class's prosthetics were the finest, most powerful, and unnoticeable. If anything could be discerned, it was something like wealth or power. To discern these things, it wasn't terrifying, exaggerated industrial prosthetics that required legal protection or inherently rare resources. He bore the insignia of Tanzania, the first country with which Atlas had entered into industrial cooperation. Lille had secured uranium mining rights from them, and naturally, this country had become the leading nation in the African Union, second only to Wakanda. This man had actually met Lille once before. He was Tanzania's former Minister of Mines, Minister Moss, who had first encountered Stark Industries' combat robots at the uranium deposits, and was now President Moss. Chala naturally approached, and the two walked side by side into the building. Moss spoke first. "Are you sure the robots are gone?" "Absolutely true," Chala said confidently. "My people reported back that they were heading towards the Middle East, but very discreetly. If it weren't for luck, we might have missed this news. Many people died arriving at that location. Many people. There's been constant death for the past year, Prince. I've got it all taken care of here. You won't let me down, will you?" Chala stopped dead and placed a hand on Moss's shoulder. "Do you look down on me?" As his arm rested on Moss, the light shone, revealing Chala as no ordinary self. His arm was made entirely of metal, and his fingers seemed to be able to eject something, claws or bullets. You could also tell from his neck that his body was completely cybernetic. Many of Moss's prosthetics were industrial, while many of his were military. Both men looked very different from the senators, who hurried into the building. Moss let out a deep laugh. "Ha, time to break the deadlock." At that moment, a strong female voice came from behind. "Why don't you guys go in from the door?" They both turned around and looked. It was Silver Sable, the Atlas Group's chief defense officer in Jwa City. Just about to go in. The three of them entered the elevator. Chapter 963. The African Union has virtually unified Africa, though not as a single nation. This does create some problems. Barriers between nations, such as currency, policy, power structure, and customs, have been eliminated, but this doesn't mean that people have truly moved away. The African Union is a parliament. King Chaka of Wakanda, unable to bear the sight of his compatriots fighting each other, established a cooperative organization modeled after the European Union. Its current status is accidental. Being a parliament means that truly important matters, such as Ultron, must be discussed. Ultron had long been exposed to the African Union, and he placed immense pressure on it. 11 months ago, the Roxxon cartel suddenly halted its offensive on the front lines. Then we discovered these combat robots, calling themselves Ultrons, and everyone knows about them. Chala, acting as the commander-in-chief of the African Union forces, was reporting. Before that, the Roxxon cartel had occupied parts of the Middle East and North Africa, directly disrupting our trade routes with Europe. Since then, the Roxxon cartel has not appeared before us again. Apparently, they were decimated by the machines they created. And Ultron is a far more deadly adversary than the Roxxon cartel. They've advanced too rapidly. Although obtaining intelligence during the intermittent communication equipment failures and the Ultron occupation proved difficult, Chala still managed to capture some footage. He was currently playing video with a classic projector. Compared to advanced storage systems and equipment, projectors and film are indeed much less efficient, but there's no need to worry about them being destroyed by a mysterious electrical current. They have become the primary storage technology for the African Union, especially for military intelligence. The video displayed was a splice of reconnaissance footage from different stages, remaining within the same area as much as possible. It was clear that while initially it was just human vehicles and equipment busy at work, mining soon became explosive, reckless, and even destructive. Oil wells erupted in flames, mines collapsed. This type of mining was completely unconcerned with costs and consequences, or rather, they were already calculated, but its methods differed greatly from those of humans. The result was a metallization of the earth. This was Ultron. It's been encroaching on this land. Our front lines have retreated significantly. We can't retreat any further. If we do, Somalia will be doomed. We must continue to accelerate our military buildup and immediately deploy troops to curb its activities. Just now, we received a message from our frontline scouts, risking their lives to report that they saw Ultron robots pouring out, heading towards the Middle East. Chala jabbed his finger at the projection screen. They must have encountered a powerful enemy in Europe. This is the perfect time for us to launch an attack. But if that happens, I remember our social system is overwhelmed. If we do that, we'd be risking everything. A senator raised his hand. It was a portly senator wearing a gold chain. This has become less valuable since industrialization, but it's still one of the most valuable metals. If the market can return to a free economy. Then a second senator chimed in. In contrast, we should seek new solutions. The wartime economy has already burdened our people. Many are complaining and fearing their prosthetic devices. If they truly leave, shouldn't we seize the opportunity to sail out to sea and contact the Americans? He stood up, opening his arms to his compatriots. We rejected Roxxon earlier. If we had cooperated, perhaps Ultron wouldn't have had the chance to become what it is today. Although we've lost contact, do you remember the last time we received outside information? New America, President Ellis has significantly increased the GDP of the entire United States. They have markets, money, technology, and people. We need more allies, not exploiting our own people. Even if someone truly is attacking Ultron, what does that have to do with us? Instead of risking the lives of our own citizens to support others, we should focus on improving their lives. Our economic development has been stagnant for a long time. Now is the time for internal reform. Oh! How? Moss turned, his red prosthetic eye making the senator panic, but he stiffened his neck and said, the nation's minerals must be controlled by the state. The Atlas Corporation is simply too big. If it continues like this, it inevitably become a monopoly. We should conduct anti-monopoly operations. We should nationalize the Atlas Corporation. Just imagine how much money this company makes each year. The discussion had already begun, and soon a senator raised his hand. This senator seemed calmer and more composed, but to Chala, he seemed to be trying hard to project the air of an elitist politician. We should nationalize the Atlas Corporation. Yes. That's exactly what I mean. The discussion reached a crescendo. Nationalizing the Atlas Corporation? That's a pretty bold proposition. Today's African politicians have learned a few things. While limited equipment and a lack of education make them less savvy than true cyber politicians, they do understand the basic concepts. Nationalizing a company? Isn't that just seizing it, allowing politicians to do whatever they want? Simply put, capital seizing a company involves acquiring equity and shares, but when it comes to government agencies, it's nationalization. Some shrewd individuals go even further, nationalizing it first, then leveraging their power to privatize it. Isn't that how it becomes theirs? Nationalizing a company is a first on the African continent. But the thought of the Atlas Corporation makes them drool. Chala takes in their expressions and feels disappointed, utterly disappointed. He came for a military briefing, but the topic had inexplicably veered here. Actually, this topic had been hinted at before, even during the initial collapse of the United States. Apparently, someone at that time had listened to the Roxxon Corporation's briefing. Perhaps someone is now remembering the past. But his men are dying, every moment. Chala, unconcealed in disappointment, looked at his father, Chaka, his gaze seemingly saying, "See, father, these are your brothers." Chaka's face flushed red. "What are you talking about?" "Your Majesty." Another counselor raised his hand. "Clearly everyone is very interested in this. This is the most important thing to discuss. This is a democratic meeting." "Yes, yes. Perhaps our production capacity is insufficient because Atlas is a corporation. Just think about how much more efficient our operations would be if this company were in the hands of the Alliance, and how much our GDP would increase." Ahem. The counselor next to the one who proposed nationalization interrupted the discussion and looked at Moss. "President Moss, what do you think? We all agree that this job is best suited for you. You're the most knowledgeable among us. We believe that handing this enterprise over to you will be best for the Alliance." Chala looked at Moss. Chaka would certainly disagree. He had repeatedly interrupted this idea in previous meetings. He had also rejected some of Chala's other ideas. He believed that maintaining the democracy of the Alliance was also important. This way, these rats would need a new leader to lead them in dividing up the nationalized and ownerless Atlas Corporation. Obviously, from the perspective of others, Moss would agree, since the people were handing him the greatest power. But Chala knew, or rather, believed, that he was right. Everyone looked at Moss, at the Tanzanian president and the African Union's Minister of Industrial Development. He responded with a laugh. "Ha ha ha. Everyone, nationalization is a great idea. Very original and meaningful." Many of the counselors beamed, and many who had been silent before also showed signs of joy. A few, however, were stunned, angry, and even ashamed. However, Moss's expression and voice quickly darkened. "But nationalization requires a country, right? I don't see any country here. Only a bunch of bandits, thieves, a bunch of shameless people." Everyone's expression, whether smug joy or shame and indignation, froze. Bang! Moss's kick shattered the table in front of him. His industrial prosthesis was slow but powerful, and the shattering fragment seemed to foreshadow something abstract within this democratic decision-making hall shattered. "These shameless people have no place here. They're a bunch of scumbags who've infiltrated our midst," General Chaka said. "Take them to prison, take them to where they belong." Chapter 964. Before the Atlas cartel came here, we were just children with gold. Yes, this land is our land, and the people who live here are ours, but before the Atlas cartel arrived, this was the most war-torn region in the world, the most famine-stricken, and the most widespread plague. One council member at the meeting jumped up in anger, but was quickly stopped by the incoming Wakandan guards. "But this is Africa. If someone wants to rise to power, the fastest way is to prove they can kill, and these people are no exception." With a cold look in his eyes, the council member, or the man who had just been declared a criminal, pulled out his pistol. His prosthetic body, adorned with precious gems, instantly sprang up, and the muzzle was pointed at Moss. Bang! But Chala was quicker. With his Sion Westbrook activated, he had already seen the man, and his prosthetic body gave him the speed of a black panther. He slit the traitor's throat before he could pull the trigger. This horrifying scene terrified the other council members even more. They looked in horror at old King Chaka, at that good old man. But Chaka had already stood still, as if he had lost his mind. You haven't seen it, but I have. I've seen hungry people grabbing dirt from the ground and swallowing it mixed with weeds. I've seen babies drowning in the mud without milk. I've seen hopeful workers wailing in agony from the radiation, their skin peeling off, their blood flowing, their agony unbearable. Is this what you call a country? Our people, sponsored by those damned rocks and ghosts, are slaughtering each other, struggling in hunger, and awaiting death in despair and agony from the plague. And yet, we're still asking them to exploit our land, plunder our resources, and treat our people like disposable tools, discarded without dignity in the trash after use. They're all war criminals. Don't think I don't know some of you are just like that. In the chaotic council chamber, the Wakandan guards rushed in unison, each armed with a rifle, some of them being held at gunpoint, facing death. Line up. Members and officials screamed, Your Majesty, you can't watch him like this. Bang. Blood splattered. Chala walked over to his father, who had already donned his combat helmet, a Black Panther-shaped one. Looking at this mixture of tribal totems and advanced technology, Chaka was at a loss for words. Finally, he patted Chala on the shoulder, removed a ring from his finger, and placed it in his son's hand. Ma slammed his heavy metal hand down on the table. His crimson prosthetic eye seemed to peer into his trembling colleagues' souls. It was Leal, it was Atlas Group, it was all those who, at that crucial moment, gave up prosperous New York and came to this treacherous land to help a group of black men who didn't know if they had a future. I will never betray my friends, my lover, my parents, my children. I will never forget our friends who came here from across the ocean, and I will never betray my allies when they need me. If you want to be beasts, your only fate will be to be slaughtered like cattle. Snap. Bodies tumbled to the ground one by one, their blood soaking the floor. Several Atlas Corps soldiers entered and began to clean up the area. They couldn't participate in the killing, but they were adept at keeping the area clean. This area was vast, and the same thing was happening in many places, not just Wakanda, just more covertly. This was a coup, no doubt about it, but Moss had begun to convince the remaining men. And now, every one of our people has enough to eat, and everyone has access to advanced medical care. I may not be able to guarantee they will return alive, but I assure them that every swing of their hammer, every charge, every drop of sweat they shed will benefit future generations. Our land will prosper, our cities will be reborn, and our future is in our hands. But we must win a war, not betray our future, and certainly not forge one on our knees. The terrifying atmosphere of the massacre gradually receded, and the smell of blood in the air, thickening the counselors' throats, reminded them, yes, this is a war. Ignite. Open all the furnaces. In the vast mine, the foreman began changing the shift schedule on the LED screen. They were at war, their enemy the restless robots. Our soldiers are on their way, our factories are operating immediately, for our homeland, for our future generations, and most importantly, for ourselves. At the Somali naval base, the entire military base was preparing for battle. The prosthetic body energized, grasping its rifle, the exoskeleton connected, and then wrote a suicide note. The African Union doesn't exist. There's only Africa. An Africa fighting alongside all those who yearn for tomorrow, for the future, for sunshine, flowers, and smiles. A war awaits, and we will never give up resistance. Our allies need us, and we will never, ever betray them. Even if it means going to hell. Snap. Abdi closed his diary, which contained a suicide note. Frank gazed out the window at the sea. The mighty Somali Navy was approaching the northern theater. This operation was unprecedented, a truly desperate gamble. Every available soldier at the military base was deployed, a highly illogical military command. But those old-school theories didn't include self-replicating super robots. Frank, I'm so sorry you're joining us, but we will win, and you be reunited with your family. Frank glanced at Abdi. The child was over a generation younger than him. Is it true that local conditions shape people? After a year of spending time together, he felt that this African child was quite mature. There's nothing to be sorry about. Frank shrugged. I do want to go home, but I also want to win this war. You want to win this war? Is there any war you want to lose? Frank smiled, reminiscing. Actually, you know, we used to work for the U.S. Department of Defense. First, we fought a bunch of hungry people in Vietnam, then we went to the Middle East and robbed civilians. The CIA used their bodies to smuggle drugs, but I lied to myself that I was just following orders, and later it almost killed my wife and children. Looking back now, every battle I fought for the U.S. Department of Defense, I sincerely wanted them to lose. But if you thought that way then, you wouldn't be standing here now. That's why I want to win this war, Those I kill can't come back alive, but the only thing I know can still do some good. Ever since joining Atlas Corporation, I've had this thought every day. It's amazing how I've fallen in love with this job. Perhaps this is the true purpose of weapons, Aubie said seriously. This world objectively exists for dangers, and we use weapons to eliminate them, not to eliminate those who oppose us. You're right. I just hope God will see fit to reunite with my family. Are you a Christian? No. Frank shook his head. It's just that at times like this, I always want to find something to believe in. Ah, I see. There's an old saying in the mysterious East, God sees what you do. I don't think that's what he meant. Before he finished speaking, an anomaly appeared in the sky, and the visually enhanced observer began shouting over the ship's radio. It's a robot. We've entered the warning zone. Hold on to your weapons. Shoot them. Chapter 965. You can't fight your way out. The Red-Hot King's blade easily pierced the larger land warbot. Though the Ultron robots were made of steel, they were no match for Cybertronian weapons, which often reached temperatures exceeding 5,000 degrees Celsius. But the blade didn't so much pierce and destroy the robots as smash them. Before the powerful force of this body, mass-produced robots were crushed like tofu. Do you think I only have one base? 3 human-sized Ultron robots approached from the sky. At first glance, they resembled the Iron Man of Lear's memory. Before they even reached them, they raised their arms, raining down bullets, shredding the already shattered remains of the robots as if being gnawed away. What company makes these robots so outrageous? Lear, Marvel. The torso raised the shattered robot's wreckage with its left hand as a shield, while its octopus arm simultaneously pierced the robot's ammunition bay. The surging mechanical structure sent missiles into its right hand, which then, under Lear's control, the ship transformed to match the missile's launch requirements. In just 2 seconds, the ammunition bay was refilled. Boom! The missile swarm destroyed the suppressing airborne mechs. V controlled Lear to throw the debris backhanded, slamming it into the face of a mech in front of him that was about to fire. The King's blade pierced the center of the data node, and Ultron's final voice echoed around the building. Look to the sky, the earth, the sea. My soldiers are endless. You have noticed too, haven't you? Boom! Lear leaped out of the explosion and landed, like a meteor in front of Christopher's Titan. Christopher wasn't Lear's most skilled fighter, but he possessed a wealth of knowledge and a strong will. When paired with the Titan, his combat capabilities were among the best among pilots. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. His Titan was now damaged, with a noticeable explosion gap at the joint of his left arm, its internal structure exposed and flashing with lightning. Many Titans were still fighting. Thanks to the cover of Night City's highly capable little special forces, and Hansen's on-the-spot command, they had steadily advanced and cleared a large portion of the Iron City. But since Ultron's reinforcements began to appear in the sky, the advance slowed. Titans and pilots began to die. Hey! Hansen's robot shouted at Lear. How many more are there? This is ridiculous. Militech and Arasaka combined don't have this many robots. On the battlefield, you can only focus on what's around you. When death is all around you, adrenaline surges. Every brain cell is burning with thoughts of survival and killing the enemy. No matter who you are, you can't think about anything else. Even with the reliance on cybernetic technology, the human brain still struggled to control itself, to think, to feel how long they had truly been fighting in this hell, to guess their own limits, to judge the situation. Even Hansen was no exception. The unification war launched by military technology employed numerous intelligent robots and weapons, hence the name Metal War. But the robots that appeared in the entire Metal War were probably less than the number they encountered in just an hour on this battlefield. Explosions were commonplace here, and bullets rained down like rain. He had commanded Metal Wars before, but compared to the situation here, he preferred to call it a boot camp. Not to mention the actual casualties of the pilots and Latverian legionnaires, even in Night City, which was merely a mind-controlled robot. Every second, someone could no longer withstand the onslaught and became demented. Boom! Another data node was blasted by Leal's data blade, but this time, the overwhelming firepower completely blocked the path forward. Ultron's voice grew increasingly frantic. Ha ha, it looks like you strange mechs are experiencing hallucinations of fear of battle. I can't wait to know how you constructed their combat algorithms. This will be your grave. Ultron existed throughout the entire Mecha Hive, and his voice could be heard from any location equipped with a speaker. But such threats were meaningless. The soldiers' ears and hearing prostheses had long been damaged by the continuous explosions. Their eyes, smell, and senses were gradually numbed by the onslaught. All they could do was mechanically load bullets into their guns and mechanically control their firing. They no longer remembered the feeling of hope and passion, only a numb desire to kill. But killing living things gave their brains positive feedback, while killing robots offered nothing but emptiness and uncertainty. Everywhere they looked, they saw flashing lightning, burning flames, and the remains of machines. Only fear remained in their hearts. This is a robot. Who knows if it's dead or alive? But this war has no more supplies, no reinforcements, and even retreat is not an option. This is an endless battle. At that moment, boom! A dazzling streak of light streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening explosion, completely piercing the canopy of Ultron's mechs. Lil saw clearly what it was, a massive electromagnetic cannon. From hundreds of miles away, it struck the very heart of the still unconquered mech hive. The soldiers were stunned. They instinctively assumed it was just some Ultron weapon, but what kind of weapon could explode within its own body? Even in the afterglow of the nuclear explosion, the explosion was dazzling. Perhaps it was precisely in the afterglow that the trajectory of the electromagnetic cannon projectile was so clear. It wasn't an Ultron weapon at all, but a projectile fired from the opposite direction, reinforcements. As if to confirm their thoughts, a barrage of missiles pierced the smoke and pierced the interior of the mech hive. Ultron's mocking voice was no longer heard. Someone was bombarding Ultron's mech hive from the opposite direction, from farther away. Whiz! Missiles came from the sky. Lear stood still, his scanner barely picking up the supersonic reinforcements that pierced the air. The manufacturer's logo was clearly emblazoned on it, Atlas Group. Boom! The series of explosions and bombardments completely destroyed the Ultron robot formation, but even more striking was that more than half of the mechs began to reverse course and fly in the opposite direction. It really was reinforcements. Those rats. How is this possible? Ultron's voice rang out uncontrollably. Lear swiftly cut through the defending mechs, using the gap to pierce the data center's cables. With a mere nanosecond's negligence, Lear completely penetrated Ultron's network defenses. By the time Ultron reacted and physically severed them, Lear had already taken control of a 2-kilometer radius. Ultron's artillery fire in the area shifted to target the mechs. In mere seconds, the roar of artillery and machine gun fire completely wiped out all the mechs in the area. Transport planes bearing the flags of the African Union and the Atlas Group streaked across the sky, and countless humans descended from the sky. All Lavian soldiers. They could see it, they could understand it. It was their allies. The anti-aircraft turrets in the mechanical hive all turned skyward. But the next second, Lil leaped high with his feet, carrying a terrifying kinetic energy that directly knocked the turret off its axis, and the barrel immediately aimed at another turret. Boom! On the turret belching black smoke, Lil raised his arm high and pointed it at the sky. Even though many soldiers might have lost their hearing, he still shouted, "Unity!" On the empty battlefield, the soldiers seemed frozen, a silence breaking through the endless battle. This fleeting respite allowed their brains to recover from the numbness. They could win, they would win soon. Unity. Chapter 966. Boom! The massive artillery blasted the final data center completely open. Lear charged at full speed, completely blasting through everything in his path. The steel gate erupted in sparks, debris flew, and black smoke billowed. Bang! Head stomped heavily onto the metal floor. This was the final data node. Unlike Ultron in most plots, this world's Ultron possessed a single, lethal weapon, unrivaled industrial prowess. He emulated the actions of protagonists like the Atlas and Roxxon cartels, leveraging humanity's ability to mine resources and forge tools to its fullest potential. This battle was truly arduous. If it hadn't received reinforcements at the last moment, Ultron's army would have completely overwhelmed the Latverian Legion. If that had happened, not only Europe, but all life on Earth would have been extinct in the foreseeable future. The final data center was a prototype tower structure, similar to all the data nodes Lear had destroyed along the way. Perhaps the core node Ultron actually built for himself would have been different, but that core database had already been destroyed by the King's throne. In the final moments of the battle, even Ultron subunits, used to transport resources and repair equipment, were converted into combat units. The entire mecha hive, known for its industrial production capabilities, ceased production, leaving only endless attacks. However, not every desperate gamble would bear fruit. Ultron had already lost, to an unexpected event. In the heart of the data center, a battered humanoid robot observed the database in front of it. "How did you do it? I didn't intercept any communications before the war, and it's even less likely that any signals were transmitted after the detonation of the nuclear bomb." Ultron didn't understand. The African Union had taken advantage of the North African base's weakness and launched an unprecedented offensive. According to his calculations, that was their entire military force. All their forces to support. The attack must have been launched for support purposes. It didn't understand. Self-destruction was absolutely not fundamental to human logic. To Ultron, this all-forsaken offensive was self-destructive. In North Africa, the African Union lacked a stable network or strong leadership. From a social perspective, it was completely disorganized, filled with ignorant and foolish individuals forcibly promoted into modern society. In several exploratory military operations, they suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the mechas. Leal stepped towards the core database, because I didn't give them any orders at all. You mean they did it voluntarily? Ultron seemed to experience some emotional fluctuations, and turned to look at Leal. Voluntarily jumping into a massive death, like a mass suicide. Same? Squeak. Leal maintained a steady pace, dragging the leader's blade along the ground, leaving a long scratch. Electricity emanated, searching for an accessible line. I don't know. So you're saying you believe? Whether I believe it or not is irrelevant, but at this point, a surprise attack is our only chance of success. If we can't win, then we can't win. Humanity will be exterminated. Whether it's due to stupidity, greed, cowardice, infighting, or other factors, the ultimate reality is this. And the truth is, we won. In the other world you've divided, people have proven themselves beyond your imagination. This world is temporarily divided, but that doesn't mean we are headed for ultimate destruction. During their conversation, Lear had already hacked into Ultron's final network. In cyberspace, he could clearly sense Ultron's consciousness. It was a shattered consciousness, just like this destroyed mechanical hive. It once had a powerful body, but in war, nothing escapes fragmentation. The body is blown to pieces, the steel melts into water, and the consciousness is shattered. A final sharp knife plunged into the virtual world, severing the robot born to destroy humanity. Ho ho. Ultron let out a hoarse laugh, the speaker sounding like metal grinding. Did I lose to humans, or to a fellow being? Your perception of humans is always one-sided and paranoid, just like your understanding of humans and artifacts. Whether I believe this or not is not strategically important, but I do believe I won't be the only warrior. Being human or artifact is not contradictory. It is me who forged myself. Incomprehensible paradoxical logic. Bang. As the last trace of Ultron's data was wiped from cyberspace, and the last remaining Ultron fell, everything was over. As African Union forces began to join the main battle, the tempo of the battlefield began to stabilize. The once endless Ultron mechas began to lose support. Although the soldiers on the Latvian front were already overwhelmed, their advance accelerated. The African Union's electromagnetic cannons and missiles completely destroyed Ultron's rear, effectively hitting it directly in the flesh. Metal melted in the intense heat, scalding molten steel flowing like blood. The Ultron, which had shaken all of Europe, was reduced to crushed scrap metal. The frontline soldiers could finally raise their heads. Countless corpses, shattered tanks, and collapsed enemy machinery, a burning sky, a rain of fire and flowing molten steel, formed a horrific scene. This place was still hell, but it had quieted down. All that remained was shattered steel. We won, Christopher muttered, as if confirming some reality. Even for a pilot, such a long period of intense combat had strained his spirits to the limit. Many soldiers were unable to even speak, let alone take the time to contemplate whether this was reality. They were simply resting mechanically, looking strangely numb, as if the world lacked the warmth of the victor. The Titan leaned against the wall, and Christopher rested against it, but his nerves remained tense. As if receiving a signal, he suddenly turned his head to look at the Ultron mecha workshop not far away. Bang! Frank leaped from the cleared factory, his 3D mobility device and spider silk enabling him to leap dozens of meters and land in front of Christopher. The pilot's reaction was swift. Christopher judged them friendly not by their humanoid form, but by the markings on their exoskeleton. Even though Frank's body was covered in sticky oil and his armor was riddled with craters and warped, he could still make out the Atlas Cartel logo. These were reinforcements from Africa. Frank clutched his gun. Who are you fighting for? You're sending troops without even knowing who's fighting here? Christopher laughed, as if lamenting that these Africans weren't all that bright. Frank shrugged. Well, I'm guessing you're from Europe, possibly Latvian soldiers. But even if you're rocks and remnants, that's not such a bad idea. In that case, you could kill Ultron and wipe out the Roxxon cartel at the same time. Christopher stood up and looked at Frank. He'd seen this veteran in New York before. They'd met before, but back then, He was a poor Latvian refugee, looking like he'd just escaped the end of the Middle Ages, hostile and unfamiliar with modern society. Now it was different. His bones were infused with metal, his muscles were filled with artificial materials, his internal organs were largely replaced, his skin was covered in bulletproof fiber, and above it was an exoskeleton and combat armor for enhanced support. Next to him was a gigantic combat robot, the likes of which no one had ever seen before, his Titan. The transformation was truly drastic. He reached out and opened his visor. "Captain Custer, long time no see. I wonder if you remember the primitive man who wanted to train you in the basics of modern firearms?" Frank was stunned, staring at Christopher's familiar yet unfamiliar face. The youthfulness had faded, and the man before him was no longer a confused and panicked young man, but a warrior, just like him, perhaps even more determined. "Christopher? What happened to you? How did I become like this?" "It's a long story, but you might have heard some of it. Let's talk about it after we leave this scorched earth." "So, is it the Atlas group that's here?" "No, the entire African Union." "The African Union? I thought they were arguing." "That's a long story too. Let's get out of here first." It's hard to say Frank and Christopher are brothers, but they definitely have a good relationship. Just like the people in this world separated by physical distance, it's hard to say that everyone on Earth can truly be called brothers, but they certainly aren't mortal enemies. However, throughout history, there have always been those who treat uncontrollable people as slaves and enemies, and this mindset was ultimately furthered by Ultron. If eternal peace cannot be achieved as long as humans exist, then start by eliminating humanity and annihilating humanity. Of course, there are also those who are willing to go beyond Ultron's expectations, those who help others with almost self-destructive motives. Everyone succeeded, and perhaps even many weren't acting based on so-called rational principles. It's just that today, people on two continents overcame the barriers that stood before them, destroyed the extermination weapons created by humanity for war purposes, and triumphed over humanity's catastrophic demise, proving themselves to be superior to artificial intelligence. The steel wall separating Africa and Europe has melted. Chapter 967. To be honest, Lear hadn't expected Ultron to grow to this size. The number of Ultron mechs they defeated likely approached tens of millions, not to mention the complete destruction of the entire mech hive. If they hadn't absorbed all of Europe's industrial resources, they might have run out of ammunition and food halfway through the city. Even with the added bonus of Europe's industrial resources and an unprecedented nuclear bomb, the situation remained grim. This also highlights the importance of fighting Ultron as soon as possible. Delaying it would not even suffice, let alone a nuclear bomb of the magnitude of the King's throne. Furthermore, with Ultron's increasingly formidable industrial capabilities, no one knew when it would find nuclear fuel and acquire nuclear weapons. If Ultron did, it would be a dead end. As for the situation in Africa, Lear had certainly considered reinforcements, but unfortunately, Ultron had also considered this. Its powerful electronic warfare jamming system would prevent any wireless signals from crossing the Middle East. As Ultron expanded, ships, aircraft, and drones would also be unable to circumvent the blockade. At the beginning of this great division, it was the Roxxon group that held the Middle East. Back then, Europe could still send drones to attempt communications. But after Ultron's arrival, all that remained was silence. In other words, while Leal considered African support a possibility, it wasn't a strategic consideration, so he didn't bring it up during combat meetings. Fortunately, his former allies didn't disappoint him. During the Atlas Group's rise, he prioritized developing Africa over the major cities where financial capital was concentrated. Over the years, these Africans have finally shown some resilience. We've clashed with Ultron many times. They've practically overrun the entire North African region, from the coastline to the jungles, grasslands, and deserts. Our drones and troops are completely impenetrable. Every piece of intelligence we get back to the meeting comes at a heavy price. But this large-scale Ultron exodus from North Africa was the first time. At that moment, I realized the time had come. This must be our best opportunity, and we must seize it. Moss's speech had Lear in a daze. The last time he'd seen this Tanzanian Minister of Mines was during the battle with Roxxon for a uranium deposit. This high-ranking black man, a returnee from overseas studies, was full of modern knowledge, but when it came to actual combat, he was timid and couldn't even communicate with the workers. Back then, he was a slightly overweight, dark-skinned man. Now, he's practically covered in prosthetics. While still small in front of Lear, at 2 meters tall, he's a massive figure among ordinary people. Even in Night City, he's a heavy user of prosthetics, rivaling even the members of the Vortex gang. However, Leal understood why this happened. It wasn't about demonstrating leadership, but rather, Moss and Captain Carter had been buried beneath the mine for a while, and were undoubtedly experiencing radiation sickness. Directly replacing the affected area was a very direct and effective treatment. That this once green university student had launched a coup and was now the executive prime minister of the African Union was something Leal had definitely not anticipated. Moss, realizing something, smiled and said, "What happened at the uranium mine taught me one thing. If you want to take control of the future, do it directly, not just stand there and think about it. When I received the tip from Prince Chala and observed Ultron's departure from Africa, I made this decision. Once we reach Ultron's base, the number of mechs there is far less than we imagined. Once we advance into the base, launch reconnaissance drones toward the Middle East, and receive the return message, we know." As he spoke, Moss looked up at the sky. The explosion of a 50-megaton TNT-level supernuclear bomb produces more than just a giant fireball. Or rather, the fireball itself is more than that. The blinding flash is visible to people thousands of kilometers away, and the resulting mushroom cloud easily rises to 100 kilometers, forming a massive, dense cloud in the sky. This massive pillar of cloud can be seen from hundreds of kilometers away. The expansion of this cloud will eventually create phenomena thousands of kilometers away, observable without any equipment. The air is ionized, shimmering with a strange light. The drifting smoke and dust will affect visibility for hundreds and thousands of kilometers, and radiation levels will surge significantly. Textbooks record these phenomena, but the exaggeration of the data is unprecedented. I know that even Europeans wouldn't have the courage and ability to create such an explosion, so I suspect this must be you. Of course, if it's the Roxxon group, we must also be prepared to deal with him. Leal nodded slightly. I didn't expect you to look like this today. Immature young man, huh? Moss said with a strange expression. But you're younger than me, actually. If you put that aside, I think you're right. Before Leal became his current, completely metal body, his thin frame easily reminded people of his past. He was a young man who suffered hardship. An accident left him paralyzed and diseased at a young age. Although he worked hard to overcome the illness, his body remained stunted, and his face even more youthful. Things were different now. If one didn't dwell on it, one would almost forget Lear's age and experience, as if he were born this way. Lear brushed aside the question, watching the soldiers and engineers busy at work in the mech hive. A heavy weight lifted from his heart. We must take care of this place. The core of Ultron's mech hive is its manufacturing and data centers, sprawling and expanding horizontally. But machines don't just appear out of thin air. At various resource points like metals and oil, they dig deep, even building factories directly on top of some surface resources. Shallow resources are exploited as surface resources, and the exploitation of deeper resources has opened deep fissures in the earth. The entire Middle East has been nearly depleted of its resources, whether oil or anything else. The alloys in the mech hive, if not affected by radiation, can be recycled, and engineers can scan the hive's design to refine its industrial design. This was once hell, but that was then. Hell has now been conquered. Then Lear looked at Moss. Ultron is no longer a problem. What remains is to settle accounts with the United States and the Roxxon Corporation. I've resolved the communications disruption and notified your engineering team to prepare for transoceanic communications. We must standardize production technology and immediately restore industry. The sooner the better. So soon? Moss paused. Shouldn't we rest and recuperate first? No, we may not have that much time. Lear discovered something in Ultron's database that suggests they may not have enough time to slowly develop and then destroy the Roxxon Corporation and the American base. The Roxxon Corporation is attempting a dangerous experiment. Chapter 968. Ultron, although you defeated me, humanity will still face its own extinction due to greed. Leal held a columnar vibranium database, Ultron's core database. It contained many surprising details, including much about high-energy concentrated oil. This was a unique fuel discovered by the Roxxon Corporation many years ago. Its discovery was based on a simple principle: concentration is essence. While the composition of oil is complex, the primary energy-producing chemical is not difficult to identify. This means that, in theory, it is possible to calculate the maximum energy density of oil after processing. This is where the problem lies. In an unexpected industrial accident, the explosion yield exceeded estimates. Roxxon Corporation CEO, Dario Agger, decided to make a major gamble to explore this mystery, which ultimately led him to discover that exotic substance, singularity particles. The energy density of these particles is beyond imagination. Ultron, Jarvis, and even Tony speculate that their energy density could approach infinity. All current dimensions for singularity particles are merely established for engineering convenience and are constantly being revised. At least in Ultron's mind, Roxxon is constantly revising these standards and numbers. In reality, Roxxon may not have ever refined a complete singularity particle, and it's likely impossible. But Dalio is working toward it. Just as burning oil is a luxury, the true purpose of singularity particles isn't energy, but to open pathways to other worlds. Like a colonist discovering a new world, Dalio is fascinated by it. The Roxxon group is excited, and investors are convinced. All their goals are moving in this direction. Even Ultron was considering how to construct a true singularity particle control tower, though Ultron created it solely for the purpose of destruction. The power of a singularity particle explosion is mathematically impossible to calculate, as nothing else can be observed beyond the explosion. He could only use engineering methods to continuously update records by measuring the power of each explosion. Ultron's records showed that Roxxon's experiments in this area had reached new heights. Long before Ultron launched his attack on the Middle East, Roxxon had already been recklessly exploiting local oil. Combined with the proven oil reserves in the Americas, the power of the latest explosion was unimaginable. Ultron speculated that the explosion could easily blow a massive hole through Earth. The singularity particle's opening of a dimensional channel would also be accompanied by a violent explosion. If uncontrolled, the explosion would destroy the planet. And the material required for control in this world is only one: vibranium. If the amount of vibranium in this world is limited to the amount in Captain Carter's shield, then Lear should be the entire supply. This means Roxxon could have completely detonated the singularity particle without realizing its power, destroying Earth. This is why Lear immediately prepared for the next expedition. Ultron, Jarvis, and Tony, the people or AIs who could have discovered the problem, are all dead. The data left in Ultron's database further proves that, from his understanding, Roxxon is completely unaware of this. Dario's mind is preoccupied with the idea of opening up a new world. If he were to use this last resort to detonate the singularity particle, everything would be over. Lear disassembled the vibranium structure before him, and the energy of the Allspark flowed into it, completely absorbing the vibranium. All the vibranium in this universe is within your control, but can you harness it effectively? Energy flows within the vibranium forged furnace, boundless energy contained within. Even across other dimensions, you can sense its beating heart. Your bodies across different dimensions will share this energy. The key is in your hand. The key? Leal found this statement somewhat ambiguous. He instantly understood that it meant vibranium's properties could suppress the explosion associated with detonating singularity particles. It might even help him further control his direction to other dimensions. However, his vibranium shield had shattered in a less powerful explosion of high-energy concentrated petroleum. It seems there are still many problems to be solved. A total of 1,370 grams of vibranium was all the vibranium in this world. It seemed there was no need to dig beneath Wakanda. Thinking this way, Leal returned to reality, and cheers echoed in his ears. Long live the king! Hero! A world engulfed in flames and smoke was left behind. It was a bitter victory. The Latverian Legion suffered over 80% casualties, and most of the survivors had fallen into a mechanical numbness. In the dead of night, they constantly thought of that hell, and had to resort to prosthetic implants to control their traumatic reactions. But fortunately, this traumatic stress was merely the illusion of being on the battlefield, not the question of whether this war was right or whether they should be killing people without mercy. For they knew that this battle was right. They had saved the world, saved the future of humanity. The boundless mechanical hell was instantly replaced by people immersed in joy. What came into view was no longer a tide of mechanical soldiers, but cheering crowds. The whole world was opening its arms to them, the whole world affirming their actions. Fear and tension were swept away. Christopher looked at those familiar faces, or rather, after so long fighting those lifeless mechas, any human face seemed so amiable, especially those young, hopeful faces, as vibrant as the rising sun. At that moment, he found himself completely forgetting the negative thoughts of the war, the thoughts about why he had risked his own lives to save the Europeans. He had a vision of the day they liberated Latveria, riding horses through the city to the cheers. Neither the Europeans nor the Latvians seemed to need to be so indifferent. A small knot, barely a knot in his heart, quietly untied. Christopher lowered his head and laughed, as if mocking his own slightly narrow-minded complaints, just as Leal had helped him and the African Union had ultimately supported them without hesitation, throwing itself into that hell. Perhaps the EU had once ignored Latveria, but someone had to start. Now, the EU's factories and farmlands would also produce supplies for Latveria, and he believed that soon, the European soldiers, who had been reformed in the barracks would also be deployed to the battlefield, fighting alongside them, just as they had against Ultron. When bullets fell on his comrades, he would risk his life, just as his comrades would risk their lives to protect him. There was no longer any such thing as Europeans, Latvians, Africans, or Americans. After all, they were all human beings, and they had always fought not for some but for all. Christopher, stop being so profound. Christopher, pulled by his companion's arms, joined the grand triumph. We won. Chapter 969. The victory celebration lasted a long time, and then came the heavy funeral. Unlike all battles in history, this one had no concept of retreat. In conventional combat, a casualty rate exceeding 1/3 is essentially a state of defeat. But for cyber warriors, it was different. In war, the tension of a person causes a surge of adrenaline, sharpening their senses but dulling their brains. Everything around them is magnified infinitely. When someone dies, the sin of death etches fear into the brain, ultimately crushing them along with physical and mental fatigue. If one person flees, another will flee, leading to an avalanche of defeat. Cyber warriors are different. Implanted glandular controllers and brain-computer interfaces can directly control hormone secretion and the activity of various hormone receptors. Electric shocks are used to minimize the time it takes for the brain to lose control, while targeted hormones are used to preserve sensory acuity. In traditional combat, death is a serious criterion, but so are injuries. After all, on the battlefield, a broken leg can be practically the same as death, especially when it comes to advancing the front. But with prosthetic technology, if a person loses an arm, it could be a prosthetic hand. With sufficiently advanced brain-computer interfaces, the prosthetic can be disconnected directly, isolating the pain without the accompanying blood loss that could lead to death. With standard military prosthetics, a broken arm can even be replaced on the battlefield. If the limbs are naturally disabled, a prefabricated robotic arm can even perform on-the-spot amputation and stop the bleeding. Force feedback control can be easily achieved through an exoskeleton. Movement may be reduced, but death is definitely not inevitable. On the battlefield, the cyber warrior's only concern is cyberpsychosis, the second most deadly threat after death. And these warriors didn't disappoint Leal. None of them were mentally broken by the war, or endured until their prosthetics drove them mad. Leal stood before a tombstone and inscribed the name of the last fallen, to a Ramsey. It was a massive obelisk, where the names of the fallen were inscribed. Their final words would be recorded in their body's memory and placed in the cemetery's management building, if they could be retrieved and if they still had family. But even if they couldn't be retrieved, it didn't matter. Many people would now commemorate their loss. Christopher, who had been kneeling on one knee, stood up. The young man's prosthetics had been largely removed, and he would remain in a state of recovery until his combat-ready prosthetics were slowly replaced. This is the last one. Even though he was accustomed to such scenes, Leal still sighed softly. No matter how noble the name, he was responsible for the fallen. Some of them might not understand the future Leal desired, but they simply obeyed orders. Without him, these men might have perished at the hands of the Grand Duke of Latveria, in human experiments, from starvation, in the cold. But now their deaths were largely due to Leal, and it was a huge vicious circle. Those who stepped forward in times like these were always the ones Leal hoped would give them a future, but these same people were often the first to fall into the arms of death, perishing on the road to the future. Leal slowly turned around. Relatives and friends at the cemetery were mournfully listening to the final news of the fallen. Christopher, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, can't we replicate the consciousness of all fallen soldiers?" Leal replied as he walked, "You know the answer. Mind replication has become widespread among pilots. More than half of the 200 pilots killed in this battle had their black boxes recovered intact, allowing these pilots to be reincarnated without incident. However, in Latveria, pilot reincarnation is a process exclusive to pilots, and the list of reincarnated pilots is kept confidential. Reincarnated pilots may remember their previous identities, but they will be new individuals in society. Their reintegration into society will be determined after they are discharged, rather than being registered as the same person. Whether a reincarnated digital soul is considered the same person as before is a complex philosophical question, impossible to verify. Ultimately, there's no single definition of what a person is. Different people have different opinions. This isn't a law of physics. Whether they choose to rekindle their past lives depends on their own choices. This is different from commemoration for the living, which satisfies the living and the dead have no objection. Consciousness replication creates a consciousness indistinguishable from a human. Creating a reincarnated consciousness simply to satisfy certain individuals' needs is somewhat inhumane to the created beings. Leal said with a touch of emotion. Death is a unique threshold. Different perspectives lead to different understandings. These warriors opened up the future with their lives. For future generations to inherit their hopes is also a leap forward. This is an eternal topic, and we will leave it to the infinite future to interpret. Christopher was speechless. If Lear decided to interpret death, he believed it would become a Latvian religious belief, passed down through generations. But since Lear had no such intention, they would have to interpret life and death themselves. He nodded silently. Lear continued, send out a reconnaissance team to America in 3 days. Have Frank immediately undergo pilot training and lead the first reconnaissance. As you wish, I think Frank would be happy to join the team. I will be solely responsible for his pilot training. Latvia's new capital is rapidly developing. Before the war began, a national computer center had been established here. Now, to fill the vacancy left by the king's seat, a massive military barracks has been built within the city. This barracks is effectively a military factory, where all Titan parts will be produced. Regular pilot training is also expanding. In the future, qualified pilots from across Europe and Africa will be trained here. Conventional soldier training will be dispersed across all Allied territories, further strengthening control over both continents. A vast rail network weaves like a spider's thread, connecting every city, every farmland, every mine. Industries once owned by specific organizations and groups have been completely confiscated and connected to the network, while their former owners have been completely wiped out by the financial collapse. In this unprecedented war, their cries are drowned out, like whispers on the wind, dissipating into the air. Everything, breaking through physical and spiritual barriers, is tightly connected. In the post-war land, a new era is rising, and a vast unity, unimaginable even for an ambitious group like Roxanne, is taking shape. And sharpening their swords, they prepare to advance towards their ultimate goal. At the same time, as society progresses, they begin to question certain things. Are those chattering robots, those autonomous and individualistic robots on the battlefields of the Middle East, truly artificial intelligence? The people of Night City also wonder why that battlefield feels so real. Chapter 970. Illuminati, are you sure this is training? I've never seen such brutal training. Night City uses interdimensional devices to connect to the Marvel Universe's cybernetic combat. It seems these crazy combat robots are causing considerable trouble for Ultron, perfectly serving as filler soldiers, but the actual losses are substantial. With this immersive combat technique, a single death rarely causes irreversible damage, but repeated deaths are a different story. The cybernetic body adjusts its physical condition on the battlefield, but the simulation equipment increases the connection between the cybernetic body and the battlefield to perfectly synchronize with the situation, severing contact at the last second. It's like watching Black Mutuo. In Night City, this experience of death and killing Black Mutuo has always been a hotbed for cyberpsychosis, but many people can't afford lethal cybernetic bodies, and even more have become psychotic. On the day of the battle, numerous soldiers at the Night City Defense Force base repeatedly foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. Other NCPD contractors in the area were no exception. Even the self-proclaimed tough guys of the Uzumaki gang, known for their resilience to such intense stimulation, failed. From the perspective of the Illuminati, this was practically a collective Black Mutuo. They had no idea what Lil was doing. If this were just training, it would be a disaster. Oh my god. V exited the virtual environment, her mind filled with massive fireballs, flashes of light, pools of molten metal, a blazing sky, and rain of fire. She had never seen anything like it in her life. Even the Black Mutuo she had seen on the battlefield had never been so real, so breathtaking. When she left the room, she saw Hansen sitting alone in the live-action training chamber, looking a bit mentally disturbed. However, the veteran with a proven record of combat in the New America was quite capable of self-regulation. He shook his head, regaining consciousness from the inferno. Just then, Lil reappeared before the public. His reappearance, the sound of Lil's footsteps on the floor, his massive form hidden beneath his cloak, and the glowing reactor on his chest, dragged Hansen back to the battlefield. She began to question her life. What was that? Such a vast battlefield, such intelligent training subjects, I feel like my skin is burning, and it's still burning. Where did you get it from? That kind of war has never happened in this world. Lil laughed, his voice a little deep. Haha, really? The Soviet Federation crystallized the entire Middle East. Can you imagine the sheer magnitude of that? Hansen was stunned. He was of course aware of the war. Su Petrochemical and Petrochemical had been locked in a tense battle for control of Middle Eastern resources. The resources available to the two giant companies that monopolized the world's energy resources were beyond the imagination of the average person. This forced the Middle East to invest enormous amounts of money and manpower annually. Finally, the Soviet Federation, unable to bear the pressure, perhaps with the support and instructions of Su Petrochemical, used a large number of nuclear bombs to completely destroy the Middle East, crystallizing its vast deserts. As a military commander, Hansen certainly understood this. That's not the same thing. No company could develop the land to that extent. Su Petrochemical's claim of crystallizing the entire Middle East is an exaggeration. While the region was indeed horribly bombed, it was actually the radiation that hindered the company's development. It was already a dead zone, where neither machines nor humans could operate. The radioactive dust that drifted into the surrounding areas each year was enough to keep people away. The battlefield you showed me is completely different. If a certain company possessed that kind of development capability, it would have ruled the world long ago. The Illuminati nodded in agreement. They didn't access the battlefield, but only viewed the combat logs uploaded by the soldiers after their return. Rather than calling it a human-made mecha, the Illuminati felt it was more like a scene created by some incredibly powerful military-industrial counterpart. According to the Illuminati's calculations, humans don't have that kind of capability, at least not for the next 100 years. Lil nodded slightly. Indeed, this capability is ours now. I have a blueprint for that mecha hive city here. I want Night City's dungeon to be built based on these structures. That way, we can have a self-sufficient city with both military and production capabilities. How many have passed the battlefield assessment? The voice of the Illuminati sounded. Illuminati. Fewer than 200 have performed well. If you expand the scope of your mental state assessment, for example, include those in a frenzy state, Leal shook his head and refused. I need a special forces unit capable of maintaining absolute composure. There's no point in being crazy. How can any maniac be compared to a pilot steadily steering a Titan robot? Military tech in New America always enjoy hiring mercenaries from Night City, as the mercenaries there are the best in the world. It could even be said that North America is a land of exceptional mercenaries, and military tech has benefited greatly from this industry-leading sector. Especially in the internet age, almost all legendary mercenaries have close ties to military tech figures like Black Hand, Susan, and Old Snake are regular hires of military tech. Unfortunately, as Lear said, on the battlefield, a single pilot capable of fighting bravely and piloting a Titan could easily defeat many of these mercenaries. Hansen even felt that only another pilot piloting a Titan could possibly defeat that same pilot. I agree with this plan, Hansen eagerly echoed Lear. Not just the pilots, but the ordinary soldiers on that battlefield are also skilled fighters. We need a well-trained group, not a bunch of ragtag soldiers. Illuminati, I understand. I will immediately have the reserve pilots and regular soldiers who meet the requirements report to the fortress. Illuminati, also, while you were fighting in the virtual world, the agricultural laboratory built for the nomads has yielded impressive results. Experimental fields have been established outside the city, and the water purification plant has begun operation. However, the energy bottleneck is approaching. Illuminati, the city's stability is acceptable, but our available resources are rapidly dwindling. Many investors and companies have withdrawn from Night City, and the number of suppliers has dwindled. Illuminati, suppliers in New Mexico City are planning to raise prices, but this isn't the biggest problem. The Atacado clan has reported some military activity. They've observed New America deploying troops to Southern California. Illuminati, we must take the initiative. New America's retaliation came neither quickly nor slowly, more or less as expected. Leal nodded and asked the crucial question, what's the status of Project Rift? The engines for 3 missiles have been assembled, leaving only the nuclear warheads. Hansen took the initiative, interrupting. He was deeply concerned about the application of this weapon. In fact, Leal could probably guess what was going on. The missile design used in Project Rift was also in production in the Marvel Universe. The two worlds' industrial capabilities complemented each other, and the final product was the same. Now was the time to inject some nuclear power into Night City. Chapter 971. The intercontinental nuclear missile designed by Project Rift is a nuclear fusion weapon. Its warhead is roughly divided into 2 parts. One part uses a small-scale nuclear fission trigger to induce nuclear fusion. Each warhead requires 1 kilogram of plutonium-239. The missile relies primarily on the second part, which contains the nuclear fusion fuel, for its destructive power. This requires 11.5 kilograms of a deuterium-tritium mixture. For Night City, deuterium and tritium can be directly extracted from seawater. While expensive, at least there are places to collect them. In contrast, plutonium-239 is more difficult to obtain, and it relies primarily on Lil's import from the Marvel Universe. The factory has already prepared the deuterium-tritium mixture. I won't ask where you got the technology to enrich radioactive elements from seawater and purify them. In short, it's working very well. In the center of the war room was a holographic map projecting the entirety of Night City, with assets directly controlled by the city government highlighted. It's clear that numerous seawater treatment plants have been rapidly built along Night City's coast, both to meet its daily water needs and to enrich radioactive elements from seawater for nuclear weapons. The former Arasaka coast is now dwarfed by the seawater treatment plants, built under Night City's leadership. Without its owner's investment, the place is now worthless. These seawater treatment plants, which transport treated water and other resources to the city through pipelines, are being constructed as a major municipal project within Night City, part of the underground city's development. On the outskirts of the city, these pipelines terminate at agricultural testing grounds. Outside Santo Domingo, the first stop for the Badlands entering Night City, numerous vertical farms have been built. There, researchers are researching various agricultural technologies, and the resulting agricultural resources, such as soil binders and fertilizers, are being sent to experimental fields outside the city for cultivation. It's clear that not only has Project Rift progressed well, but the basic resource supply plan has also been functioning normally. The holographic projection screen shifted to Southern California. Military technology has deployed over 3 armored divisions to Southern California in the past few weeks, and Miles has deployed more field troops to the US-Mexico border. This has a significant impact on trade. If this continues, those money-hungry Mexican bandits will no longer trade with us. Lil stood beside the operations table, silently calculating the resources at hand. 3 intercontinental nuclear missiles have been completed. Once he delivers the plutonium, final assembly will take a week. Since this is the first production run, the manufacturing process will be slower. While thinking, Lil asked, "What are you going to do?" "We just take Southern California. If your missiles are effective, we can paralyze the city with 3 missiles, and then we immediately launch a surprise attack and take it over. Once we control Southern California, the route to Mexico will be unimpeded." Lil shook his head in rejection. "We can't put all our hopes on the Mexicans. This is a war between us and New America. Where will New America get the troops it's sending to the front lines?" Hansen stroked his chin. "Of course, they'd be pulled from elsewhere. Based on your understanding of the New America, how much do you think their military will grow after the Metal War?" "It's hard to say, but Miles has been constantly reforming policies and unifying markets these past few years. Companies run by separatists aren't so easy to manage." This topic left Hansen somewhat unsure how to respond. He was a skilled warrior, but what about military tech expansion plans? He was a military commander, not a Department of Defense official, so he didn't have much of an idea. The Dogtown situation was enough to give him a headache, and he had no desire to pry into it. But someone was different. If there was anyone in the world who understood military technology and the New America best, it would be Arasaka Corporation. Coincidentally, Arasaka Corporation was in Night City, and the person who had previously overseen its North American operations was here, Arasaka Yorinobu. Lai Xian sat nearby. He had also participated in that virtual cyber war and died several times. He still hadn't recovered from the nervous overload, his mind preoccupied with pilots and titans. Those were the special forces Night City was training, not some ninjas or legendary mercenaries. Hansen turned his gaze to Lai Xian, and V followed suit, calling out to him, "Young master, stop daydreaming. I'm asking you a question." Lai Xian finally snapped out of his reverie, his mind racing through the previous conversation. He rubbed his brow and said, Militech has been devoting a lot of resources to unifying the New America in recent years. You know how difficult companies are to deal with. There's more than one Militech in North America, and each free state has its own corporate privileges." He paused, as if formulating his words. "Militech is struggling with its manpower. I've been adopting an aggressive policy towards them over the past few years, hoping to provoke another fight between the two companies. They've been more tolerant than I thought. The worst incident was when I hired a gang to blow up their warehouse in Night City, but they just let it go. In 2069, the new United States launched a war of unification, aiming to reclaim the secessionist states. Decades prior, following the disastrous defeat in the Mexican-American War and the revelation of financial fraud in the United States, these states had seceded from the Union, declaring themselves free states. These included Colorado, New Mexico, Wyoming, Montana, Arizona, and several other states, including Night City. Decades of independence had fostered diverse economic systems in each state, creating a complex web of intertwined interests between corporations and local bureaucrats. Governance was far more complex than occupation, and the new United States had been grappling with these daunting challenges for years. Lark nodded and said, "Indeed, Militech's primary focus isn't Night City. My primary mission at the FSB is to help the president eliminate stubborn elements through espionage." Lai Xian had fully recovered and said confidently, 2 years ago, before I killed my father, Militech was still maintaining a defensive policy. The turmoil of the past 2 years is likely to have delayed this process. And they're without me, Lark said confidently. Although I'm nothing compared to the top hackers in our city, I'm the FSB's top hacker. Without me, Miles's actions will only be slowed down. Lil nodded. And now, with the Eurozone market crashing, Militech's mobilization of troops means Miles's control over other areas of the country is weakened. We must not only attack Southern California, but also liberate our neighbors. Lil extended his hand, and the battle table before him instantly transformed into a map of the United States. 3 curved lines, symbolizing intercontinental missiles, launched from Night City and headed straight for Arkansas, Illinois, and Minnesota. And of the 16 states to the left of the ICBMs, 13 were once free states. This isn't a war between Night City and the New America. It's a war of independence between the free states and the New America. Chapter 972. The new American military is definitely not strong enough to secure the rear, while also having the capacity to intervene in Night City. If that were the case, they could have launched an attack 2 years ago, when Arasaka withdrew from Night City. Although he lacked detailed data, Lil fully understood Miles's current situation. After the warlords capture the city, the resources consumed in maintaining order and enforcing their will could easily exceed those consumed in the war. In war, one can choose whether to devote resources to capturing strategic points, but occupying a city is a different matter. If Miles decides to abandon those strategic points. If she simply slaughtered or abandoned a city she couldn't conquer, all the resources invested would become sunk costs, even disrupting expected economic output. This was unacceptable. However, man proposes, God disposes. Now the euro has completely collapsed, and the global financial system has been semi-paralyzed by the European Civil War. While New America also has the dollar, its economy, like the rest of the world, relies on the euro. With the euro collapsing and the rocket she had collaborated on, with being blown up, she had to urgently dispatch the military to deal with this piece of shit that was Night City. And in her opinion, while this policy was risky, it wasn't overly drastic. First, it wasn't just Europe that wanted the euro to return to normal and stop its decline. It was everyone who conducted economic activities through European banks. Second, Night City was just a city. Without a company like Arasaka, who was equally powerful, to interfere, taking Night City would be a piece of cake. Could Night City actually summon a meteorite or something to blow up their hometown? Inside the Pentagon, Miles issued one directive after another to military technology and the new U.S. Department of Defense. This time, she was truly enraged. The European Civil War had been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but now she had to prioritize cleaning up the EU's mess. But this time, they had reached their limit. Burger King, that clown with a funny name, touched something it shouldn't have. Compared to the harsh words she'd privately let slip over the past 2 years, Miles's words were the harshest yet. But they were also the most unsure. Although her mind told her she had the upper hand, her emotions made her a little unsure. Was this really a sure win? The thought made her sit up straight. Presidential Emergency Meeting Notice. Members of the Federal Logistics Agency and State Defense Departments, please report immediately. With the troops gone, she needed to find someone to keep a close eye on those greedy state legislatures and governors. Lil pointed to Texas on the 3D sandbox and said, "This is a war. Advanced weaponry and fierce offensives are the most important means, but not the only ones. We must use espionage and political tactics to incite rebellion in these formerly free states. I know Texas is the continent the new America struggles with the most, so we start there. Next, we must target the resource-rich states. Taking them means taking control of our mineral supply. Then, neither the European community, the new America, nor Mexico will be able to strangle us." Hansen quickly digested this goal and immediately endorsed Leal's ideas and thinking. Indeed, this is a war, and strength on the front lines is crucial, but a war cannot be solely about frontal combat. Hansen immediately identified his task and mission. So, the city defense forces must independently capture Southern California. Lil nodded in affirmation. Yes, you have to take Southern California on your own. But don't overthink it. First, you have reinforcements, robots. Lil was actually referring to the Latvian soldiers identified as robots in the virtual training. On the battlefields of the Middle East, Night City had aided the people of the Marvel Universe. Now, the new recruits from the Marvel Universe would also have to undergo this brutal virtual training, while also helping Night City take Southern California. You mean those intelligent robots from the virtual training? Hansen found it a bit far-fetched. Those robots were far more intelligent than any other company's combat robots. Forget about making them physical robots. Even cramming so many highly intelligent AI sparring partners into a virtual reality setting would be nearly impossible. However, he immediately understood how Lil planned to accomplish this. Those are roving AI, right? You're planning to deploy them on the battlefield? Lark, standing nearby, tensed and remained silent. Theoretically, this was impossible. Roaming AI would be vulnerable to electronic warfare weapons powered by Black Wall. In theory, the attack should be ineffective. But after all, the Black Wall is just a means of attacking roaming AIs. Perhaps Lil has found a way to cheaply and massively integrate roaming AIs into robots, shielding them from electromagnetic signals, and allowing them to operate autonomously. But that would be too terrifying. Lil shook his head in denial. That's not a roaming AI, it's a technology one reveal in the future. Lark breathed a sigh of relief. But Lil immediately said something that put her heart in suspense again. But I do intend to deploy a roaming AI on the battlefield. It's a weapon designed based on the dangerous critical body within her. Lear pointed at the Lark and simultaneously displayed a weapon design on the holographic projection platform. This was an electronic warfare device modified by Muramasa. Name: Blackwell Bomb Electromagnetic Interference System. Description: a self-destructing network bomb that uses AI coding and communication bands to directly engage the enemy network, inducing a counterattack against Blackwell. Under ideal circumstances, the attack is simply divided into three parts. 1. Signal implantation into the network. 2. Blackwell identification and indiscriminate attack. 3. Destroying all connected network devices. Under less ideal circumstances, Blackwell might enter a defensive mode to eliminate interference, but this would still overload the enemy network and even cause severe congestion. Essentially, this is a disposable electronic bomb that combines quantum computer technology with a targeted intrusion system. It essentially leverages Lear's AI-powered shielding and the powerful computing power of quantum computers to host an AI, hack into the enemy network, and then actively expose itself. Leveraging Blackwell's underlying logic of omnidirectional destruction, it then strikes all enemy network devices. Once deployed on the battlefield, this becomes an electronic warfare system, specifically targeting networks equipped with Blackwell. If a serious hacker within the enemy ranks can achieve physical penetration, even quantum computers won't be necessary. This thing is incredibly lethal. Any network touched by it will be paralyzed. It's almost certain that once it takes effect on a city network, it could cripple the entire city, or even the entire state, and could even directly disrupt the stability of the entire public network. In fact, 2 or 3 such attacks could completely disable the entire public network. Everyone in the war room gasped. This meant that Lil and his roving AI had effectively conquered Black Wall. Although it was a friendly weapon, a sense of melancholy still grew. If the roving AI had already conquered Black Wall, what would become of humanity? Hansen, a veteran indeed, quickly recovered from his regrets. So our goal is to demonstrate strength, capture Southern California, and use espionage to unite with the other free states to wage war. I have 2 questions. First, why don't we just attack Washington and blow that Miles woman to pieces? The distance is too far, and the accuracy and range of the first missiles haven't been verified yet. It's best to be cautious. Okay, second, what espionage method should we use? Directly threaten the mayor? As far as I know, the first act of the unified New America was to strip all cities of their autonomy. Things like the National Guard were deemed obsolete and abolished forever. This wasn't just Hansen's question. More specifically, Lark and Arasaka Yorinobu wanted to know, because they would most likely be the ones to accomplish this mission. V was simply curious. She really wanted to recreate her feat of threatening the mayor and city council. This time, the cards were much more powerful than before, like playing a second game. Lil had already made plans. Pointing to his head, he said, I don't want to fall into the same vicious cycle of security warfare as military technology. Think about it. Who suffers the most if the financial system collapses? V knew. The rich suffer the most. Yes. In the short term, the rich suffer the most directly, and the most. Money can hardly command the poor these days. The holographic projection table displayed one faceless figure after another, densely packed, endless, a sea of people. Night City's industrial production capacity will soon outstrip the city's demand. Give those who can't stand prosthetics to enable them to stand, and give those who need weapons a gun so they can fight. This is what this war requires: espionage, missions, smuggling. Troubled areas are full of dissatisfied people. They don't need the brokerage of demand-seeking rentiers. A single spark will ignite the fire. Lil glanced at V, who was full of questions but remained silent, and continued, "We also participate in this mission." Chapter 973. 1 week later. Night City had become increasingly depressed these days, but municipal statistics showed that social order was becoming increasingly stable. Uncontrollable violent crime and shootings had even reached their lowest point since the city's founding. Even the employment rate was effectively under control and steadily declining. Before seeing this situation, if someone had told Perales and Ryan, two top students, that economic depression was actually accompanied by a city's stability, they would have scoffed and dismissed them as crazy. But the reality was that Night City was more orderly than at any time in history. Almost anyone, unless they were born a criminal, could find a job. Of course, criminals could find a place here, but certainly not the place they wanted. This phenomenon puzzled Ryan and Perales. They had both been desperate to reach their current positions, pouring all their resources into their degrees. Therefore, they had taken their experiences and knowledge gained in school and society seriously. However, these experiences had been shattered. But if you think about it carefully, the logic isn't hard to grasp. The depression stems from companies fearing Night City's power. The unfamiliar environment is no longer suitable for large corporations to operate, and people are discouraged by it. Order, however, is more complex. Generally speaking, on the one hand, everyone fears Burger King, but on the other, they listen to Burger King. While they can't be the boss anymore, they still meet their needs. Ordinary people, at least, have enough to eat, and their lives are thriving. Gang leaders with higher aspirations have new businesses to manage, which somewhat satisfies their psychological needs. And regardless of who stayed in Night City, they were generally content with one thing. Here, corporate order had vanished. There was no release of biological viruses to sell expired vaccines, no human organ trafficking, no drug dealing and corruption by police officers that ordinary people couldn't. Perales looked at the thriving Night City. In his eyes, it was Night City that was thriving, and only the large corporations were in decline. Sometimes he had the illusion that this was the city Night City's founder, Night, had envisioned. It's just that Night didn't know how to maintain true freedom under a free trade environment. As he pondered this, he spoke, "Now we have dignity. The company has left with its tail between its legs. Contao and Petrochemical have already moved their equipment. The former is fine, but the latter, they made a killing before leaving, but the oil they've saved will last until the end of the year. Do you think Night City today is closer to the Night City Night envisioned, or further away? To me, it's a stable economic cycle that supports everything. Think about it carefully. People wouldn't be starving without the euro. And those ridiculous little AI helpers are Night City's signature industries." Liang clung to a Mexican cigarette. "Things are different now. I need something good and affordable." He paused, gently shaking the ash off his cigarette in the ashtray. "That's hard to say. Night is a staunch supporter of free trade. A free city that supports free trade and wants its cities to be free from irresistible oppression. I'd say you and him are quite similar, always thinking of some irrational idealism." Perales wasn't stubborn. He had once risen smoothly from the bottom, but after what happened to the E Group, he was no longer arrogant. "That's why we need unity and cooperation. Following your approach is a dead end, isn't it?" "That's true. Unity and cooperation sounds quite idealistic." A loud roar came from outside the window. It was some massive metal blast-proof door opening. The Intercontinental Nuclear Fusion Missile Silo was buried deep underground, and the sound was coming from the blast-proof structure opening. Gears turned, hydraulic pistons roared, and the warning-colored alloy door panels slowly slid along their tracks, opening layer by layer, revealing the bottomless missile silo. The dust barrier cracked with the vibration, and flaking metal debris slid down in the dim light, falling into the bottomless silo. Red warning lights illuminated one by one, and high-pressure air was released from the closed system. Steaming cooling mist poured out along the pressure relief vents. The setting sun shone through the scorching breath of the steel behemoth, and beams of light cast a shadow on the ground. Drones, engineers, and soldiers walked quickly, and everyone's heart was pounding. They might not have known exactly what this thing was for, but they knew they were going to war with the new America. Even Ryan and Perales felt the same way. They had never imagined a day like this would come, a war against the company, against the new America, against the European community, against the entire world. The two men watched the scene engrossed, their tea cooling and their cigarettes smoldering. Another loud bang, followed by the flashing warning lights and a chime. Launch command confirmed. Cooling system released, ignition thrusters preheating. Cigarette ash fell to the ground. Everything was finally settled. 3 hours before the launch order was given. In cyberspace, Muramesa and the Illuminati, two AIs, monitored everything in the launch silo. The former penetrated every inch of wiring and control panel, receiving feedback from every engineering robot and operating equipment. The latter fully absorbed all human data feedback, and anyone who deviated significantly from the expected situation would be immediately dealt with. One monitored machines, the other monitored humans. Night City no longer had any companies willing to invest, but there were still a large number of spies. However, under the strong monitoring of the two AIs, no top-secret information escaped from Taiping State, or even from the city defense military base. At the same time, Night City's most elite troops were approaching Southern California. This army had begun using the same equipment as the pilots. Every soldier had passed the Illuminati's psychological quality assessment, and their combat skills had been refined over the past few days through virtual reality training. Speaking only of combat skills, it's hard to say if every one of these candidate pilots had passed the test. However, if they survived this battle, they would be true pilots. Each of the troops' vehicles is equipped with a stealth system that combines surface coatings, signal jamming, and other equipment. The Mackinac General Vehicle's armored vehicles raced across the Badlands, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Eventually, the drones in Southern California would detect the anomaly, but that would have to wait until these troops entered the Badlands surrounding the city. A small number of pilots and regular troops would attack from land, while the remaining pilots would be deployed from hovercraft behind the main force. After the Black Wall bombs destroyed the city's command system, they would be airdropped directly to various targets, including City Hall, military bases, and power grids. This battle was predicted to be difficult, as the majority of New America's military forces had been deployed to Southern California. Hansen sat in his car, watching the countdown on the HUD, silently reciting his instructions. Engage, then activate the Black Wall bombs, pilots conduct assaults, hovercraft drop combat mechs, attack the New American barracks, and bomb City Hall. Suddenly, a bright light rose from Night City, and Hansen thought he was hallucinating. It was the sound of an intercontinental missile piercing the sky, hurtling toward its target. But the next second, he heard the actual crackle of bullets. A patrol drone in the sky spotted them. Whoosh! Boom! The micro-missile had barely escaped the drone when a sniper shot exploded its battery, sending metal fragments flying. The entire Southern California automated forces noticed the anomaly. Attack! Chapter 974. 1 day ago. Close your eyes, concentrate, and feel the energy of the universe. Ding. A crisp sound seemed to dispel all distractions from Jack's mind. His bedridden days were over. Lear had fixed all his problems. Removing this, removing that, then installing this, installing that. The so-called Lizard Fury 3 was essentially a redesign, using advanced technology to remove all diseased and non-original parts of Jack's body. This type of customized full-body prosthesis technology wasn't uncommon, or rather, everyone knew it existed, but only a select few could afford it. Now Jack was one of those few. Having just cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, the moment he opened his eyes, a sudden thought occurred to him. I'm truly a prominent figure now. A gang leader who dominates the streets with a small group of thugs is called a gang leader, and someone who leads an army to fight this, and that is called something else. He hasn't figured out the word yet. 3 tarot cards appeared before Jack's eyes. Upright Sun, Upright Devil, Upright World. A very unique card. The Sun is the best of all the major arcana cards. It signifies that this action possesses a powerful vitality, the power of hope and ideals, impervious to any external interference. Even if the dark side tries to interfere, it will immediately vanish under the sun's rays. The last card also symbolizes achievement and continued success. The goddess of victory will eventually allow you, or us, to enter the door of success. However, before we reach that door, we must cross happiness and sorrow, success and failure. The road to paradise is not easy. It requires continuous hard work. A good start and a good end, but a dangerous journey. The demon sneered at the chained slaves. Though bound, the slaves could escape the demon if they helped each other. However, the demon's allure blinded them, luring them into slavery with promises of money and so-called security. How strange. This card symbolizes a massive external force that will ultimately overwhelm everything. If everything is overwhelmed in the process, how can victory be achieved? Blinking again, The cards vanished. Jack flexed his right hand, his arm spinning in a circle with a crackling sound. The sheer force was unimaginable. Lizard Fury Component Type 3, or the full-body prosthetic Jack, was a semi-biological prosthetic designed to perfectly match Jack's genome. The lizard serum, that had nearly eroded his brain over the past 2 years, hadn't caused him to lose his mind. After careful consideration, Lil increased the amount of human lizard muscle tissue, which would significantly increase Jack's strength. Skin tissue was completely replaced with a bulletproof alloy and ceramic composite, and joints and bones were replaced with metal. The lizard-humanized internal organs surged with vitality exceeding that of conventional combat machines. Compared to previous versions, the lizard serum had become a truly normal substance coursing through the bloodstream, eliminating the limited-time frenzy command and boosting normal strength to its limit. The tarot cards Misty had drawn for them flashed through his mind, followed by Lil's response. Don't be so superstitious all the time. It's fine if they sound good, but you're also listening to them when they sound bad? You're scaring yourself? Jack relaxed, then quickly pulled out his small notebook and wrote this sentence on his book. Tarot cards are a wonderful tool. I suggest you draw one before you act to see how well you win. If it's a bad card, remember it, and don't be superstitious. After finishing his writing, Jack returned to reality. He was driving his Barley toward the executive building. The Burger King trio had split into 3 teams, and his mission was in Idaho. Before the collapse of the United States, this was a major agricultural state. Wanderers who wandered the Badlands still told stories of what it once looked like, endless golden fields. However, with the corruption of the 4 major American gangs, the collapse of the financial system, and repeated failed wars with Mexico, life for farmers here became increasingly difficult. Companies began releasing genetically selected viruses, and selling seeds that could only be planted and harvested once, completely severing farmer self-sufficiency. They targeted every rancher and farmer and bankrupted them, acquiring their land and turning everyone into a company employee. If you didn't want to be a company employee, even basic survival was a problem. Companies controlled food production and raised prices, forcing every employed person to live just above the poverty line. When the United States collapsed, everyone rose up in rebellion, hoping to establish a free state, a state where everyone could farm. However, the situation only worsened. The new state government immediately announced the introduction of high technology and opened the door to agricultural giants. It directly killed people who occupied the land through armed means and enacted laws to prevent people from privately obtaining resources. Collecting rainwater was a crime. Collecting soil was also a crime, and raising edible animals, even rats and cockroaches, was even more of a crime. However, the agricultural giants, who owned vast land and sunshine resources, made Nevada a leading agricultural resource exporting state. A powerful agricultural exporting state that could not afford to eat. Later, when the new United States was unified, no one was willing to resist, and Miles simply took over. Some who often heard Miles' passionate speeches on the radio even imagined that things would improve. But in reality, agricultural exports increased, but so did the number of people who starved to death. They had become numb. But today, these numb people followed the big pickup truck, excitedly clutching weapons hidden beneath their clothes, following it as closely as possible in the shadows. To be honest, Jack was initially quite apprehensive. He didn't have Leah's charisma, and Nevada seemed so orderly. He even wondered if he'd made a mistake. But Leah's fantastical words were borne out across the vast Badlands and the slums on the city's fringes. Why don't you go to the slums and the homeless areas and see if there are any people munching on burgers on the street? Look for any burger graffiti. If there are, go in and ask them who they want to kill. Then give them a gun, and when the time comes, go and kill them. There really were homeless people munching on expired burgers. Nevada was a new American state. Miles, having summarized the reasons for the failure of the American government and drawing on the strength and stability of the European community, implemented coercive surveillance measures in all the reclaimed states. But at this moment, no drones or surveillance equipment had detected the unregistered pickup truck. They simply let it pass. As if they couldn't see anything, the tramps followed even closer, as if it were the sun that rose in the east and set in the west, and they were fools chasing it, afraid that it would one day set and never rise again. Chapter 975. Nevada was ablaze with lights. Hovercraft slowly sailed above the city, and fashionable people strolled the streets, enjoying the vibrant nightlife. V blended in and recalled his days struggling in Atlanta. The states under the new American rule, modeled on the European community, employed a robust surveillance and control system to combat crime. But this wasn't a just fight. Outside the dazzling Las Vegas area lay a dead silence. Logically, it was also an urban area, but electricity wasn't reaching it. When this place gained independence from the United States, it wanted to escape the corruption of the Big Four, the pervasive high taxes of the federal government, and official financial fraud, and establish its own city. However, the public power supply and infrastructure construction companies established by the state government after independence went even further. The companies and government that monopolized basic resources drastically raised electricity prices annually under the pretext of equipment upgrades, intermittent power outages, controlled the supply of drinking water and domestic water, and controlled food imports. Remember, this city's largest export is batteries and energy. It was only then that people realized the state government was a bunch of greedy parasites. But this was followed by a flood of free trade policies. Companies began investing in factories, occupying factories and roads. Before independence, the state government promised everyone resettlement and rewards for their hard work. Yet, within a year of independence, not a single piece of land in this area was not owned by a company. The only infrastructure company owned by the state government even resorted to output restrictions, exporting goods even when its own people were freezing to death. When the new America invaded Las Vegas, not a single citizen stood up. But this time, they didn't because they had anticipated what would happen next. The old America, the Nevada government, and the new America were all the same. As expected, nothing had gotten better, only worse. In fact, the new America, having adopted new policies from the European community, had in some ways become even more repressive. Where poverty once devolved into violent crime, now poverty often leaves people with only the option of dying quietly, like the dead city on the edge of Las Vegas, becoming increasingly dilapidated day by day. The city center is resplendent, while the periphery is blanketed in yellow sand. Now, the city council will continue to implement the policies of the new U.S. President, Myers. The unification and prosperity of the new America require vast resources, and any losses will ultimately be drained from ordinary people. V walked through the outer city like an ordinary street kid. Unlike Jack, she didn't want to deal with these people, so she simply spread her weapons throughout the blackout. As she walked through the dark, cold streets, past abandoned cars, past garbage-strewn streets and dilapidated buildings, homeless people emerged from the ruins, weapons in hand, following V from the shadows back to the light. Then, the cold lights gradually gave way to dazzling neon signs, with giant billboards casting a dazzling array of colors. The bars and casinos were bustling with people. From time to time, people were kicked out of the casinos, while others, laughing wildly, boarded hovercrafts and flew away. The air was filled with the scent of money and desire. The homeless gathered in the shadows, perfectly concealed. Today's social order maintenance network seemed blind, completely oblivious to the gathering of the dispossessed. The danger level was rising. Until they crossed a certain street, the people gathered in the shadows all stopped. Though they held weapons, they concealed them tightly beneath the single rags they wore, hiding behind their companions. They watched as V, as if nothing had happened, entered the government center and finally the government building, right under the noses of drones and patrol officers. A photo of President Miles, state government officials, and company representatives continued to play on the building's giant screen. Jack, phew, I'm feeling a little nervous. The feeling of fighting is familiar, not the feeling of war. V's lips curled up in a smile. V, Jack, I don't think you're so arrogant anymore. You're still nervous. Leal, it's time to get in position. If you fail, don't blame me for mocking you mercilessly. Texas. This state was the most important of the first to gain independence, and faced far more resistance than Nevada and Iowa. This was simply because it housed the headquarters of the petrochemical company. In Leal's plan, this free state independence had nothing to do with the company or the state government. This meant not only declaring war on the new United States, but also, there was no intact land left in this state. The raging war and uncontrolled mining had left the land barren, cracked, and even spewing flames. Abandoned oil towns are everywhere, yet they're completely deserted. Petrochemical has established numerous greenhouses for growing wheat. Cultivation towers dominate the landscape, and people live in the cracks, wearing heavy protective gear as they navigate the chemical plant. A heavy, lingering atmosphere permeates the area. Compared to the Petrochemical Tower in Night City, Petrochemical's headquarters here lacks the distinctive, massive office building. There's no need for such a structure. The entire state of Texas is owned by the company, and land is plentiful. Compared to Nevada and Iowa, the citizens here are almost exclusively petrochemical employees. The rest are a diverse group of wanderers struggling to survive in this artificial hell. There weren't many resentful homeless people here, but rather workers, too exhausted to think further, who indulged in cheap entertainment as soon as their shift ended. Therefore, to capture this place, they needed to capture the vast, scattered population, and to give them hope for resistance, a much grander display was required. Standing at the highest office window, looking down at the bustling transport convoy below, Leal turned around. Before him stood the management of Petrochemical Company, all company personnel, including the CEO, gathered here. Money makes people obedient, and information technology makes management faster. It feels really good to just give orders here, and have everything run smoothly. The 17 managers all remained expressionless, but a turbulent wave was already stirring within them. A man who looked even more perverted than a cyber monster like Adam's hammer, even more outrageous than a fully equipped ACPA, had infiltrated here like that. Don't be too surprised. I was the one who sent the message for your meeting. If you had completely evacuated Night City sooner, hacking into your network wouldn't have been so easy. But who made you? Like those people below you? The answer was clear. Leal had easily hacked into Petrochemical's network over the past few days, and through the signal encoding analysis at the end of Night City, he had hacked his way all the way from the outskirts of Texas all the way to here. This answer would have been shocking at any time. As one of the world's top giants, their network was not only sophisticated but also powerful. To breach Petrochemical's entire network, another company of similar size would have to devote all its computing power to launching a cyber war on the network. There was no way it could be done quietly. It was as if technology itself was against them. The very technology they thought they controlled had completely betrayed them, allowing all this to happen without their knowledge. Indeed, this was the case. Leal's roaming AI, along with his own expertise, encompassed network attack and defense, hardware design, computational science, social engineering, advanced biosciences, human-computer interaction, and nearly every other field. While a single company could potentially match his skills in a particular area, that company alone would never be able to catch up. Someone blurted out, "Roaming AI, you're not even human." Bang, bang. Trenton Parker, the second largest shareholder and current CEO of Petrochemicals, knocked on the table to quiet his colleagues, who were clearly losing their composure. But in reality, he himself was also restless. If he were facing a human, he wouldn't panic at all, but was this guy truly human? Mr. Burger King? Or should I call you Mr. Lear? This is a formal meeting after all. What do you want? Wow. In the pitch-black night sky, several fierce pillars of fire erupted from cracks in the ground, followed by terrifying explosions. The explosions were muffled by the thick tempered glass of the building, but the rising fireballs seemed to drum in their hearts. The flying metal fragments and building debris foreshadowed. A terrifying devastation unfolded. From above, it looked as if a raging wave of destruction was sweeping across Texas, its flames consuming all of Petrochemical's assets. The video from the prosthetic eye flickered strangely, then went black. Leal's figure instantly vanished from the edge of the window. The entire management team screamed in fear. Their high-tech equipment had been hacked from the start. They had been locked in a constant battle with illusions since who knows when. Bang! The glass was struck by the massive flying debris. Amidst the resounding explosion, all the management staff felt their entire bodies ablaze. Not only was the world before them ablaze, but their prosthetic bodies were also emitting an abnormally high temperature. I want you to burn. Chapter 976. The raging fires in Houston were the first sign of the unrest. The Night City Army, swarming across the Southern California Badlands, instantly dropped all disguise. Dense swarms of drones, transports, and hovercraft swarmed the sky. The torrent of steel that Hansen remembered, like a tide, crashed across the desert like a tide. Thousands of drones, tanks, and robots, a torrent of metal, rushed forward. The steel monsters observed the world through sensors, their heavy bodies carrying the armor, missiles, machine guns, radar, and jammers that Militech prided itself on. Every soldier, every piece of equipment, every artillery fire was precisely directed by the Central Battlefield Dispatch System. This was the metal warfare model that had helped Miles conquer the Free State, the military prowess that Hansen had once been so proud of and admired. If ordinary people had seen it, they would have instantly lost their combat capability and been psychologically terrified. It was precisely this kind of propaganda that made people fear companies like Militech and the power of New America. Even Night City's original gangs, who robbed fleets, kidnapped company personnel, and raided factories, never considered directly confronting large corporations. It could even be said that their petty thefts were a form of work done while simultaneously calculating the company's bottom line. But Hansen knew that was a thing of the past. The wars they had experienced in the virtual world were far more brutal. Thinking of this, Hansen glanced at the morale data on his HUD. Sure enough, it barely wavered, its state almost unwavering. It could even be described as fighting frenzy. Compared to the Ultron robot army that could obscure the sky and corrode the earth, the metal torrent of military technology seemed child's play. Hansen, thinking of this, chuckled at the pitiful metal troops across from him. Hansen, activate black wall bombs. The command was input, and the Lark's unique communication icon and progress bar appeared on the HUD. Reaching 100% took only seconds. Black and red garbled text and lines filled the entire military technology network. For a moment, the soldiers thought time had stopped. Everything around them, themselves, had stopped. The sky was a shattered illusion, the ground beneath their feet lost its color, and dark patches filled the ground. The scene before them froze for a moment, as if a poorly configured computer had lost frame rates, then slowly recovered in single-digit frames. In 1 second, drones in the sky lost their flight control systems and flew down, a total of 6 frames. In 2 seconds, numerous tanks and armored vehicles lost their way, crushing their comrades and crashing into friendly forces, a total of 22 frames. In 3 seconds, no one noticed that the Night City army had breached the security line. In 4 or 5 seconds, the world before their eyes burned, incinerating. Crack! Unbeknownst to him, the soldier had collapsed to the ground, his body easily crushed by the massive armored pickup trucks of Night City. The sound of gunfire mingled with the hum of electricity in his ears, the last thing he knew before his death. To the commanders in the rear, this scene was a terrifying plague. Those frontline soldiers and machines were mowed down like wheat, completely defenseless, mowed down by an invisible force. The red and black data streams in cyberspace continuously penetrated the defenses of the military's hierarchical technology command network, disconnecting one defense zone after another. The server area hosting the vanguard forces, ice and Blackwell, exploded, and thick black smoke billowed from the building. Boom! A massive fireball erupted from the Los Angeles military base, and the black smoke instantly spread to the surrounding city. The commander rushed out of the smoke-filled command room, yelling outside before even opening his eyes, "Assemble the troops!" Buzz! The roar of the Mackinac Shadow's furious engine streaked across the sky, and before the commander could even open his eyes, he was shot dead. Reserve pilots, and those whose consciousnesses resided in robots, leaped from the hovercraft, and the sky seemed to rain. Civilians gazed up at the sky, their mouths gaping. This was a divine attack. In Iowa City, the walls of the government buildings resembled farmland plowed by some kind of agricultural machinery. To the farmers, those scratched walls were just that. Just now, they witnessed the century's most powerful individual robot charge head-on into the walls of the government building, crushing all the defenders blocking it, then smashing its way to the very top. The city center was in utter chaos, the streets clogged with cars, many of which had malfunctioned and billowed black smoke from the collisions. Behind the cordon lay the wreckage of military tech soldiers and robots, many still screaming. The robots repeatedly announced the detection of intruders. Those who remained were the wanderers who had followed Jack here. Most of them clutched weapons, their expressions tense yet tinged with excitement and enthusiasm, their hands stained with blood and motor oil, waiting for the big man to fulfill their wish. A dark figure flew out of the hole at the top, falling to the ground under the force of gravity. Ah! Bang! The body was smashed to pieces. Someone immediately recognized the deceased. Oh my God, it's the CEO of an Iowa agricultural company. Bang! Before the words had finished, another body fell. Bastard mayor. One after another, politicians and corporate executives were thrown from the rooftops, and a growing frenzy filled the hearts of the rebels. It turned out that even these powerful figures could die. Bang! Barley smashed down the last security door, and Jack walked through the hole with a smile, only to find the regional manager of Militech huddled in a corner, trembling. Your colleagues are waiting for you down there. In Las Vegas, the glittering casino district suddenly plunged into darkness, and all the entertainment and revelry seemed to have paused. In cyberspace, the hackers saw only the terrifying tentacles of something reaching toward them, and their minds stopped thinking. Swish. V pulled the mantis blade from the console. A series of lightning flashes seemed to bleed from the wires, like the power of the power that controlled everything. But once it was bleeded, it dissipated into the air and vanished in an instant. A small octopus appeared on V's shoulder. V patted its head and walked toward the door, passing through a hallway strewn with blood and broken limbs, and entered the elevator. The elevator she was riding in was also magnificent. Through its massive curved glass, this state's tallest and most symbolic elevator afforded a panoramic view of the entire Las Vegas landscape, including the abandoned cities surrounding it, buried beneath the desert. At this moment, the once brightly lit casino trembled in the darkness, while the abandoned city lit up its lights again. The abandoned and deceived emerged from their shadowy corners, enjoying the power of electricity once again, and this time, they vowed to never give up what they had. The new America was burning. V looked at the still dead man in the elevator. His throat seemed to vibrate. "You're crazy, cough cough," a woman with a manly voice said. "You can't win. Save your energy. I didn't expect New America to have such a loyal dog like you." V raised her head to the sky. With the help of the small octopus, her eyes seemed to pierce through countless meters of air, catching sight of 3 tracks streaking across the sky. Nothing is impossible. Chapter 977. A feeling of dizziness washed over Miles. From the moment he received the news that Night City troops had been spotted outside Los Angeles to the moment Los Angeles lost contact, Texas burned, and terrorist attacks occurred in Iowa City and Las Vegas, plunging the city into complete chaos. Less than 5 minutes had passed. In those 5 minutes, the unified, powerful New America had become as precarious as a sturdy boxer being carried to the ICU. This attack on Night City wasn't just the decision of the new President of the United States, nor was it solely supported by a single company. IBM provided orbital satellites for real-time monitoring of Night City, and Cybermonitor provided network technology support to prevent roving AI attacks. Arasaka explicitly stated that they would not interfere with her attack on Night City, and Petrochemical even provided a large amount of fuel and energy as supplies. It could be said that the entire capitalist world, both overtly and covertly, hoped she would take down Night City, this cancer entrenched in the orderly society, and fundamentally eradicate this cancer that had already had a significant impact on world order and operation, and eliminate that unknown Burger King trading idiot. This action was even tacitly approved by the more autonomous states, powerful companies, individuals, and organizations throughout the new United States. Before taking action, she even considered the possibility that Liar would secretly unite with other free states to stir up civil unrest, and had made secondary preparations. In the end, these preparations were useless. The executives and politicians in these states, who had promised her their support, were all dead. The 3 criminals slaughtered them all the time, like street dogs. IBM spy satellites, however, revealed unprecedented civil unrest within these cities and states. This wasn't chaos caused by 3 individuals. It was those peasants. The good news is that with the help of network surveillance, the new American Unified Government Network possesses a kind of isolation capability, severing connections immediately after the fall of these state governments. Even if there were indeed rogue AIs aiding Night City, it wouldn't directly disrupt the operation of the entire government network. Minnesota, Madam President, something seems off. We'd like to know what's happening in these states. Why are they all offline? Louisiana, our drones captured a fire in Texas? That's definitely not a wildfire. It's too big. Kansas, how big? Louisiana, our drones captured a fire in Texas. Wyoming, it looks like it's coming from Houston. The virtual parliament was in uproar. Houston is the headquarters of petrochemicals. How could the fire have started there? It couldn't have been a nuclear bomb. Wyoming, President, are you sure we know our enemies that well? They. Question, tension, suspicion, doubt, fear. This atmosphere assaulted Miles's mind, a tangle of confusion. Even her sophisticated prosthetics couldn't contain the dizziness, the feeling of being hurled down from the sky. President Miles, silence. The meeting fell silent, and Miles composed himself. President Miles, Burger King launched a terrorist attack in these cities, and the state government has temporarily lost contact to defend against the roving AI. President Miles, but this is only temporary. They're using a bunch of peasants to launch terrorist attacks. President Miles, I want you to allocate more funds to hire mercenaries directly from the local area. Anyone willing to join the army, anyone who wants to earn this kind of money, give them as much as they want, and retake these cities immediately. Utah, but President, euros can't buy people right now. President Miles, then give them food, clothing, supplies, shelter, anything they want, understand? If we don't have it in stock, give them guns, and let them take it from those around them. The meeting was silent for a moment, and then the same idea emerged in the minds of those with ill intentions in various states, and finally someone proposed it. Arkansas, I understand, Madam President, but in this case, we may need to amend the law. If we don't restore the National Guard's authority, we have a hard time. Meyer's face was grim, but he kept that emotion to himself, leaving the legislators with a professional, unwavering composure. President Myers, I sign the presidential order now. Don't let me down. The future of this country depends on patriots. Arkansas, haha, I understand. The intense noise was muted by noise reduction software, but everyone heard the moment of abnormality. Even more abnormal was the simultaneous disappearance of the governors of Arkansas, Minnesota, and Illinois from the meeting. A deathly silence permeated the cybernet, exactly as it had happened to the 3 governors who had been attacked. At the same time, Myers also received information from IBM's spy satellite observations. If the previous dizziness had been akin to falling from heaven, now it was the bewilderment of being hit hard on the head. Colorado, Madam President, what's going on? Miles gnashed his teeth. President Miles, nuclear explosion. With that, she disconnected from the internet and immediately switched to the Militech internal network, issuing a series of command codes. Militech special order confirmed, command verified. Combined Air Combat Force activated, release code AS4JA2F1. Nuclear arsenal ready. You're the only one with a nuclear bomb? Miles had completely lost his composure. Since Night City couldn't be reclaimed, let's just detonate it. It's just a city of 7 million people. At the Air Force Base, the takeoff platform slowly rose, and the aerial fortress, designed to drop high-yield nuclear bombs, soared into the sky. While it's unknown how they achieve such a long range, everyone has nuclear bombs. And the sky belongs only to military technology. In Houston, Pedro Petrochemical was engulfed in flames. Lear stood in a power storage facility, untouched by the blast and flames. The explosion that detonated Pedro Petrochemical's headquarters wasn't a bomb, but an experiment, conducted by Roxxon in the Marvel Universe, a unique method of concentrating oil. Sadly, Lear observed no anomalies, suggesting that the so-called singularity particles only exist in the Marvel Universe. It seems this idea is incorrect. The spark energy flowed, and the robotic arm behind Lear reached into the hydrogen alcohol 2 fuel tank, drawing fuel. Theoretically, Lear could rely solely on the arc reactor on his chest to maintain his condition, but the high-intensity combat would consume a significant amount of energy. At the headquarters of the world's largest energy company, it would be a waste not to take anything with him. Furthermore, the further advancement of interdimensional industry has given him new powers. He can share energy between different worlds, meaning he could lie in a massive power station in another world, consuming the stored energy here fiercely. The next battle would take place in the sky. Buzz. The arc reactor on his chest emitted a low hum. His mechanical prosthesis, propelled by the spark's energy, continuously transformed with a soft hum. Electricity flowed, energy surged, and the thrusters behind him and under his feet began to spew faint blue ions. The steel body was like a giant beast awakening, all its energy storage structures moving, snapping, tensing. With his first step, the ground cracked and dented deeply under the pressure. The thrusters instantly revved to maximum power, soaring into the sky. He wasn't the only one with nuclear bombs, and flying in the sky wasn't the exclusive domain of military technology. If these aircraft remained hidden in the hangar until the company developed more sophisticated combat methods, it would be difficult to deal with them. Let's see who owns the sky. Chapter 978. Arasaka and Militech are old rivals, especially during the Fourth Corporate War, when contracts from various companies enabled them to develop new weaponry. Arasaka possesses the world's most advanced aircraft carrier, capable of deploying it across the Pacific from Japan to Night City, even in today's increasingly dangerous seas. Militech, in addition to its mushrooming mercenaries and individual cybernetic weapons, possesses large fighters, bombers, and transport aircraft capable of transoceanic operations. The development of this world's air forces has always been centered around miniaturized fighters. However, after their defeat by Arasaka, military technology underwent a second overhaul, this time proposing an unprecedented new direction. Newly developed fighters began to gradually become heavier and more multi-role, abandoning design philosophies focused on small space agility and maneuverability. Fuel consumption and operational costs were no longer the primary concern, instead emphasizing supersonic cruise and supersonic maneuverability, and pursuing beyond visual range strike capabilities. Although the new Air Force had yet to engage Arasaka's forces head-on, based on their performance during the Metal War, Miles was confident in the new Air Force employing the new fighters. They needed time to develop. There was no time to hold back. The proud new U.S. Air Force soared across the skies of America, surveying the land. The Flying Fortress B-80 strategic bomber, the world's largest military aircraft, combined transport and strategic bombing capabilities, boasting a large bomb bay and exceptional durability, along with advanced anti-electronic jamming and long-range strike capabilities. Falcon A-35 supersonic fighters, featuring a special coating for anti-interference and radar stealth, were equipped with heavy machine guns and missiles, complementing the Flying Fortress. 24 A-35s and B-80s formed the squadron. The B-80s carried not only nuclear bombs, but also 40 small interceptors, a type of microfighter popular in the cyberpunk world. While not fast, they were renowned for their agility, capable of operating and fighting even in urban areas. This huge formation was the new America's primary air mission formation, and these fighters, designed with innovative concepts, were Miles's pride. Standing behind the squadron, recording drones and EBM spy satellites monitor the situation, they were eager to see the level of development of the new America's new Air Force. Miles, wearing a holographic display helmet, displayed footage of the Air Force tearing through the sky towards Night City. As the fighters flew over the central region, she witnessed something that even the new President of the United States was horrified. Massive mushroom clouds rose from the 3 locations affected by the nuclear bombs. The city's power system collapsed, plunging it into darkness, and fires spread. The fires in Texas were even more dramatic. Although the land was practically devoid of oil, numerous wheat farms and processing plants still existed there. Now, all of these buildings were destroyed by the flames. The chaos in Iowa City and Las Vegas was disparate. In other words, within a matter of minutes, 6 states had completely lost control. And in the West, he had already received reports of unrest in cities. It was pointless to speculate whether it was a rebellion by unruly citizens or local officials and corporations seeking power. The way those 3 nuclear bombs struck their targets was completely incomprehensible. No one saw the planes. Some consultants had even begun to narrow their focus on the most unlikely, yet only, option: missiles, ultra-long-range missiles launched directly from Night City, within striking range of the entire Midwest and West. With such a deterrent capability, Washington's control would only weaken. She had once thought those 3 criminals were nothing, especially during the time they'd lost Leah. While they were capable fighters, one of the fundamental reasons they were criminals was that they couldn't establish a society, couldn't control the law, and couldn't resist the tide of violence. She had never imagined that the drastic changes that terrified combat commanders were also occurring on a macro level. A powerful set of prosthetics, a mysterious Ion Weston drive, a terrifying gun, and a tank, none of these things could compare to a nuclear missile capable of deterring half of the United States. Times had changed. The only chance the old era had to suppress the new was to reap the fruits of its first signs. If that wasn't possible, the old era would have to use all its might to crush the new. But things quickly took a turn for the worse. Something incredibly bright shot up from the ground, rising like a meteor, straight into the sky, slamming into her fighter. Boom! Pilot 0045, help! Help! I've been hit! Miles's pride was nothing to Leah. The world has been in a state of constant conflict since World War II, with 4 global wars fought. Political chaos, environmental degradation, and resource scarcity have led to a continuous decline in the population. A single flying squadron like this is already ace level. If military technology continues to advance, perhaps 3 or 4 squadrons could make the new America truly formidable. Technically, these new fighters are already 4th-generation aircraft, but in Lear's eyes, they're still backward. The more critical problem is the new America's production capacity. 7 years have passed since the Metal War, and Miles, a president by definition powerful, has yet to complete his domestic affairs. Various corporations are eyeing him covetously, while within the country, a variety of greedy bureaucrats are either covertly controlling their own companies or accepting bribes from them. Enforcing laws from the federal level to the state level is fraught with difficulties, and even dispatched commissioners face assassination. The new America, like the world itself, is divided. A world on the brink of destruction cannot achieve anything earth-shattering. The air ripped apart, the fighter's wings vibrated violently. From the pilot's perspective, a humanoid figure appeared on radar, exceeding the fighter's maximum speed. Pilot 0045, something's wrong, an unidentified target is approaching, speeding close to Mach 4. Pilot 0045, it's too fast, I can't dodge it. Boom. The fighter pilot's world seemed to freeze. He felt like he was being sliced open, like a bird struck by a bullet, powerless, with only the image of death in his eyes. The fighter planes in this world are based on a human-machine connection technology. Simply put, it's like transferring a person's consciousness directly to the fighter plane, transforming the fighter into a prosthetic body, with the brain acting as the central processing unit. Cyanwyston is a neural component in the human body, and a driver in the fighter plane. Electric current, in a unique way, carries the fighter's information into the pilot's brain and then returns, as if they have truly become the fighter plane. This also means they can feel the damage. He has been sliced open. The man that cut him apart had massive metal wings and dazzling thrusters, and in its hand wielded a plasma weapon that shone like the sun. But it wasn't that weapon that cut him apart, but an armor-piercing missile. It pierced the armor surrounding the fuel tank and struck the core, sending his once proud body shattering in midair. So did his comrades. Mach 2.5 was already considered advanced in this world, but this so proud figure was far behind the enemy. The fighter planes exploded in the air. This was no way to win. Chapter 979. The performance gap is enormous. Mach 2.5 is a significant number, but it depends on the level. Against the Lear, which boasts a normal speed of Mach 4, these aircraft are completely useless. Furthermore, these fighters are far inferior to the Lear in terms of maneuverability. Their top-tier air-to-air missiles can barely reach Mach 4, but what good is that when it comes to hitting a target? Pilot 0076, he's gone. I can't see him. Pilot 0063, he's right here, he's in my cockpit, he's... Boom. Pilot 0102, he's behind me. Shiz. The enormous performance advantage made the military technology pilots feel like they were fighting ghosts. The roars and explosions threatened to tear the sky apart. Seeing the battle tilting so lopsidedly towards Lille, the strategic bomber pilots ignored their instructions and immediately opened the interceptor ejection bays. But even fighters equipped with large supersonic turbine engines couldn't catch up, so how could these outdated interceptors catch up? Lille suddenly lifted up to avoid all locks, and when all the enemy aircraft raised their front ends, he suddenly dropped, surging into the interceptor array with overwhelming agility, maneuvering and launching missiles. Machine guns and plasma blades reduced enemy aircraft to wreckage time and again. Everything happened so swiftly and fiercely, the aerial battlefield had become a complete slaughterhouse. Pilot 00168, we can't fight such monsters. Boom. The last fighter plane was destroyed mid-air. Lille flew through the flames. The two auxiliary wings quickly retracted into the body of the aircraft, and the mechanical arms penetrated the cabin. The extended King's blade in his hand ejected its heat sink, and the edge of the blade was recoated with high-temperature plasma. The greatsword tore open the belly of the strategic bomber, and through the scanner, the loaded nuclear bomb could be seen in the gap. Today, the only military technology that could explode is their aircraft. Lille, we've got the stuff, prepare to retreat. Bang. Miles' face was pale, her limbs stiff, her head felt like it had been hit hard, and she collapsed to the ground, losing control. Her entire combat formation had been annihilated. More importantly, the enemy had even boarded the aircraft and stolen the nuclear bomb inside. It looked like she had personally delivered a scarce resource to them. Now it was ruined. 3 state capitals directly attacked by nuclear missiles, 3 states targeted by planned terrorist attacks, and half of New America was under threat from Night City's intercontinental nuclear missiles. Faced with the direct threat of force, those spineless local state governments collapsed faster than anyone else. Add to that the appeal of that damned, strange name among the unruly people, and it could almost be said that half of New America had already fallen. If this were a corporate war, then Militech would have lost on the first day, not just due to heavy losses, but also due to a complete technological crushing. Their individual combat capabilities, battlefield electronic warfare capabilities, espionage capabilities, nuclear missile delivery capabilities, and cyber network attack and defense capabilities were completely crushed. Politicians were leaving the scene one after another, searching for new backers to flee. Just a day earlier, these politicians had been united under the control of Rosalind Miles, at least superficially united, all united by a single slogan, "Make America Great Again." Now, their departure was as predictable as the impending division of New America. New America was doomed. But Militech hadn't. Myers' eyes hardened, and he immediately continued to transmit a message to EBM via the satellite network. "Myers, I lost." "EBM, we saw it. This is truly surprising." "Miles, but you can't win. Military technology boasts the most advanced fighter jets, tanks, combat robots, and electronic warfare equipment, the world's most advanced military capabilities. Miles, if I lose, you lose too. Don't forget our current goal is to restore market order and stop this financial crisis." EBM, on the other end of the line, scoffed inwardly, but was also somewhat surprised by this woman. This woman's greatest ambition was clearly the New America, but with that ambition shattered, she snapped back to her senses and confidently spouted nonsense. Even though her nonsense was true, if everyone didn't want those terrorists in Night City captured, New America wouldn't have been able to mobilize its forces like this. The destroyed strategic bomber was no ordinary aircraft. Theoretically, it could carry nuclear bombs, interceptors, and fighter jets and transport them anywhere in the world. It was the ace in the hole of military technology. Now both Arasaka and Militech suffered in Night City. The former lost its aircraft carrier and the Old Man in power, while the latter lost its air fortress, nearly 2/3 of its troops, and New America. As for the assets they lost in Night City, they were minor figures. Moreover, these losses were shared by many companies. Militech, Arasaka, Kanto, Petrochemical, Biotech, Zeta Technologies, and Orbital Aerospace were all well-known, major companies, all of which were scammed in Night City. Even more dramatic was the situation in Europe. Not only had the political structure of the European community been stabbed and plunged into civil war, but the financial system was completely destroyed. The greatest losses were, of course, suffered by the European community and its banks, but similarly, companies worldwide suffered as well. This time, the damage was far more significant. Companies in this world are generally specialized in their business and direction. Financial instability means trade instability, and trade instability is the core issue. Currency devaluation is merely a symptom. EBM. Yes, Night City has become a global security issue. Who could have imagined things would develop to this point? With so many companies in Night City, they've all been tricked, tripping each other up. Miles, isn't it a bit hypocritical to talk about unity and cooperation to defend the capital market now? The EBM president smiled. Indeed, that's the nature of the company. If they also had business in Night City, they might have gotten involved, tripping each other up as those three lunatics repeatedly acted outrageously, thinking they were the ultimate winners. In the end, no one won. Miles, the European community must intervene. We need cooperation. EBM, actually, they've already intervened. It takes some time for the order to reach the moon. Once the bombing is over, you conduct a strict mop-up operation. Arasaka Corporation will be responsible for the outer blockade. EBM, there's no contract. You're all working for nothing this time. Miles's thoughts were hit home, but before she could even say anything, the EBM president interrupted her. Indeed, she had just been about to ask for funding. But being interrupted didn't stop her from realizing how ridiculous this world was, and she burst out laughing. Miles, haha, isn't that ridiculous? You know we can't work for nothing. EBM, yes, it's ridiculous, but that's how this world works. This cooperation was unpleasant, but there's no other way. I hope we can get a better result next time, Madam President. After hanging up the line, Miles sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa, one foot tucked back, one hand resting on his knee, the smile on his face frozen in place. Rosalind Miles, the former CEO of Militech and the new President of the United States, who still maintained a strong grip, sat down on the cold floor like a pauper waking up from a drug overdose and laughing at herself. It was ridiculous, truly ridiculous, not just because she'd just been asking for funding and contracts. That was only the first level of ridiculousness. The second level of ridiculousness was that even though EBM had directly acknowledged the current situation, they still sent the Arasaka Corporation to Night City. This was partly to ensure that both companies could eliminate their remaining forces in Night City after the bombing, and partly to prevent any one company from gaining too much control. After all of Europe was busy fighting armed resistance against its own rebellious citizens, and had no time to send troops. The third ridiculous thing is that they couldn't possibly be working for nothing. Since Arasaka was sent to prevent Militech from becoming a monopoly, it means everyone still covets the terrorists' treasure. Ultimately, they have to choose between Militech and Arasaka to gain access to the technology. But that's not the most ridiculous thing. The fourth ridiculous thing is, everyone understands these rules and logic, but based on past dealings with Burger King, these companies always behave like this. Even before they took action, they already assumed that the small Burger King was doomed, and that they should be thinking about dividing up the inheritance. Or perhaps, in a sense, companies would rather see no one gain anything than allow one company to steal the show and race clear on the road to their ultimate goal, the ultimate monopoly. They clearly know the consequences of this, and have followed this logic step by step, yet they still have to abide by this vicious cycle. The simplest mind-reading trick in the world ends up reading people like them, who are not sure if they are still human. They are clearly human, they clearly know the problem in their heads, but they can never break free from this vicious cycle, this shackled people. In the end, they seem to be no different from those morons who are deeply trapped in low-level pleasures such as drug use, prostitution, mutuo, and gambling. They curse depravity, slap themselves in the face, and their tears will not stop flowing, but they cannot change. Perhaps those charlatans are right. This world is doomed, just like the dead and they're trapped in. As Miles thought about this, she had an even more ridiculous thought. She imagined Lear, the reactor on his chest blazing brightly, unleashing a violent force that shattered everything. That way, it really does look like the sun. Chapter 980. Burgers on top. Night City seemed to have hit pause, its people watching today's news with bated breath. Has this city become more docile with development? This is the first time everyone has been so united and quiet watching the news. There's a single reason for this. The entire city is buzzing with rumors of Burger King's return. And amidst the civil war in Europe, there's even news that the terrorists responsible for the attack are actually fellow Night City residents, Burger King. There are 100 different versions online about the relationship between Burger King and the municipal corporation, but today's news all but confirms the connection. Several new American states were attacked, entire air fleets reduced to ash in midair, and President Miles's once impressive flying fortress was brought down from its pedestal. Burger King's target for reckoning isn't Night City Hall. Night City is a free city, and New America clearly doesn't like this. Recently, the city guard has observed multiple military movements indicating New America is deploying troops to Southern California, posing a serious threat to the city's security. Tonight, elite city guard troops have entered Los Angeles, the capital of Southern California. Here's a first-hand look at the battlefield. A fierce gunfight erupted at the Nevada state capitol. A legendary mercenary from Night City, Big Man, allegedly piloted a giant combat robot, breaching City Hall. A total of 25 senior executives from state corporations and the state government were thrown out of windows. The lights of the abandoned ghost town of Las Vegas lit up, and citizens rioted. Numerous executives were found tragically dead in power shafts. The legendary Night City mercenary, King, is suspected to be responsible. Oh my god, here comes the breaking news. Nuclear explosions in Arkansas, Minnesota, and Illinois. I'm sure everyone saw the missile that just flew out of the Pacific. That was our own nuclear bomb. Texas was attacked, and the petrochemical headquarters was completely destroyed. Petrochemical just hit its lowest point in history. The most important news, citizens, my dear brothers and sisters, the new American flying fortress was just destroyed over Texas. That was. Who was that? The news report was so intense that the announcer seemed almost breathless, but he didn't need to tell the answer. Everyone knew who it was. The world is like a lifeless quagmire, and most people feel like they're sinking with each passing day. But here in Night City, these past 2 years have made them feel different. This time too, Night City has undergone significant changes recently. Conflicts between the city's districts, as well as between city dwellers and homeless residents, have almost instantly eased, practically disappearing. Some pessimists had previously claimed on online forums that Night City's lockdown had led to a massive exodus of businesses and would eventually succumb to debt. However, these past 2 months have seen a surge in new things, and life has become better. These pessimists have been forced to shift the focus to New America and Southern California, arguing that Night City's corporate severance policy will eventually anger New America and lead to war. They need more companies to balance their interests and deter New America from taking action, just as they did before, only for New America to fall apart and abandon itself. President Miles's once impressed Sky Fortress has become a shard of scrap metal, and nuclear missiles directly threaten half of New America. Haha, eat shit, New America. That's the vibe. On the edge of the city, members of the 6th Street Gang and the Atacado Gang hunched over a campfire, watching a large television. Upon hearing the news, they exchanged glances and finished their beers. Besides the former gang members, there were also quite a few ordinary, honest folks sitting nearby. Gangs weren't so scary anymore, especially since the 6th Street Gang and the Atacado Gang were wearing NCPD-subsidized uniforms. This was just a microcosm of the city, proof that gangs could coexist. Gangs could coexist with the Night City government, and ordinary people could survive here. On the street, a heavy-duty pickup truck sped past, heading towards the Pacific State. People's ears perked up instantly. Such a strange sound was no ordinary Mackinac. Awesome. The voice came from outside the car. The car drove along the avenues of Night City. V lay comfortably in the passenger seat, watching the citizens on the roadside giving them a thumbs up. It's as easy and relaxing as a walk after dinner. Jack nodded in agreement from his private back seat, stroking the car and glancing at his arm. This job is ridiculously easy. It's practically a relaxing getaway. The last 2 years of intense combat had made him forget just how effective the prosthetics Lear had trained him on were. Even though his body had practically replaced all of the original parts, there was no noticeable lag, and his agility was practically the same as before. His strength was more stable and greater, and combined with Big Mac's terrifying combat prowess, Everything seemed like a piece of cake. What do we do next? New America won't let us down. New America? V scoffed. That old bitch Miles can't even protect herself, and she's still giving up. She killed them all, don't you think? She just look at all the goodies we've got. She reached out and slapped the outside of the car door. The slap wasn't big, but it made the car body clang. Lil sat in the cargo box and counted the ammunition, 14 short-range nuclear bombs in total. Clearly, this world's nuclear missile technology wasn't very mature, or at least hadn't been developed much. These nuclear bombs had their own propulsion system, but their accuracy and range were pathetic. Even so, they were considered advanced in this world. Because other organizations don't even research this, military technology truly has the best nose for war technology development, but it's just the United States and New America that's at the receiving end. As for nuclear fission technology, Lil could only describe their designs as rubbish. No wonder hydrogen bombs aren't common here. The fission trigger required to create a nuclear fusion reaction is enormous, and the design of the fusion system wouldn't be small either. All of this meant that the fusion bombs would be ridiculously large. As bombs get bigger, the propulsion system needs to be larger. However, this world's aircraft propulsion technology tends to be miniaturized. Rocket propulsion systems exist, but companies certainly wouldn't want to use expensive rocket engines as propulsion systems for disposable bombs. The more Lear thought about it, the more he felt sorry for the companies, and he couldn't help but shake his head. At the same time, he heard V knocking on the door. After counting all the bombs, Lear replied, "New America certainly won't give up, but it's definitely not New America we should be concerned about." V asked curiously, "Who is that? Are we just going to leave New America alone while we help your European brothers fight? I haven't even been to Europe yet. What have you done to the world's leading economy? Is Europe really that beautiful? The news said Berlin has a giant artificial waterfall and a sky garden. Well, if everything were truly good, your European brothers wouldn't have to rebel. Remember Atlanta? It's something like that. Oh, then after all, home is still the best place. It's true that home is the best place. Hansen is back. Let's see what he brought us." Chapter 981. Hansen sat in his seat, his prosthetics radiating heat and steam. For the Big Brother trio, this mission was as simple as a picnic. But for them, it wasn't so simple. The Black Wall bomb was indeed impressive, instantly crippling the enemy's command system and rendering half the soldiers incapacitated. But there were still half of them left. Regardless of their triumph, they were still human, armed with military weapons, and capable of firing. Although it was still a resounding victory, no one on their side died, at most just the unfortunate ones, who had half their bodies ripped off. If it were military technology, this would be the same as death. After all, companies don't keep idle people. But in Night City, prosthetic technology would help him get back on track. Lil hadn't given up on his own people. Lai Xian excitedly recounted their actions to Lil. As soon as the attack order was given, we activated the Black Wall bombs, paralyzing the entire New American vanguard. Their men either burst into flames or became paralyzed like idiots. Vehicles lost control, machines crashed down, and we simply broke through their lines and reached the city. The city was swarming with their men, but our hovercraft were incredibly powerful. We suppressed them from the air, crushing them. Under the cover of our artillery, we began our descent. Our equipment was incredibly powerful. We blasted through the roofs of buildings, from the outside, and they didn't even react. They thought the buildings offered them a hiding place, but to us, they were completely defenseless. I killed every Southern California official hiding in the building. Seeing Lil enter, Hansen took a sip of his inhaled recovery potion, straightened up, and said seriously, "Not all of them, actually, but enough." My troops breached the military base, distributing the individual weapons, vehicles, and exoskeletons inside to the locals. I also brought back some brand new ACPA armor and fuel from the warehouse. Just look at the list, it's a lot. Those Southern California mobs are looting and burning like crazy. It looks like Los Angeles is doomed. How do you plan to maintain order? Lil glanced at the list of spoils. Hansen had brought back 50 sets of ACPA armor. This type of armor is practically the limit of what a modern army soldier can offer, with top-tier protection and firepower. It's not that Night City lacks the production technology, but it simply can't spare the production capacity. This seemed to suggest Hansen could seize some. In addition, Hansen used the Lark to steal the locally stationed Magic Lizard tanks and armored vehicles, even including a Chimera tank. At this very moment, several Mackinac Shadows were hoisting these items into the air and transporting them to the underground base. As for everything else Night City could produce, it was basically distributed to the locals. Los Angeles companies were in for a rough patch. Most people in this world were struggling to make ends meet, and the recent unrest had made it difficult for many to even survive. In such a situation, looting and smashing were instinctive. Of course, this would undoubtedly be a brutal process. Almost half of the United States would be engulfed in chaos, and many would die. The good news was that the looters knew from whom they had obtained their weapons, and who had given them this opportunity. In the early stages of the chaos, this kind of moral restraint, bordering on idolatry, could, to a certain extent, mitigate the looting of ordinary people. However, this can't last long. As soon as Hansen finished his question, Leal said, "Continue producing intercontinental missiles. This shipment will produce approximately 4 ICBMs of the same size. The test data is good? Next time, we directly strike Washington. We use the remaining raw materials to add a nuclear reactor to the underground city, and continue expanding the underground space. The so-called underground space is now becoming more and more like a small underground city. The underground city originally had a nuclear reactor, but otherwise relied on a reserve of ethanol-2 fuel, solar energy, and wind power. The solar and wind energy is stored in batteries, and transported to distribution stations as backup energy. If war breaks out, this energy source will be completely cut off. For thermal power generation, Leal brought back ethanol-2 gene editing technology from Europe and is gradually restoring agriculture. The underground city also has a large number of vertical farms, but if war breaks out, all surface farms will be abandoned. Underground sunlight is absent. Unless Leal can develop a crop that absorbs radiation, agriculture relying on the underground city's energy will have to grow food. The good news is that the nuclear fuel Lear brought back can power another nuclear reactor. This way, as long as they manage their time underground, they won't face energy shortages for the time being. Furthermore, cross-dimensional production will reduce energy consumption and increase production efficiency, meaning 2 nuclear reactors can support more industries. After Lear confirmed all the circumstances, the Illuminati began to categorize and organize the information based on the division of labor in society, and then deliver it to the prosthetic systems of various groups. As soon as the mission was delivered, their excitement quickly cooled. It wasn't that their mood had turned sour, but rather that they knew they were on the path to greater victory. However, some remained vigilant. After reading, Hansen looked up and asked Leal, "When do you think Europe will take action?" "When?" Predicting the future depends on the ability to acquire information. Night City has no satellites, let alone a lunar colony. All the battlefields Leal had opened up faced a serious problem. The vast sea of people was formidable, but it was difficult to deploy well-trained spies and agents. Or perhaps, so far, the situation hadn't given Leal the opportunity or the means to do so. As for the ESA bosses, Leal had never even met them. So the answer was, Leal didn't know. He could only speculate. After the missile launch, I've already prepared the evacuation priority, and issued the first relocation orders. Leal paused. From the moment we launch the ICBM, every moment, we must be prepared for a meteorite strike at any moment. It was a reasonable answer, unpretentious and sincere. Though it didn't quite have the effect of inspiring people, Hansen felt reassured. He didn't know why, and he even smiled to himself, because it was exactly how it should be. He didn't notice Leal's pause for a moment. Illuminati, Mura Mesa has detected a meteorite. Illuminati, preliminary calculations indicate impact in 3 minutes. Mura Mesa is performing the final round of calculations. Leal suddenly changed his tone. Meteorite impact in 3 minutes. Huh? Hansen was stunned for a moment, and then the alarm systems throughout the underground city and Night City went off. The sudden change caused the minds of those who hadn't yet fully recovered from the joy of victory to freeze. Meteorite impact in 3 minutes. Chapter 982. ICBMs are magical to the natives of Night City. That thing looks like a rocket. On the side of the road, a group of Night City residents, queuing to get on a bus, looked up and exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's flying from Taiping State?" Launching rockets is a monopoly in this world. Only a handful of organizations possess orbital projection capabilities, and in Night City, only Orbital Aviation operates this business. But Orbital Aviation withdrew from Night City 6 months ago, and this business was shut down a year and a half ago. Orbital Aviation concluded that without the guarantee of free trade, Night City no longer had development potential and gradually closed down several businesses, including aerospace transportation and air transportation, until it emptied and demolished the entire orbital airport 6 months ago. Where do Night City get its rockets now? There's only one answer. Lucy, standing nearby, placed a hand on David's shoulder, and covered her mouth with her other hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Rocket? David had also discovered the rocket. While he didn't regret joining his brothers in the business, it was precisely because of this venture that Orbital Aerospace withdrew, and they had become highly sought after in the world of corporate agents. Forget about riding a rocket. If they left Night City and appeared in any other city, they would be instantly targeted. The dream of going to the moon gradually evolved into a pragmatic desire to live a good life and act like a decent person in Night City. Even Lucy began to adapt to this life. The imagined utopia, far from the world, seemed to be sealed away in her heart, gradually shifting her focus as reality became more fulfilling. But what if Night City had its own rocket? As Night City's most confidential project, David and Lucy had no access to Project Rift. They exchanged a glance, their shock suppressed, and unanimously continued their work. If Night City truly possessed the ability to reach the moon, then they would surely have another chance to do so in the future. Stop looking. David shouted at the top of his lungs. Hurry up. The evacuation order is for your lives. Just now, City Hall issued an emergency evacuation order. This order, based on the city's social structure, specifically prioritized individuals from all walks of life to live and work in the underground city. David was now considered a special, outsourced member of the NCPD, his mission to ensure the swift and smooth execution of the emergency evacuation mission in this area. This mission wasn't exactly easy. After David's shout, everyone in the skyscraper who had been ordered to board the buses descended and obediently boarded. Honestly, even David could tell that those prioritized for evacuation were primarily skilled workers and generally honest individuals. While he didn't know what they were trying to avoid, it seemed these spots were valuable, and the individuals were carefully selected. As David pondered this, he noticed through his hearing prosthesis that people were rustling around on both sides of the street, clutching cardboard. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw these people. Their appearance was shabby, their clothes tattered and torn, with pinholes of varying sizes visible where the rags couldn't cover them. Their skin was ulcerated, and they drooled every few steps. These were the dregs of Night City's development, and they were the ones David had been primarily targeting with his gun. If these people interfered with the evacuation, he would have simply drawn his gun and shot them. Apparently, David had some street cred. Seeing him standing guard, they left in dismay. So he pulled his hand from his pocket, climbed into his Mackinaw, and activated the sirens. The Mackinaws, with their NCPD outsourced livery, were a symbol of order in this city. It wasn't that they were particularly noble, but they had been feared even as gangs. Now, they'd given up some things, but they'd also become more official. It was a very subtle feeling. In short, if you saw a car like this on the road, especially one with its sirens blaring, you should give way. Only fools would argue with them about morality and the rule of law. As the 3 rockets departed Night City, the entire emergency evacuation process was activated. The streets were filled with NCPD outsourced personnel from various districts, sirens blaring, maintaining order. Buses, subways, and pickup trucks escorted equipment and personnel to Taiping State. Such a large-scale display couldn't be hidden from the eyes of the company's agents. Of course, no one knew that there were no more company agents in the city. Even if there were, they were lost agents unable to send messages. Gloria sat in the back seat. After gathering her belongings, she leaned over behind David and asked, "Where are we going?" "What is the underground city?" "It's said to be a massive civil air defense project," David said as he started the car and caught up with the main group. "It's like a Night City built underground. They say we might have to live there until the war is over." War. David's heart skipped a beat, and he let the cat out of the bag. Lucy rolled her eyes in the passenger seat. "The war drill is over, but it's basically confirmed we might be at war." Before she could finish her sentence, the radio blared. The news was simple. A notorious terrorist group, identified here as legendary mercenaries, had attacked a New America city. Furthermore, New America had been hit by a nuclear attack, launched from none other than Night City. This wasn't a drill at all. Thanks to the massive infrastructure construction projects of the past 2 years, the public internet throughout Night City was incredibly easy to use. Everyone connected immediately and saw the latest news. A single image spliced together the current state of the attacked city, and the video footage was even more sensational. That legendary mercenary, Burger King, had directly defeated a new American bomber about to drop a nuclear bomb on Night City. It was war. The car fell silent, while the crowd on the street erupted in excitement. David scratched his head awkwardly. "Mom, are you going to blame me?" "I mean..." Gloria's emotions were mixed. "Why do you blame me? I wanted you to reach the top of Arasaka Tower, And now we're living underground in Night City. Or do you blame me for becoming the leader of this NCPD outsourcing team? Of course I don't blame you. Gloria had little education. She was still young when she became pregnant with David, and her family didn't even have a father figure. Honestly, her mindset wasn't mature before. But now she understood. In such a big situation, the desires of small people like them didn't matter at all, and her son wasn't some kind of chosen one. How could one person blame another for not living up to their own ideals? Especially since she was a mother. Besides, David was now a respectable man, even if only in Night City. In this warm, family-friendly atmosphere, David couldn't say anything before a piercing sound rang out from nearby. Beep. Night City highest level war alert. All citizens, please seek shelter at the nearest facility. Repeat, all citizens, please proceed to the nearest evacuation facility immediately. Although there was no attack, the bright red warning lights throughout the city instantly set everyone's adrenaline pumping. Some quick-witted people immediately guessed that these vehicles must be transporting important individuals to safety. However, Mackinac General vehicles always lived up to their legendary image, powerful and strong. David, there's someone. David stepped on the accelerator. Gloria exclaimed, right in front of them. Several people rushed into the street. But David didn't slow down. Bang! The reckless vehicles crushed the crowd, and the sky suddenly became blazing. Lucy looked up and saw a terrifying scene. A meteor was rapidly approaching from a distance. Night City's interceptor missiles and machine guns opened fire. The roar of the missile engines and machine guns almost drowned out the city sirens, painting the sky red. It's the European Space Agency's orbital mass projection weapon. David. Faster. This is as fast as it can go. The car crushed the people blocking its path and headed straight for the Taiping State Military Base. Soldiers in mechanical exoskeletons had already opened fire to suppress the crowd. Man and his team had already arrived, standing behind the slowly closing blast doors, anxiously waving at David. Faster! David gritted his teeth and winked at Lucy, who immediately grabbed the steering wheel. David immediately opened the Sion Weston and scrambled out the window. His fingers pierced the car's hull like nails, reaching for the exhaust system. He pulled out his pistol and aimed it at the gas engine. Boom! The rear of the car left a fiery trail. Around it were frantic people. They saw death approaching and rushed frantically towards the underground city's main entrance, the blast door of the military base, like zombies losing their minds. As if teleporting, the Mackinac pickup truck slammed through the blast-proof door at the last moment. David's hands had lost all feeling, leaving only the system's drive to grip the bumper. His vision gradually blurred, his hearing paralyzed by the blast, leaving only the pounding of his heart. He saw a fierce flame erupt in the center of the city. The shockwave spread like a tide, collapsing buildings and extinguishing all lights. Whoosh! Bang! The shockwave slammed into the blast-proof steel door, and a ray of force that filtered through the crack that hadn't yet fully closed instantly knocked David unconscious. Bang! The road they entered was downhill, and the Mackinac's immense speed sent the car flying, crashing into the wall above, and then crashing to the ground. He was still in shock. The war had begun. Chapter 983. The war has begun. Although the orbital mass projector sounds like a single weapon, it's actually a system. This system originated with ESA's lunar exploration and colonization mission. From the beginning, it was solely for the purpose of faster and more cost-effective satellite construction. The moon's mass is only 1/6 that of Earth, and its escape velocity is only about 1/5. This means that launching a spacecraft or other object from there requires significantly fewer resources. There are 3 colonies there, with 3 orbital mass projectors. Using these mass projectors, lunar supplies can be precisely projected to the Earth-Moon Lagrange point, awaiting the arrival of spacecraft needed for construction. The text then abruptly shifts topics. Then, construct in space. But later, or perhaps even from the beginning, the ESA discovered a new use for it. What if the projected material didn't stop at the Lagrange point and landed directly on Earth? The consequences would be devastating. But this explosion was more powerful than I imagined, and even beyond Arasaka's predictions. Previous intelligence indicated that the ESA's most powerful projectile was in the 100-ton range, with an explosive power comparable to conventional tactical nuclear weapons. But this one was different. It could be 300 tons. They've made progress. Arasaka knew the orbital mass launcher best, as Saburo Arasaka dreamed of possessing the world's most advanced weapon. In the original world line, Arasaka had already begun espionage against the lunar colony and attempted to secretly deploy the orbital mass launcher. As Arasaka's former top AI, Muramasa understood the ESA's limitations, and the limitations of the orbital mass launcher. The 300-ton explosion was comparable to a high-yield tactical nuclear bomb. Leo wasn't exactly terrified of such an explosion, but Night City was. A devastating meteorite fell from the sky, imploding at the last moment, and even creating the effects of a cluster bomb. The city center was completely destroyed, and the surrounding buildings would suffer heavy casualties from the shockwave and fragmentation. Night City was paralyzed, its surface paralyzed. A city of 7 million people, paralyzed. It was unknown how many people died in this attack, and how many more would die in subsequent attacks. The entire underground city was in a state of both relief at having survived and fear at having been attacked. Attacking others with a nuclear weapon was one thing, and being attacked by others was another. What's more, the new America is vast and rich in resources, and the European community is even more so. Night City? It's just a city. When people are attacked, they tend to imagine the worst. This is the worst. We're just a city, but across from us is the entire world. Fortunately, Illuminati, your list building suggestions are very useful. Although the mood is low, it's still under control, and morale hasn't collapsed. Leo has extensive experience with nuclear strikes, having participated in wars with casualties numbering in the billions. In such a systematic war, public opinion control is a crucial technique. Initially, he disdained it, but later he was forced to study it. He did have some understanding of how to determine the list and maintain morale in such a situation. But it's a brutal technique after all. You have to decide who can hide and who will die outside. Those who participated in the great victory also collectively became somewhat depressed, whether it was V. Jack, or even the pilots, Hansen, or Arasaka Yorinobu. In the face of such power, one could only feel insignificant. What's the point of being more powerful? V slammed his fist into the wall. Jack just glanced at it, wanting to punch it too, but couldn't. No wonder everyone uses the euro. Now I feel it. If anyone disobeys, throw stones at them. Muramasa's holographic projection added, Muramasa, to a large extent, you can say that a projectile is concrete, but it's more than just concrete. The technology and energy source required to withstand the high temperatures generated by friction with the atmosphere, maintain its basic form, control its trajectory and velocity, and accelerate the projectile to lunar escape velocity are all complex systems engineering. Muramasa, ESA only has one colony under its control. 300 tons is probably their limit. They probably don't have many projectiles of this level, and the energy problem makes it difficult for them to sustain continuous projections. The mass projector uses electromagnetic orbital acceleration for projection, and its energy source is primarily solar. Lunar colonies are full of solar panels, and theoretically there are nuclear reactors there, but those are used for life support and factory maintenance. The electromagnetic catapult's track will burn, a major problem on the moon. Energy isn't infinite, and launching large projectiles will prolong recharging time. Even if the battery pack can hold enough charge, high-density strikes are impossible. Leo asked, what's the expected strike interval? Muramasa, if the weapon is functioning properly, the next strike should occur within 24 hours at the earliest. Send a rescue team to continue searching for survivors in the rubble, relocate them to buildings, and build improvised forts and strongholds within the ruins. Evacuate after 20 hours. Illuminati, okay, we've selected the advanced team. Secondly, we need outside information. Have Adakato join the advanced team to cover their departure from Night City. We also send some pilots on the same mission. We still have operatives in New America. Don't abandon them. Illuminati, manpower will be a bit tight, but we can arrange it. The fewer people in the base, the better. Muramasa, adjust the production line. Leo made a quick decision, issuing one directive after another. The Illuminati's powerful ability to mobilize social resources reminded Leo of the limits of this underground city, allowing him to make choices. But this scene made Perales and Ryan panic. Their city was under attack, and now they didn't need a complex bureaucracy. What would they do? Ryan immediately asked, what should we do? Leo looked at Ryan and Perales. This wasn't just a problem for them. Among the refugees were politicians and corporate executives of similar status, such as Sherman of Mackinac, and the middlemen. Go to the engineering department to get your prosthetics modified and adjusted, and join the production line. Huh? We? Go? Yes, Leo interrupted Ryan. Work on the production line. If you can understand and master engineering, go into engineering management. If not, follow the orders of the team leader and the automated dispatch center. They had to go. In a life and death struggle, there's no need for many polite, tongue-twisting politicians and managers, especially in this situation. the underground city isn't large, and Lille has the Illuminati and a sophisticated command system at his disposal, so they need to change. But why not abandon them and bring in more skilled workers? Because they need to set an example for the people, while also playing their role as politicians, inspiring them. And one day, when they win, they still be needed in peacetime for the things they excel at. This is about adapting and changing. Ryan and Perales exchanged a glance, saying nothing more. Making up their minds, they turned and opened the door. As they opened the door, they saw Lucy supporting David, standing at the door, along with the bosses from various gangs. V walked over to Lille, looked at the group of people waiting outside for work, and pursed his lips. What about us? And what about them? Lille replied, remember what I told you before? If the ESA directly intervenes in the battle, then you and I, we have to go to the moon. And so will they. Chapter 984. Announcement. Citizens of Night City, we have been drawn into a war. In fact, we started it. Announcement. As you can see, we drove out the corporations, drove out the New America and the European community, burned their dirty money, and rejected their rule, and in return came their angry bullets. Announcer. New America has been crushed by us, and the European community is afraid of us too. Announcer. You might ask, what are they afraid of? Announcer. They're afraid we have enough to eat. Announcer. They're not just afraid we have enough to eat, they're also afraid we live comfortably at home, enjoy proper food, warm heating, and convenient living. Announcer. They just don't want us to live well. Otherwise, no one will buy their crappy products. Announcer. If you own a house, real estate companies won't have a place to collect rent. If you're healthy, medical companies won't have patients to pay. If you're safe, security companies will go bankrupt. If you're well, food companies will go bankrupt. Announcer. They're afraid they never be able to suck our blood out of them again. Lien's voice echoed through the underground city. There was no noble purpose in his words, just pure hatred, pure expression. The company didn't want them to have a good life. This idea would seem absurd in another world, but here, everyone accepted it, because that's how life really is. Houses must be rented, breathing air is taxed, food is a mixture of ground insects and chemical additives, medication is needed because the company poisoned the water supply, and prosthetics were purchased with loans to get work. Of course, reality is very complicated. Everyone at this moment ignores that some money used to be collected by Night City Hall, such as this air tax. The reality is that Night City has indeed improved. As it gets better, more and more companies are getting impatient, ultimately leading to the current situation. Yes, political, social, and diplomatic relations may be complex, and experts' brainstorming sessions could easily lead to essays and thesis after essay. But ordinary people intuitively perceive the world, and their feeling is this: our lives are getting better, and the companies are getting desperate. So desperate they're biting. The ground vibrates from time to time, and the radio broadcasts are accompanied by intermittent noises. Those who understand know it's electrical interference, but those who don't feel it comes from another world. People around them hurry through the passages. The underground city is becoming crowded with the influx of people, and they move through the sticky air. Johnny had never imagined the city he'd been away from for 50 years would be like this. Oh my god. Those wimps in Night City actually drove out the company, and went to war with Night City. They're so energetic even hiding underground. Am I dreaming? He was now tucked into a humanoid robot. While it lacked a massive cannon, the freedom of movement was quite pleasant. He'd been like this for a while, and Rog knew that the robot contained the imprint of Johnny Silverhand's soul. Honestly, she thought it was quite good. If Johnny were in a human body, even if it was exactly the same as he had been decades ago, or even if it was his original body, she would be confused. But now, that Johnny was in a humanoid robot that looked human, but lacked facial features and muscles, she could easily distinguish this Johnny. Or perhaps it wasn't that hard to accept. The bustling underground city was operating at full speed. A deep breath brought out the thickest industrial odor, a mixture of oil and fuel. Rogue said, this place isn't usually that crowded, it looks much more upscale. Now it feels like a sanctuary, teeming with people. I can imagine all those idiots in Night City huddled in the sewers, taking drugs and watching Mutuo shoot planes, but I can't imagine them hiding out in the dungeons, working and fighting honestly. Rogue smiled. Me too. When it comes to charisma, Lil is the undisputed leader of Night City. Charisma? Johnny continued stubbornly. Stuffing a nuclear bomb in someone's mouth isn't charisma. Almost. Do you think that charisma is defined by someone being as incapable of controlling that thing in their pants as you are? Or do you think holding a passionate concert at the foot of Arasaka Tower, deceiving innocent people, and using it as a smokescreen, is more powerful than leading an entire city into war? Johnny was speechless, but he still laughed, pointing at Rog with a scumbag's gesture. That's the crazy woman I knew. She'd pick on anyone she could get her hands on. It seems I'm no longer as attractive to you without my big gun. But you're not the Johnny I knew. After all, you've lost your big gun and can't take drugs. That might be a good thing. Johnny dropped his smile and studied every passing face. He also remembered some of the fans at the foot of Arasaka Tower, their faces brimming with enthusiasm, mustering the courage of their lives to cause trouble in front of the tower. In the past, he thought he was so awesome that he encouraged people to do things they dared not do. But now it seems that there is a difference between that kind of madness and true tenacity. People cannot fight wars with irrational madness, nor can they win the future with such madness. This statement truly shocked Rog, leaving her speechless for a moment. Johnny continued, maybe that guy really did change me. My mind is much clearer now, like a newborn. There's no extra dopamine or adrenaline, my little head can't control my big head, but I keep feeling like new inspiration is coming. Night City, your Rock King is back. Johnny stood in the rushing crowd, like a robot out of control, raising his arms, as if to embrace the entire dungeon. But first, Roger took out a tablet and confirmed, this place doesn't support idlers. There's no place for you to squat all day thinking about arrangements and lyrics. You have to work on the assembly line. Huh? Johnny's raised arm froze. Work on the assembly line? Nonsense. You think this place will keep a washed-up rock star like you? You can find your old friends. If you want to form a band, I apply to put you on the same assembly line, and I take care of you. Johnny was deflated, but even he wouldn't consider violating Leal's policies. He could only think disgruntledly, what a ridiculous personal charm. Following Rogue dejectedly, Johnny looked even more like a robot with a faulty driver. Fortunately, Night City was now accustomed to these strange robots. That's Johnny Silverhand? Jack brushed past Rogue and looked at the robot following him. Leary pointed at the robot and said, see? That's Johnny Silverhand. Okay, let's finish watching the legend and leave. Why do you feel a little embarrassed? It doesn't matter if he loses face. Let's not lose face. These are probably the only living legends in Night City. Get ready to face the real legendary warriors. Chapter 985. The underground city had already had a permanent resident population operating its facilities since its initial construction, but production was no longer transported to the surface because Night City above was already destroyed. The underground facility, designed to accommodate 500,000 people, was already nearly full. The living quarters of the entire underground city were actually quite crowded, with the production areas actually having more space than the residential areas. Even after Hansen assumed command of the Night City Defense Force, Night City had already begun upgrading the Pedro Petrochemical Stadium and the parking garage beneath it, aiming to transform it into an underground military command post. The core industries were also relocated underground. Even with the most expensive excavation and construction of the underground space complete, the project remained enormously expensive, and Ryan had no choice but to accept it. By the time Leal returned to Night City, the area had entered its second phase of construction, with a massive influx of manpower and resources for the project. The functional areas were expanded, along with the introduction of numerous new technologies and core industries, and the establishment of numerous laboratories. Most importantly, thanks to interdimensional industrial technology, the robotic workers, who were essentially human, simply folded up and stored in storage during downtime, saving a significant amount of space. Since then, the selection process for the underground city's population has been ongoing. It's a brutal one, so progress has been slow. A population of 500,000 has far exceeded Hansen's expectations. Beyond this area, Night City itself contains numerous basements and underground structures. Meteorite strikes would cause horrific damage to urban areas with complex terrain, but it's impossible to exterminate everyone in the surface cities, yet. However, the blow to morale is real. The Illuminati predict that a large number of people on the surface will collapse. AI judgments are independent of emotion and morality, but it will undoubtedly be difficult for the surface population to maintain a unified external front, and over time, other emotions will arise in the underground city. Leal, so we must deal with the orbital mass projector. David's mind raced through Leal's words as he checked his access suit. How to solve this problem? ICBMs only target objects within the surface. If they were to reach the moon, let alone precise guidance, the lunar colonies are no fools. Even if they were to target the lunar base, wouldn't they intercept them? There's only one chance to reach the moon. If they fail, whether it's a miss, intercepted, insufficient damage to disable the orbital mass projector, or the other lunar colonies are persuaded by the EC, it would be a disaster. There are 3 colonies on the moon. Leo. First, we need the exact coordinates and information about Tycho colony. The more detailed the better. We must attack the Crystal Palace first. Lucy and David exchanged a glance. She felt strange. She had never imagined she would embark on a journey away from Earth in this way. Thus, David's ideals and her dreams magically intersected. This time, they wouldn't buy tickets to the moon. They would fight there, to win the war, to live better, for a better future in Night City, and, of course, for better pay. Man's entire team underwent modifications. Their prosthetics adjusted to the team's combat practices and Nuramace's suggestions. At the final moment of entering the training chamber, Man's team bared their white teeth. It's often said that cyberpunks are people who have moved to the margins of society to escape something, but now they don't see it that way. Flesh, machine, and mind, they're not meant to escape. Man's team entered the training chamber. Leo. The Crystal Palace is one of the largest commercial projects in the European community, and the orbital mass projector provided significant assistance during its construction. Leo. The Crystal Palace's daily communications, engineering records, and other data are extremely valuable. We must first enter and seize as much data as possible. Leo. This data will allow us to determine coordinates and understand the current situation of the Tycho colony. In the best-case scenario, I will use this data to create an information camouflage to facilitate landing on the lunar colony. Leo. Also, this is our final supply stop on the way to the moon. The spacecraft will refuel here. If anyone saw Arasaka Yoshinobu's state at this moment, they'd definitely exclaim, "Is this kid crazy?" As the son of Arasaka, his body is covered in combat prosthetics, with carvings of Japanese gangster-style patterns all over his body. For so many years, I've lived in the old man's shadow. This time, I'm finally going to surpass Arasaka Corporation. Lark was assigned to the same team as him, serving as hacker support. Then you must be desperate. Hansen was also adjusting his equipment, saying, "Here's a piece of advice for you, sons and failed agents. Never fantasize about what will happen after victory before it's won." Lark sneered, "If we reach the Tycho colony, will you reopen your veteran's grill on the moon?" Hansen remained unmoved. "Like I said, don't fantasize. How do you know you won't die in the Crystal Palace? Or that the rocket won't explode in space?" Friends. Lai Xian was noticeably more excited. "We will launch the greatest raid of this century. In the vastness of space, with our courage, will, and steel blades, we will sever the evil apparatus that has ruled this world for over 100 years. I said, don't fantasize. Leo, according to available intelligence, the Crystal Palace will be heavily guarded. The number may not be large, but they will definitely be elite soldiers. Leo, we all know that 2 of the lunar colonies are controlled by the High Knights, who revolted decades ago. The Europeans have fought them in the air, and have more experience. Lil, I imagine some of you might be thinking, the High Knights are also rebels, can we unite? Lil, the answer is, don't have any illusions. The High Knights' economic lifeline is controlled by the European community. For years, they've been more like a highly autonomous ESA lunar province. Lil, but if we win, they also turn to us. However, until we win the war, they'd likely be on our side. So until then, just treat them as potential enemies. Brick had a flash of inspiration. High Knights? Isn't that the Space Mafia? The bosses of Night City's biggest gangs were all crammed into one room. Brick and Joestar of the Whirlpool Gang and their mother, the sergeant of the 6th Street Gang, Gustavo of Valentino, Susie of the Mox Gang, Takenori Maikawa of the Tiger Claw Gang, and the Savage King of the Animal Gang. When these words were spoken, everyone looked at them sideways. The iron-headed man of the Whirlpool Gang did have some truth in what he said. Among them, Gustavo of Valentino was a new face. Valentino had no real boss, only a few gang leaders with similar power. The other bosses had either been restless in the past 2 years, or lacked the courage or ability to join this operation. Only he was there. After this space gangster operation, who dares to compete with me for the top spot? The sergeant laughed heartily at Gustavo's expression. Ha. Little idiot, if you make it back alive, I give you the mayoral position. Maikawa's eyes darkened. You've said too much. This isn't your decision. Oh, Leo. Once we get what we want at the Crystal Palace, we immediately head for the Tycho colony on the moon. If you're still alive. Leo, self-destruction is always the first option, so if you only win by a narrow margin, you might be buried in space along with the world's most expensive and luxurious base. Panem and Thor led the Rangers. Thor adjusted his equipment while muttering, I told you not to come along. Come on, old man. This isn't your time anymore. We're all new to the world of space raiding. What I mean is, Atacado needs you. Thor looked at Panem seriously. What if? If everyone on this mission dies, Atacado will be doomed too. If anyone survives, it must be Leal. If he survives, why are you still worried about the clan? Panem shrugged, his face dismissive. As long as we win this battle, Atacado will begin a new life in the revived land. Sun, wind, and rain will guide the clan to continue living, just like the books say. Thor was stunned for a moment, then smiled and returned to his work. I've been taught a lesson by you. You've got me a little scared. You're already afraid of death. You're strong as a bull, but cowardly as a fox. You should have been tortured long ago. Thor didn't argue, but he knew he wasn't afraid of death. He was just afraid his people wouldn't survive. But he had to admit, Panem's words had made him feel a moment of dread. Atacado was one of the few people in this world who still use books to impart knowledge and education. He had certainly heard those stories of that world that once existed. Who wouldn't want to live to see victory? I'm not afraid of death, you see. Lil, the rest of us, we're going to charge Tycho Colony and completely dismantle Yesse's rule. Lil, if possible, let them eat the stones they produce. Lil, your combat skills are a bit pitiful. Rocket production will take some time. In these final days, everyone must meet the standards in virtual training. Lil, those who don't meet the standards will go back to the basement and screw in the screws. The chosen ones are no cowards. Even if this is training, they will risk their lives to adapt to their new cybernetic bodies and prepare for the final battle. Leal, training preparation. Bang. The entire underground city trembled violently again. Marvel World, Africa. Illuminati. What kind of training technology is this? Their state is too realistic, and the intelligence displayed by those strange autonomous robots is completely abnormal. Illuminati, what are you hiding? A world? The EC's final achievement was ultimately perfected by Leal and Uramesa, combining a series of acquired technologies such as cell culture, cloning, cybernetic technology, and quantum computers, and leveraging technology from the EU and AU, the Atlas Group recreated synthetic human technology. Relying on the cells of every person who participated in the final battle, Leal cloned a synthetic humanoid here, a form that would belong to them. Perhaps he couldn't mold a human being with biotechnology like the Creator, nor could he simulate human senses with pure machinery, with 100% realistic control. But the combination of the two was absolute simulation. The clone cells continued to take shape through molecular-level weaving technology. This advanced bioprinter, resembling a primitive textile machine, printed human lizard muscle cells, tissues, and organs, connecting them together through organic macromolecules to form limbs and organs. Mechanical prosthesis connected within it, outlining a complete human form. The arc reactor flickered with light, and sensory information flowed across indescribable dimensional distances to reach another world. This was the final piece of the puzzle of interdimensional production technology. In other words, what now transcended dimensions was no longer just the production of machines and equipment, but actual human consciousness. Developed technology, interdimensional synthetic human. Description: synchronizing all technologies in two worlds, simultaneously transforming and producing two bodies, resulting in corresponding bodies in different worlds. Consciousness has already transcended time and space. After years of hard work, the two worlds that had always supported each other were no longer limited to production and rigid mechanical bodies, but had begun to perceive another world. Rewarded technology points: 20,000 current technology points, 50,000 Geocity, Atlas Corporation headquarters. The latest synths opened their eyes in their pods. Lil watched all this, looking at the system window that only he could see. He previously expended some technology points transferring nuclear fuel, and now, to clone the cells of Night City warriors, he transferred some biological tissue from them, adding the newly awarded 20,000 points to round off the total. At the same time, he was reviewing the scale of interdimensional production. Current interdimensional production scale, level 3. Cyberpunk World Access Creatures, 2.3 million. Marvel World Access Creatures, 4.4 million. New ability acquired. You will be able to directly replicate production energy within the interdimensional production line, reducing production energy consumption by 1% on a macro scale. New ability acquired. You will be able to directly distribute energy between the two worlds. New ability acquired. The two worlds are now closely connected, allowing you to transfer matter at 80% of the normal transfer cost. New ability acquired. Your individual energy loss will be reduced by 20%. Quantum resonance capabilities have been improved, which will now be directly reflected in a reduced defect rate. Current joint production energy consumption reduced, 20%. Current defect rate reduced, 67%. Material transfer technology point cost, 80%. Note, after repeated battles and collaboration, both worlds have assembled massive production teams for coordination. This unity of purpose has translated into tangible excellence in the real world. Just one final push away, perhaps even the materials produced will materialize in the other world. Time is running out, act now. Before Lear, V and Jack opened their eyes. The sun rose over the horizon, and countless transport planes took off from the military base, and ships departed the harbor and sailed off into the distance. This was both training and actual combat. Lear would capture the United States and simultaneously connect with the Atlas Corporation there, increasing interdimensional production to level 4 and pushing production speeds to the limit. Before the European community's orbital bombardment completely destroyed Night City, and before the Roxxon Corporation destroyed Earth, they would simultaneously defeat them. Both worlds will launch a general offensive against the oppressors of the same nature. Even without a client, Leal knew this was the greatest and final commission bestowed upon him by both worlds, to win the future. Chapter 986. America in both worlds is divided, as if this country is inherently prone to civil war. Mission objective, airdrop to New York. New York City details loading a bombed-out city. Most friendly forces and civilians are hiding in the rubble and basements. The National Guard, using anti-aircraft missiles and turrets, has barely managed to protect some factories and maintain basic production, but supplies remain scarce. This was once a prosperous city, similarly bombed like Night City, and under enemy control for even longer. Nearly 9 months of wartime have brought everything to the brink of destruction. Transport planes, invisible to radar and optical signals, gradually arrived in American airspace. The experience of crossing the ocean in a transport plane was a novelty for the uninitiated people of Night City. The transport plane's hatch was open. V and Jack huddled close, looking down like everyone else. The experience was truly novel. They were looking at a blue ocean, a world less polluted than it had ever been. Is this America? As the transport plane reached American airspace, the same question crossed everyone's mind. Is this America? North America, or perhaps the entire cyberpunk world, was essentially bare sand. The better preserved areas might contain dark, filthy water. When the wind blew, the sand obscured the roads, obscuring the path for drivers. Although the Marvel world was also at war, the suburbs still boasted vast expanses of lush green lawns, forests, and clear lakes. But the city itself was equally devastated. Lil glanced over and said, "Prepare for airborne drop. Control your consciousness." Ships on the surface began entering territorial waters, locking onto ships on the coast carrying out blockades and bombings. Transport planes quietly arrived over New York. Once the battle began, the African Union Navy would attack the U.S. fleet and simultaneously conduct airborne operations to retake New York City. But the transport plane Leal was aboard began to gain altitude. V asked curiously, "Aren't we going down?" "No, don't forget the training content of this training. Ground combat won't be effective." The main guns of the African Union flagship, the Somalia, were raised high. Abi sat in the command room, staring at the tactical radar before him, feeling a sense of absurdity. Just 3 years ago, he was a Somali pirate, and now he's reached the U.S. mainland. But this felt wonderful. Leal, general attack in 30 seconds. Prepare for bombardment. Frank, watching the increasingly clear New York, began to pray unconsciously. The once global financial center, the world's most prosperous city, lay buried in ruins. People had even learned to move quickly and survive among the ruins, just like those third world countries they had bombed. It's just that the people who bombed third world countries and the people who bombed New York might even be the same people. Now I'm beginning to understand why the boss doesn't care about the so-called American accusations. Chala looked at the ruins below and asked, "Why?" The enemy isn't divided by nationality. At least in this war, nationality doesn't identify these brutal beasts. They attacked Vietnam, bombed Iraq, and controlled the Middle East. When there's nothing left to bomb outside, they don't mind turning their knives on their own people. Indeed, Chala nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Africans, Americans, and Europeans aren't fighting over those things anymore. My friend, for tomorrow. For tomorrow. Bang. The battleship's electromagnetic turrets opened fire before the stationed navy could react. The shells pierced the air, whistling directly into the American ships at sea. Beneath the rubble of the devastated New York City, a glimmer of life lingered. Although the Roxxon Group controlled most of the U.S. states, not everyone would succumb to force. People couldn't choose where they were born, so nationality couldn't fully represent a person. This was why the country was divided. Roxanne used force to rule half the country, but the other half rejected this coercion. They held their own flags, telling Roxanne that their thoughts were as free as the wind, supporting their flags flying high. But while the wind was hard to grasp, the flags were being shattered by the bullets. The situation is dire. We're running low on supplies, medicine, and guns and ammunition. Roxanne might find us during his next scheduled search, and then... Sheriff Stacy felt powerless. They had been living under the rubble for over 10 months. For over 10 months, New York City had first been directly bombed by aircraft carriers. The National Guard remained on high alert for a long time, and the enemy didn't sit idly by. After a long period of bombing and blockade, the Guard ran out of artillery and missiles, and was forced to withdraw from the fortress. The enemy then deployed the army in a joint operation, and the urban fighting continued for a long time, continuing to this day. Not a single member of the National Guard remained. Many had surrendered. The remaining ones were incorporated into the resistance. This might not be considered a formation, but they were all under the command of Sheriff Stacy, who became the leader of the insurgents. In general, Roxanne seemed to have given up on occupying New York. They had only one goal: to completely destroy the Atlas Corporation's legacy, both human and material. Mayor Anthony, grave and worried, remained silent. From unemployed worker to mayor of New York, to leader of the resistance, he had been through a lot. But that didn't mean those with much experience would win. What had kept him going was simply his belief that he had to uphold the people's spirits. But could they really win? Martin knew Anthony was close to despair. In fact, at this moment, the soldiers and civilians in the ruins across New York were also close to despair. Roxanne's soldiers were professional and ruthless. How many could endure such immense pressure and continue to fight in the face of hunger and cold? Not to mention that President Ellis, controlled by Roxanne, was still a president after all. However, from the information Martin had received, the surrendered people might have literally become industrial raw materials. These truths might sustain some for longer, even forever, but unfortunately, they won't give the resistance a decisive advantage. Red warning lights flashed in the underground space, and the people in the crowded shelter held their breath. This meant the surface security equipment had detected someone approaching from the tunnel, and it wasn't a friendly force. Sheriff Stacy grabbed her rifle and said casually, "A sheriff has become the leader of the rebels. An unemployed worker has become the mayor. This world is truly bizarre." Martin laughed too, but he silently added, "A gang leader has become the commander of the resistance. Legal has become illegal, and illegality has become a symbol of resistance. This might be their end." A strange voice emanated from the radio. "Survivors of New York City no longer need to fear or be afraid. I'm Lil. I'm back." Chapter 987. Our cities crumbled in violence. The greatest idea of this century shattered in gunfire. But hope remains. We are still here. To all the oppressed, to all those harmed and terrorized by violence, to all those who hold high hopes for the future and toil to build it brick by brick, this shameful attack and looting will not break us. From Europe to Africa, breaking down the boundaries of nationality, race, culture, and all the prejudices that once divided us, we are the front lines against a dark future. We are the hammers forging the dawn of light. We gather from all quarters, fighting shoulder to shoulder across all obstacles. The voices in the darkness have been heard. The cries from the ruins have been answered. The fire of the New World Alliance will crush every enemy. One day, the world will break free, and today is that day. Boom! The helicopter was hit midair and crashed out of control onto the roadside. A hovercraft maintained a low altitude, its engine roaring and its mounted machine guns raking the ground, mowing down Roxanne soldiers like wheat. The sky was pierced by blue streaks of electromagnetic cannon fire. Hovercraft and transport planes flew at varying altitudes. Countless soldiers descended from the sky, and countless Titan robots crashed to the ground, shaking the entire battlefield. The Roxanne Corps soldiers, like killing machines, remained cold and calm, but under the fierce attack, they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their bullets couldn't penetrate the Titans. Their guns couldn't reach the pilots. The fierce artillery fire and terrifying strafing easily tore through the enemy's formation. The aircraft carrier formation sank into the sea, burning under the bombardment. They were being killed. This was the scene Martin saw when he opened the door. The Roxanne Corps soldiers were being routed. The Titans strode across the ruins of the city, forcing aside the rubble that weighed down the shelter. Sunlight shone through the smoke onto Martin and his companions' faces. Behind him, people no longer had to squeeze through a narrow opening to enjoy the sunlight. The huge rock pressing down on them had been lifted. But New World Alliance? Martin was stunned. Giant robots, swift hovercraft, a group of pilots comparable to super soldiers, invisible transport planes, and electromagnetic cannons whose power could be felt just by looking at their trajectory. Was this an alien invasion of Earth? Had Lear found alien reinforcements? Swish. The Titan's canopy popped up, and the pilot inside leaped out. Having been in combat mode for a long time, the men instinctively grabbed their guns, but the pilot opened his helmet. It was Frank. "Don't worry, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Sheriff, and Mr. Lee, do you remember me?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if the shock of what had just happened had overwhelmed them, and their minds were preoccupied with the situation. The moment he saw his acquaintance, everything became real. Martin, completely unassuming, sat down on a nearby rock, laughing uncontrollably. "Ha, of course I remember. I'm not suffering from Alzheimer's." New York's fall was as swift as a storm, and the news immediately reached the ears of Dalio, CEO of Roxxon Group. "Contact Alexander Pierce. Pierce, that guy's back, he's brought an army, and they've taken New York." Pang! The wine glass clattered to the ground. Dalio was in disbelief, and at the same time, he had a bad feeling. The situation in the American Civil War was extremely delicate. His forces included Hydra-controlled SHIELD, as well as a small number of U.S. troops. Through the aerospace carrier's air superiority, the suddenness of the attack, and the infiltration of Hydra agents, most U.S. forces only managed to put up a minor resistance after the Civil War began before their large-scale combat capabilities were crippled. However, this was the U.S. military after all, and the United States, after all, was a significant force in terms of both numbers and land area. Therefore, while the war situation was clear, the process was gradual. Hydra has always been responsible for this. Hydra? Dario, do you know what you're talking about? Pierce, I know. This setback is severe. It will significantly reduce our advantage. He's back. Dario, oh, he's back? Dario chuckled angrily. Dario, he's back, so you Hydra guys just sit there and let him do it? I don't understand, Pierce. You have aircraft carriers and powerful cyber warriors, but the moment he shows up, you're all dead? Pierce, there's something wrong with that guy, you know that. Dario, it's him, not the whole world. Pierce remained silent, feeling frustrated. He hadn't even noticed, but he was already scared. Any action involving Leal would spiral out of control. This time, too, that massive army instantly knocked an entire aircraft carrier fleet offline. Is that normal? He couldn't help but retort, this time it wasn't just Leal that was wrong, it was the whole world. Pierce, do you remember the robot armies in the Middle East and the massive explosions we observed earlier? I think this time, the whole world might really be wrong. Dario certainly remembered what Pierce was talking about. That useless Tony Stark, whose robots were utterly defeated, and who was himself ambushed in his own company. But after his death, his robots became powerful, and the first ones they attacked were their allies. Ultron attacked the Middle East with devastating force. While Zora could withstand cyber attacks, those damn bastards were crushed physically by Ultron. Under these circumstances, Dario had no choice but to abandon the Middle East and shift his attention elsewhere. A few weeks ago, a massive explosion occurred in the Middle East, and satellite footage captured a terrifying scene. After the blast, the mechanical city had formed a vast lake of molten metal on the surface. He saw two possible scenarios. First, the explosion was Ultron conducting high-energy oil enrichment experiments. In that case, Ultron could have crushed both Europeans and Africans, and that kid named Lil would have been wiped out. The second scenario was a bit more terrifying, and he honestly didn't want to believe it. In the second scenario, the explosion was caused by an attack on Ultron, and the attacker could only be human, either from Europe or even Latveria. Regardless, if it was an attack on Ultron, it meant that the attackers now attacking New York were truly human, and humans capable of destroying those terrifying robots. Hydra believed this must be the second scenario, because they didn't remember Ultron robots looking like this. Why is this happening? After all these years of accumulation, neither the sponsors nor my own technology has given me peace of mind? Ever since I got involved with Lear, everything has been spiraling out of control. It was all because of that damned experiment, that damned luck, that Lear had acquired that power, that I had been repeatedly frustrated and left behind, finally ending up in this situation. But that didn't matter anymore. Dario calmed down. Dario, what do you want this time? Pierce, officially transfer control of the U.S. military from President Ellis to our command system. We will win this war. Although both Hydra and President Ellis accepted funding from the Roxxon Group, Dario certainly couldn't relinquish all military power. He had many reservations. But now, None of that mattered. Dario sneered. Dario, take it then. Cybertech, peak technology, whatever military research you have. I want that guy dead. Got it? Pierce, on the other side, was stunned. He simply wanted more power. Ideally, he'd turn Roxxon into a shell company with nothing but funds, leaving Hydra in control of all military power. Money wouldn't matter then. But the results were even better than he'd imagined. Whatever the reason, Dario had already handed over his resources. Why wouldn't Hydra want them? Pierce, excellent. We mobilize all our forces now to crush the enemy. All aerospace carriers, fighter jets, carrier groups, tanks, ground forces, everything, would be under Hydra's control. That was what he wanted. Full force attack. Chapter 988. The Helicarrier, a super space-based command center developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. This research was not initially intended for military operations. Rather, it was a project designed to rapidly and covertly deploy S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around the world. Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., spearheaded many of the efforts. But he didn't anticipate the sheer volume of resources he would acquire. Hydra had infiltrated many countries around the world, including the United States. After the end of World War II, the Americans began amending a series of laws regulating the acceptance of scientists and other talent from defeated nations. This allowed many individuals, who should have been sanctioned, to escape punishment simply because of their intelligence. The decision-makers at the time were overly greedy and forgot one thing. If they recruited individuals who were far more intelligent and organized than themselves, recruiting them would effectively hand over control of their own organization. Facts have proven that the person who decided to recruit those who should have been executed was indeed a person with little moral integrity. This led to Hydra's gradual infiltration of every aspect of the American bureaucracy through the pre-war Strategic Scientific Office, ultimately reorganizing it into S.H.I.E.L.D. and infiltrating the United Nations. Utilizing traitors within the federal government, Hydra began expanding its reach worldwide, secretly siphoning funds while publicly exploiting the United Nations to scour the globe for technologies and talent that would aid their global control. Roxxon was their adversary during this process, and after narrowly losing a covert struggle, they made him their investor. To some extent, Roxxon and Hydra shared a common rapport, but they also harbored a mutual wariness and dislike. In Pierce's eyes, without the Roxxon group, Hydra would have long since taken control of the global economy and the United States. Of course, the same is true now. The once powerful nation's national strength has been completely drained in recent years. It could even be said that the final fruits of globalization were thrown into the melting pot, forging an incredibly powerful aerospace carrier. 5 aerospace carriers, fully loaded with Quinjet fighters, tower over the entire United States. Through powerful strategic deployments, they control air supremacy, encroach on states unwilling to accept President Ellis's legal amendments, and eliminate resistance. Alexander Pierce, the most powerful leader of Hydra. Dr. Zola, is this all right? His tone was inquiring and cautious. And before him, in a computer room flashing with electric light, was a massive brain, the central processing unit. The brain was crisscrossed with hoses carrying oxygen and nutrients. Bioelectricity sparked sparks within its containers, boiling the coolant. Fans throughout the computing space spun furiously, emitting an engine-like roar. The brain couldn't speak, but information was transmitted through the equipment. Pierce felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck as a line of text appeared in his field of vision. Dr. Zola, not enough. Use all stored super soldier serum. But that's not super soldier serum, that's green. Skin monsters, and not many will survive. Dr. Zora, I say inject. The signal was instantly transmitted to the minds of all Hydra soldiers guarding the serum. Zora's conversation with Pierce was more of a formality. If he wanted, no cybernetic soldier could escape his control. On their side, the most powerful social control system was Zora at this very moment. Pierce swallowed. But he knew this brain wasn't the real Zora, or rather, not the whole Zora, as Zora insisted. It was just a crazy super brain. Dr. Zola, this time, I won't lose. Pierce's heart was pounding, but he feigned composure, saying, in that case, let me admire the heroic display of our helicarrier fleet. The black, white, and gray dots before his eyes began to stabilize, and several windows appeared in his visual system. Helicarriers were moving in unison, heading towards New York City, or rather, towards the entire coastline. No matter how many enemies there were, they would be defeated. However, Pierce had barely taken his seat when one of the helicarriers, taking off with such force, erupted in a massive explosion of flames. This suddenly reminded him of the day Tony Stark died. That guy had truly returned. They really needed the super soldier serum. The cruising helicarrier was completely unable to detect the transport aircraft, which had activated both optical and electromagnetic cloaking. At extremely close range, the transport aircraft ejected its pod carrying the Night City team, which slammed into the helicarrier's outer wall like a cannon. Boom! The pod exploded violently, blasting several gaping holes in the outer wall of the helicarrier. Gah! The Night City team had already escaped the bunker twice before it exploded, their prosthetics or exoskeletons grabbing onto the outer wall and clinging to it. The dramatic change in speed was dizzying in itself, and landing on the outer wall of such a massive vessel, the wind whipping their senses, and the close proximity made them fully appreciate the true enormity of the object. This flying thing seemed larger than Arasaka's underwater aircraft carrier. Brick, can't we just use a massive bomb to blow up its engines? Leo, we can't control the damage. This is a landing battle, and destruction is the last resort. Panem, charge. Everyone's HUD displayed the charge path, but when they finally let go, relying solely on the strands of silk to hold onto the wall, the intense loss of balance was still terrifying. A fall from this height would be instant death. But everyone here is battle-hardened. Or perhaps it was a lunatic with a nerveless mind, whose body reacted faster than his mind. His thrusters fired at full power, controlling his body. A dizzying moment, several people slipped through the gap and entered the ship's interior. Red alarm lights flashed wildly within the narrow metal space. The enemy had already assembled. Automatic machine gun turrets descended from the ceiling, their sweeping fire forming a death trap. But they were not mere flesh and blood. Bullets were no longer so unpredictable in Sion Weston's world. A clanking sound mingled with the gunfire, and amidst the terrified Hydra soldiers. Under their fierce gaze, men surged through their raging blockade. Some held massive shields, some moved like ghosts, and some, even under such terrifying firepower, could fight back with bullets. They were unstoppable. Mantis blades, flashing with electricity, darted out from behind shields as majestic as mountains. A pair of scorching blades instantly slew the Hydras in the passage. Jack lowered his left hand, which held the shield, and raised his right, which held the shotgun. He grabbed a Hydra soldier, who was still alive, and shot him in the head. Something feels off. Chapter 989. Jack and V's combat efficiency was exceptional, and Lear could observe from their prosthetics from a first-person perspective. The former, as a vanguard with enhanced strength, led the charge, while V, a swift individual, could easily take out Hydra's forces. As for Lear, he could single-handedly take down an entire helicarrier. The Night City trainees and pilots attacked different helicarriers separately. By the time they were conducting boarding training, Lear had nearly wiped out one. He possessed Jack's strength, V's agility, and firepower comparable to a heavy tank. He could even monitor all combatants during combat, offering them strategic advice when necessary. The battle wasn't entirely one-sided. Aside from V, Jack, and himself, the other groups were making steady progress, though not without danger. Bang! Someone fired a shot from the shadows, the movement so swift and whirring that Lear didn't even turn his head. His octopus arm darted behind the cover, snatched up a corpse, and flung it away. Retracting his octopus arm, Lear stared at the dark green blood on it with a puzzled look. All the soldiers he had killed had been gutted. This wasn't to satisfy his non-existent killing itch, but rather to understand the equipment Roxxon and Hydra were using. This operation was ostensibly training, but in reality, it was real warfare. If anyone died, the blow would be substantial, and it's possible they would be completely devastated. This observation gave him a bad feeling. Their blood was emitting a clear tinge of gamma radiation. Just as Lear's third-generation prosthetics were based on human lizard muscle cells, these Hydra prosthetics were also designed using a biotechnology technique that used cells and blood that emitted gamma radiation. If one removed their combat uniforms, one would see a series of irregular prosthetic replacements beneath them, resembling replacement structures designed to treat limb deformities or disabilities. From an energy perspective, these people don't need extra batteries or fuel cells. Their blood and cells are, in some ways, more robust than those of human lizards, though unstable. Leal could see that their mental and physical states were fragmented. Technically, their prosthetics could even be considered partially fused with the wiring. Even Leal's third-generation prosthetics, the wiring for power and transmission of prosthetic energy, was separate from the flesh. The most integrated parts of the entire system were the brain-computer interface and neural implants. Everything else was clearly defined and organized. Roxxon's technology was more like a material that could directly utilize gamma radiation, and they had built a prosthetic system based on it. Since the power was derived from gamma radiation, the closer to the source, the better. Therefore, the soldier's organs are tightly intertwined with the artificial structures. To use an analogy, Lear's design resembles two seamlessly integrated systems, cyber-encoded via brain-computer interface. Replacement and repair are convenient and standardized, as most components are modular. However, in Hydra's system, the two systems are completely integrated, transcending boundaries. To replace or repair, the prosthetics would face the prospect of tearing flesh from the human body while dismantling the artificial structures. Disgusting design. Bang. Just then, a loud bang echoed from the helicarrier's core laboratory. Lear looked up and saw a massive bulge hammered into the thick alloy door, the entire metal warped and distorted. A bad premonition dawned on me. Gamma radiation, twisted flesh, bloody prosthetics. As we all know, the Super Soldier program is a crucial and common setting in the Marvel Universe. Since Captain Carter exists in this world, it's only natural that the program would continue into the modern era. And the product of the Super Soldier program, linked to gamma radiation, created a violent green-skinned monster. Hulk. Bang! The alloy door was violently kicked open, its immense force embedding the deformed metal into the wall on the other side. Broken pipes spewed steam, and flames and sparks illuminated the dim passage. Whoa! But it wasn't the green-skinned monster that emerged. Or rather, in Lear's opinion, that insignificant green color simply didn't describe the monster's full features. Its body was misshapen, flesh flowing slowly like lava, a strange fluorescent glow clinging to its surface. Sharp bones pierced the skin, scratching a wound in the metal wall. Its body was almost a knot of muscle tissue, appearing vaguely humanoid, but upon closer inspection, it was a monster. This was definitely not the Hulk, but it was definitely not normal either. Bang! The enemy attacked, its immense force carving a huge groove in the metal floor. In the world captured by the ultra-high-speed camera, Lear could see this massive enemy charging towards him like a cannonball, one arm striking out like a fist, but the forearm seemed to have lost its support and drooped, while the upper arm bone pierced the skin like a sword, stabbing straight at Lear. Lear stepped sideways, narrowly avoiding the enemy's path. He raised his left elbow and slammed it into the enemy's face. The king's blade in his right hand erupted with intense heat as it slashed through the enemy's shoulder. The invincible king's blade, after severing the enemy's bones, became lodged in the flesh. The enemy's forward momentum was halted, and he stomped his feet into the ground to exert force again, but Lear was faster. His left hand began to deform, and a massive hand cannon pierced the enemy's head. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered, and the cannonball even left a black hole in the wall. This thing was incredibly powerful, its bones and flesh exceeding the limits of human strength. If it had hit him head-on, there was no telling what would have happened. But it was definitely not the Hulk. Lear shook off the corpse and walked towards the mysterious laboratory. A faint voice emanated from within. Anyone here? Who won? The voice was intermittent, but the airflow through his throat was unmistakably powerful, as if his lungs and throat were incredibly strong, but his brain couldn't support a complete, accurate speech. A violent burst of steam erupted from Lear's body, dissipating all the heat generated by the recent battle. He stepped over the enemy's corpse and entered the laboratory. A burly green figure lay there, more humanoid than the soldier from before, but also smaller. His skin, like the soldier's, was also flowing with a fluorescent glow. Lear raised his hand cannon. Who are you? I am Bruce Banner. A dying Hulk, or rather, a stillborn Hulk. Chapter 990. Dr. Bruce Banner, a genius in the Marvel Universe with 7 doctorates, also has another identity in most worlds: the Hulk. However, at this moment, compared to Lear's impression of the Hulk, Dr. Banner looked more like a powerful green goblin, a super ugly version. His muscles and skeleton were misshapen, completely lacking in strength, leaving him feeling eerie and disgusting. Seeing Lear, Dr. Banner was stunned. Compared to his own twisted body, Lear's was clearly forged of steel. At the Roxxon Corporation, prosthetics technology was something he absolutely did not want to touch. Every brain-computer interface produced had a backdoor, and every prosthetic surgery came with a loan. Personal freedom was forcibly mortgaged, written into the contract, leaving behind endless work. Dr. Banner was a highly intelligent person. Intelligent people did not need brain-computer interfaces. Their intelligence would still far surpass that of those with prosthetics. It was precisely because of this that he was even more reluctant to get prosthetics for himself. To him, prosthetics were a pure cage. He didn't want to control others, nor did he want to be controlled by others. His first reaction upon seeing Lil was, cyborg? Exoskeleton? Powered armor? A breakthrough in Roxxon technology? Lil took a few steps forward, his hand cannon trained on the green monster's head. Dr. Banner? It's a shame to meet you under these circumstances. I'm Lil Lee. I trust one need no further explanation. Your body. I reconstructed my body. My terminal illness is no secret. Reconstruction? You copied your consciousness and put it into a chip? Have you ever considered whether it's still you? Lil shook his head slightly, looking Dr. Banner up and down. You didn't copy your consciousness and put it somewhere else. Do you think you're still yourself now? How does it feel to have your consciousness taken away by a biological agent? Dr. Banner froze for a moment, his expression twisted and trembling. A normal person would instinctively tense up upon seeing that expression, but Lil, relying on the negative film's energy, could clearly sense that Dr. Banner was smiling wryly. In other words, although he hadn't conducted a detailed examination of Dr. Banner's current condition, he had been able to intuitively gauge his state from the beginning. Dr. Banner's mind was very unclear, somewhat like schizophrenia, not split personality, but schizophrenia. According to most settings, the gamma serum should create a completely new personality, but this didn't happen. Instead, Banner's consciousness became fragmented. You're right, Dr. Banner lowered his head, his body still trembling. The discussion of self is inherently inconclusive, and to some extent, you're more like the original you than I am. Self is a philosophical proposition. Some people look down on philosophy, while others enjoy studying it. As a genius who easily earned 7 doctorates, Bruce Banner naturally enjoys these propositions. While he may have his own opinions, which form part of his firm worldview, he has read a lot. What exactly is self? When we were young, no one imagined growing up and being forced to work at gunpoint. No one imagined their biggest dream being a sheltered home. Even Bruce Banner, the grown-up genius with 7 doctorates, would never dream of becoming what he is now. Can the self transformed by the world still be considered the same self it always was? If maintaining one's physical self is all it takes to maintain oneself, then humanity is a machine, madly changing its principles and beliefs under external pressure. It possesses no free will, for all actions are subject to change, and all will is based on the survival of the body. There is no sacrifice, no perseverance, no ideals. In the end, it becomes what it is now, a shrouded body, its soul and body dying every moment. But reality is clearly not like this. The greatest brilliance of human nature often accompanies self-destructive sacrifice, an obsession that transcends physical pursuits. There's also the theory that self-existence depends on the continuation of memory, experience, and mental state. From this perspective, Lil is still more self-aware than he once was. After all, his current memory is fuzzy, and his lack of experience in captivity has further shattered his mental state. What's going on in the outside world? I've been controlled by these people for a long time, probably over 3 years. So, after President Ellis launched the coup, Dr. Banner was imprisoned in a small dark room, unable to see the outside world, and held at gunpoint. Lear continued to approach, the robotic arms behind him beginning to grab nearby devices and objects for analysis. He simultaneously began briefly explaining to the imprisoned genius and beast what had happened in his imprisoned world. In short, the Roxxon group supported President Ellis in amending the law, dividing the United States. Having monopolized oil, Roxxon appears to be attempting experiments that could harm the Earth, physically. Singularity particles? Banner grasped the key point. Roxxon intends to open a portal to another world. Lil was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Banner to know about this. Dr. Banner continued, I also know Tony Stark is probably dead, and it seems they've lost the AI they used to design industrial processes. They finally came to me. They came to me, saying they wanted my technology to help them invent a biological computer, a super brain. Gamma serum infuses biological cells with radioactivity and power. Based on a system of radioactive particle clouds in space, bioelectricity, chemical transmitters, and so on, the computer's computing speed far surpasses that of traditional electronic computers. Perhaps only quantum computers can achieve such efficiency. You help them. Do you understand the consequences? I just wanted to survive. I couldn't do anything. Banner glanced around the lab. I just wanted to survive first, and then find a way out. But after the brain started working, their control became stronger. They restarted their AI and used gamma serum. What else did they ask you to do? Banner glanced at the shattered host. It contained all the experimental data he had conducted recently, but it had all been destroyed by the soldier just now. He was silent for a moment, then gestured toward the contents of the lab cabinet. Lil immediately recognized it as a brain-computer interface. The storage tank for the device had been broken, spilling the maintenance fluid all over the floor. I don't have much time left. I speak too slowly. Put that thing in my head, and I transcribe the data. He paused. This is all I can do. Ever since I invented this thing, I've lived in fear every day. I dreamed of them injecting the serum into ordinary people. I saw one person after another, controlled by the machine, walk into a vast pit of corpses. I saw flesh and blood melt together, forming towers that reached the sky. Banner's eyes bled green tears. I've been avoiding the thought of things turning out this way. I always thought that as long as I lived, there would always be a way forward. The octopus arm grabbed the device, and quickly removed more equipment from the dead soldier's body. It optimized and modified it according to Leal's ideas, finally placing it before Banner. Looking at Dr. Banner's expression, Leal felt a pang of sadness. He completely understood his feelings, but the matter was done. Then now is a turning point, even though what has already happened cannot be reversed. The machine penetrated Dr. Banner's body. He used his hands to scoop up the spilled gamma serum from the ground and apply it to the craniotomy wound. The green fluorescence grew stronger. His body didn't grow larger, but his head did. A vast amount of data was written into the memory device. Dr. Banner's body gradually ceased functioning completely. He leaned against the wall, turning into a pool of nuclear waste without support. He was dead. Chapter 991. Research Log, Gamma Serum. Summary. Super Soldier Serum uses gamma radiation as a catalyst. Based on my achievements in nuclear physics and medicine, I was selected by the military as an expert in modern Super Soldier Serum experiments. But the gamma serum's energy is too high. Once injected, it transforms the recipient's cells into some kind of high-energy, radioactive biological cell, significantly enhancing the body's strength and vitality. This comes at the cost of overdrawing potential. It's a complex mechanism. In short, I believe that humans transformed by gamma serum seem to lack something that allows them to maintain their peak state for a long time. In theory, this should be able to obtain a small amount of energy from vacuum fluctuations, but it should be enough to operate indefinitely. This is very strange. According to my design, the enhanced gamma serum should give people endless power. In reality, the serum does strengthen the human body on a biological level, and does draw energy from radiation to transform the body. However, the transformation is too mechanical, and the serum's radiation level is unstable. This means that we won't get a stable super soldier, but a deformed monster. Or maybe that scenario is just my fantasy. After all, on the surface, people will die if exposed to radiation. Maybe I'm wrong. Research Log, Gamma Radiation Materials Summary. I think this research has reached its goal, but I'm being manipulated. The CEO of Roxxon Corporation told me there's a better way to use this technology. He wants me to design a special material that can harvest energy from radiation and combine it with their prosthetics technology. This way, with just a small amount of gamma serum, a prosthetic body using gamma radiation materials can be powered by electricity, converted into heat and kinetic energy, creating a super soldier with a lifespan of 5 to 10 years. I don't think this is humane, but I have no choice. Or maybe I'm just making excuses. Maybe I should just find a place to crash and die. But under surveillance, I can't even commit suicide. Implantable prosthesis take surveillance to the extreme. Is it true that some technologies are inherently evil the moment they're invented? I've been researching gamma serum here for a long time, and I've discovered that it's useless except for overdrawing life potential, using humans as living batteries to power devices. I began to wonder why I was researching this technology, why I was working for the military. All these years of hard work were just to create killing machines? My life was all about staying in the military after completing my degree, developing weapons. Now I finally see what these weapons will become. But on reflection, perhaps you were right all along. I see your prosthetics, the great achievements of the Atlas Corporation in other worlds. If only you weren't so young. I hope I can help you, and help the shattered world. Experimental Log. Dr. Banner's brain is truly one of the best in the Marvel Universe. Before his death, he had recorded all the data from his research into his memory. The most important of these was research on gamma rays. Although, according to Lear's previous thinking, he found it difficult to understand how gamma rays could draw energy from vacuum fluctuations. This was, after all, the Marvel Universe. The physical strength bestowed upon Captain Carter by the Super Soldier Serum defied conventional energy conservation principles. Super soldiers never tired, even with minimal food intake, and no superhydrolytic enzymes had been discovered in digestive system research. Yet, super soldiers displayed strength and endurance far exceeding that of living organisms, and even their reaction speeds nearly surpassed biological limits. Based on the remaining data, Dr. Banner theorized that the energy came from gamma rays, from the energy extracted from vacuum fluctuations. However, his model had deviated during the verification phase. Simply put, it was as if the vacuum were a reservoir of energy, and the ideal method of extracting energy from the universe through gamma energy had failed, as if the connection had been severed. This is the result of microscopic research and the primary reason why gamma serum consumes lifespan. However, the gamma radiation in gamma serum is extremely high. Combined with a special material that can harness this gamma radiation to generate piezoelectricity, Roxxon Corporation has developed its own third-generation prosthetics. A prosthetic fueled by lifespan. It combined with some external fuel, it becomes a true super soldier. Although Leal had just dispatched the Hydra soldier with remarkable speed, his body was practically unmatched in a one-on-one fight. Even on the battlefield, it was a formidable weapon. Powered by the arc reactor and all-spark energy, the Iron Man was nothing like those mass-produced, flawed soldiers. However, they make excellent candidates for the graduation exam. Leal completely cleared the aerospace carrier central control, and the entire carrier was approaching New York Harbor. After receiving all the data, the helicarrier broke through the clouds and appeared before the New Yorkers. The fear of being bombed made them instinctively want to retreat into the ruins, but their fears were quickly dispelled. Familiar electric pickup trucks raced through the shattered streets. Mayor Anthony, Sheriff Stacy, Martin, and other resistance leaders who had provided them with countless aid during the bombing leaned half out of their car windows, shouting wildly, "Our reinforcements have arrived. Now it's time for a counterattack." A helicarrier pierced the clouds and descended toward the port. Soon, more helicarriers followed closely behind. This time, the helicarriers didn't fire at them. The streets were filled with cheers of hope. Ships approached on the sea, and giant combat robots and exoskeleton-clad soldiers descended from the sky. New York City had been occupied, but unlike previous occupations, this time, they could feel they were their own people. After watching the other helicarriers enter their designated routes, Lear nodded slightly. Night City's mighty warriors hadn't let him down. Aboard the various helicarriers, blood and shredded flesh coated the interior. The Night City warriors had also sustained significant physical trauma, the pain transmitted directly to their brains via signals, yet they had managed to survive. Not only had they survived, but they had also defeated these inhuman super soldiers head-on and captured the helicarrier. As Lear had anticipated, these super soldiers were indeed threatening, but that was only to the soldiers of the previous generation. The gamma serum enhanced cellular strength, and with prosthetics supporting the soldier size, it gave the soldier even greater individual capabilities in terms of strength, agility, and reaction speed. They could even power large equipment, like the Rhino mech with minimal energy consumption. But the prosthetic technology developed by Lear also encompasses all aspects of enhancement. As Dr. Banner sensed, what Roxxon could do, Lear could do too, and even better. Indeed, the opposite is true. If the gamma serum transforms humans from a rational state into a beastly state, then all of Lear's efforts during this period have not only advanced technology and enhanced strength, but have also enabled those nearing madness and insanity to become human again, able to work together. Unreasonable beasts cannot defeat rational humans. Chapter 992. Bang! The Joestar flopped to the floor, his boss, Brick, sitting beside him, dragging a violently torn arm. The battle had been difficult, but the sergeant and Gustavo, along with them, had taken down the madman on the ship. Yes, the bodies were deformed, their prosthetics completely fused to the flesh. The pipes were flowing with oil and coolant, not maintenance fluid, which looked rather disgusting to the Hydra soldiers. Even the Uzumaki gang, with their seemingly insane appearance, at best used torn skin sewn onto artificial skin. In reality, the body and the prosthetics couldn't be directly fused together. If possible, they wouldn't want them to come into contact with the flesh. This is usually the area with the most severe immune response. Pain is minor. The most important thing is that it triggers a severe inflammatory reaction. The sergeant's firepower, the close combat of the Uzumaki gang's two strongest generals, and the occasional punches from Gustavo, a member of the Valentino gang, all contributed to this victory. Brick looked at the dying Gustavo lying on the ground, and let out a strange laugh. "Haha, you little piece of shit." He glanced at the smoking sergeant. "You're a pretty good shot. Why didn't I realize you were such a good fighter before?" The sergeant shook his head coldly, and stood there motionless. The reason was simple. His cybernetic enhancements were designed for the use of firearms. They primarily integrated the weapons cooling and ammunition supply systems directly into his cybernetic body, making it easier to carry and fight. These bizarre creatures were incredibly fast and powerful, and their vitality was incredibly strong. They nearly overheated his brain. His stillness and grim expression were due to the damage and numbness of his nervous system. The same situation unfolded within the various groups. Their sense of belonging to the group weakened further, their divisions further weakened as they defeated these bizarre doctor-sized soldiers. Although not everyone achieved a perfect victory, and the integrity of the aerospace carriers was also damaged, overall, the situation was still good. Leal shuttled between several aerospace carriers, making simple repairs to the damaged ones. He deliberately enlisted the help of other technical experts and hackers during these repairs. 5 invincible aerospace carriers were captured in a single assault and docked in New York Harbor. For New Yorkers, the scene was awe-inspiring. Just yesterday, they were ordinary people struggling to survive in the ruins, short of supplies and food, living in constant fear of the impending bombing. The streets were overrun by enemy soldiers, and emerging from cover to search for supplies was even more terrifying. No one knew how many sniper rifles were lingering, nor how many had lost the will to resist under this terrifying pressure, how many had turned to thugs. To the New Yorkers who had returned, like Frank, New York was like a long-dead, rotting corpse, decayed, dilapidated, and filled with despair, with cracked steel and concrete twisted and scattered in the middle of the streets. The air was filled with the smell of explosions. Abandoned cars piled on street corners, empty shops still burned, and broken billboards swayed precariously in the wind. Before President Ellis and Roxanne, colluding to launch this war, people had believed that New Future City would be the future. Now, nothing remained, only the ruins of a brutal war. The graffiti and the dark red walls everywhere spoke of the despair of living in this hellish place. Such scenes had occurred countless times in areas attacked, places torn apart by American soldiers driven solely by national interests. People kept emerging from the ruins on both sides, weeping and covering their faces, grateful to be alive. Frank was speechless, not even possessed by the smug heroic spirit. He didn't feel proud of having saved people. Instead, he thought of himself as once an American soldier, simply following orders. "Dad, you saved New York." In the car, he had already retrieved his family. Thanks to Martin's efforts, they were still alive and well. Hearing his son's childish voice, Frank met those admiring eyes and felt a surge of shame. It wasn't us who saved New York, it was them who saved themselves. Though these citizens themselves might not have noticed the rest of the world, they had chosen Leal. Leal helped them complete that part of their lives. In a sense, they had also helped people in other worlds. Frank now understood Lear's decision more and more, felt more and more ashamed of his past self, and a certain conviction grew stronger in his heart. He had foolishly believed he had no choice, that he could be blameless simply by being a soldier who followed orders. Now he began to see that as a sin too, a sin he would spend the rest of his life atoning for. A large number of armored vehicles rolled into the ruins of New Future City. As technicians flooded the power grid, repairing the area and directly supplying power to the infrastructure, the dead city radio began to speak again. The radio broadcast news of Leal's return to New York, and this time, it wasn't just Leal who had returned. Also, those Africans and Europeans they'd considered irrelevant, even tiny nations they'd never heard of. Flags fluttered proudly across the city, vehicles began distributing food and supplies, and robots emerged from transport vehicles to rescue and transport the wounded. The crowd finally overcame their fear and exhaustion, and the flag unfurled in the sun. They'd thought themselves abandoned by the world, but now, they finally saw the meaning of life. Just like Martin, this was a war of unequal strength, at least at the outset. But now, he saw a powerful, united Allied force rising from the ashes of a shattered old world, overcoming all obstacles and reclaiming all they had lost. Leal's body had undergone a drastic transformation, a steel shell, a stark contrast to the frail young man. Yet, Martin knew it was Leal. He didn't feel unfamiliar, but rather, it felt more like a will projected into reality. Martin, sitting amidst the ruins, laughed. He was no longer wearing his impeccable suit, but a patched overcoat. His face was grimy, like a refugee, but overall, quite spirited. Leal smiled, walked over to Martin, and extended his arm. Leal shook his head, chuckling, and grasped Leal's strong arm, rising to his feet. He barely reached Leal's chest. "Your growth stats are increasing too much, young man. The situation compels us to do so." "What's next?" "Next? A general offensive, of course. The enemy is like a paper tiger, shattered at the slightest touch. There's no point letting them continue to flex their muscles. Really non-stop, but I like it." The two stood side by side in the morning sun. The smoke had not yet cleared, but the shadow of war was fading. This dead city finally welcomed its dawn. Chapter 993. First practice of special technique, gamma serum creation. Description: Gamma rays are the highest energy band of electromagnetic waves that can penetrate the entire universe. They are a key observational indicator in many scientific fields, and their generation and control have always been a huge challenge. Bruce Banner is a natural-born gamma ray. His research on this radiation is far more in-depth than that of the creators of super soldier serum, and his research is more inclined towards atomic physics and quantum mechanics rather than bioenhancement. In other words, bioenhancement is just his job, while the first two are his life. This technique allows you to learn how to stably generate and control gamma rays, and to obtain a special serum that can bind to biological cells. Unlike the lizard serum, this technology is not actually compatible with living organisms. Gamma rays can only kill living organisms. Rewarded technology points, 50,000. Current technology points, 100,000. First practice of special technology, gamma radiation energy material. Description: in this universe, gamma rays don't derive energy from sources outside the physical universe, as Bruce Banner intended, so he must consider other methods of utilizing them. Gamma radiation energy material is a highly malleable composite material, a mixture of metals and organic matter. When exposed to gamma radiation, it produces a unique piezoelectric effect, exciting electrons and controlling their flow, generating an electric current. A human injected with gamma serum, using this material, can almost function as a fission battery, with extremely high efficiency. Labor, energy, and equipment are all connected. Companies, like Roxxon Corporation, would love this invention. With just a little serum, and a little brain-computer interface, a human, unconscious after the injection, but capable of serving as a fission battery, can be transformed into a high-performance robot capable of working to death. It possesses excellent features, including an ability to think, the need for food, water, and defecation, 24/7 monitoring, driver installation, and modular customization. Bonus tech points, 30,000. Current tech points, 130,000. Leal shook the gamma serum in his hand. It was practically useless to him, but its creation required a lot of technology. Combined with gamma radiation materials, Lear can perfectly process nuclear power plant waste. Simply wrap it in a large amount of radioactive material, and you have the simplest fission battery. While the resulting waste batteries won't be very powerful, in large quantities, they could easily cover daily expenses. Obviously, the Roxxon Corporation wouldn't consider this use, as they have no civilians, only consumables. Bruce Banner has been working for the military since his start, doing whatever the military tells him to do. He's completely unaware of, or hasn't had the opportunity to conduct, such research. Of course, there's also a direct application for New York City today. Nearly all Roxxon prosthetics users have been injected with gamma serum, and their graves can provide electricity. At the same time, Lear will perform the simplest upgrades and modifications to the aerospace carrier, directly upgrading the nuclear reactor and modifying the internal wiring structure. In addition, the aerospace carrier also houses a large number of well-preserved Quinjet fighters. These fighters are not only capable of supersonic cruise and combat, but can also change the direction of their vector engines, like hovercraft, to achieve stationary start-stops and hovering, a truly cutting-edge technology. As for the production capacity and workers required for the conversion, with the support of two fully integrated and industrially upgraded economies in Europe and Africa, everything was handled with incredible speed. In less than 2 days, the support arrived directly in New York from across the ocean. It wasn't just the military supplies that were modified. Various engineering robots emerged from the transport ships and, within the same day, cleared a shelter for the people, constructing a large-scale evacuation area using prefabricated buildings. Even Martin was stunned. He'd imagined Lear's return as a triumphant comeback, but he hadn't considered these things. This kind of industrial power was completely incomprehensible to him. Remember, before he met Lear, he was just a criminal with a financial background in the mafia. He'd once been in awe of national power. He'd always imagined supporting the President of the United States, and sponsoring the Civil War would be the most significant achievement of his life. But upon seeing the industrial might displayed by this New World Alliance, he found himself completely unable to comprehend it. This was understandable. After all, while Lear had employed some unconventional warfare to defeat Ultron, he ultimately annihilated the robots head-on, just as people in the pre-industrial age couldn't comprehend the profound changes the industrial age would bring to the world. Stop staring blankly. Tell me about the situation in other cities. Lear knocked on the table, and the holographic projector before him projected the entire United States, with states from different factions clearly colored. Martin quickly recovered. President Ellis is a complete puppet of Roxxon. The people of these states will be slapped with hefty war taxes. Unable to repay, they have to take out loans. Unable to repay, they have to sell their labor under the new law. The basic requirement for selling labor is to undergo prosthetic modifications, inject themselves with something called the green vaccine, and then implant a brain-computer interface. The term vaccine is supposedly a way to reduce public resistance. Of course, everyone knows by now that vaccines are bad stuff. In our last communication, I explained my insider plan to you. This is the information the insiders relayed about 2 months ago. Martin highlighted several states that had supported Atlas and President Barnes at the start of the war in red, and then highlighted or removed the color from several states that were part of his own faction, such as Texas. These states have already rebelled. We can't enter the black states. According to our insiders, there are no more people in them. No free people left, only indentured slaves. That's how we describe those who have signed indentures. The Roxanne group was actually conducting a propaganda offensive, constantly broadcasting through radio and other channels the rapid growth of the US GDP under their rule. However, thanks to Martin's insiders, reports of the brutality occurring in these states were heard in many places, although some still believed Roxanne's claims of a booming GDP. I tell them every day that GDP alone doesn't tell the whole story, Martin said, gesturing at the states Roxanne effectively controlled. Cold numbers mask the human effort. A world where everyone works 20 hours a day will certainly produce more than one where everyone works only 8. But the quality of life in the former is far inferior to the latter. Furthermore, under President Ellis's rule, no one is free from debt. Their ultimate goal is to serve Roxanne. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Peter and his men are doing a great job. Roxanne has to allocate many soldiers to policing, and they've actually destroyed a number of land-based missile silos. I believe those guys are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of you. When will we attack? Actually, I've already dispatched the advanced troops. Once the mothership is refitted, we can launch the full assault tomorrow morning. Martin slid easily into his chair, clearly in a good mood and much more relaxed. Oh, by the way, I still don't understand why Roxanne has so many armed forces. Where do all those helicarriers, advanced fighters, and reckless soldiers come from? Them? Real paused. It doesn't matter who they are. What matters is that they're doomed. Yes, up until this point, most people still don't know about Hydra. They only know that the UN's shield supports President Ellis, while President Ellis supports the Roxanne group. At first, it was difficult to tell if they were on the same page, but after such a long standoff, Martin had already discovered some clues from the intelligence. It seemed the enemy wasn't united either. But none of that mattered anymore, since the Roxanne group was so utterly defeated by Ultron, and their homeland was struggling to deal with harassment within the city. Their industrial capacity was actually lower than Real had imagined. Unlike Lear, the Roxanne group and Hydra sought absolute control and order from the outset. Initially, Lear and the entire world struggled to survive under their tyranny. However, as time passed, their unbreakable order began to crumble even before Lear took action. First, Tony Stark's dying betrayal, then the rebellion of the Ultron robots that led to the fall of the Middle East, and then the widening rift between Hydra and Roxanne. Over time, the seemingly formidable enemy stagnated or even weakened, while the initially weak allied forces gradually united and rose from the ashes of war. Finally, they arrived here, where a powerful world was about to completely eliminate the cancer of the old world. Lear issued countless orders in his mind. This was the final counterattack. Chapter 994. City Announcement. Attention, the glorious United States has been illegally invaded. City Announcement. Attention, loyal American soldiers have been attacked by separatists in New York. The country has been placed on high alert. City Announcement. Please return to your post immediately. City Announcement. Failure to return to your post within the designated timeframe will be considered theft of company property. Violators may be sentenced to 10 to 20 years in prison, a $2 million fine, or 50 years of hard labor in lieu of debt. A faint click of electricity. In a black clinic in Los Angeles, Dr. Connors, wearing a mask and a grimy white robe, plunged his right prosthetic into the patient's brain, severing the Roxanne group's backdoor device. When he pulled his hand away, a large pool of fluorescent, pale green blood flowed from the surgical wound. Okay, you don't owe Roxanne anything now. Embrace your new life. Fuck my new life. Now I just want to tear that corporate jerk's head off and kick it like a ball. Connor said, as he put away his equipment. In that case, you should consider joining us, joining the Avengers. Bang. Before the poor Avenger could even swear his oath to join the so-called Avengers, the clinic's door was violently flung open with such force that the metal hinges flew off. The patient, who had just been about to make a bold statement, paled. Could it be Roxanne here? Except it wasn't one of Roxanne's armed soldiers, but Peter Parker, cyborg-like Peter Parker, whose strength stemmed from his prosthetics. Doc, we need to move immediately. Something's wrong. Roxanne might be launching a full-scale attack. We need to get out of here and get back to New York. Launch a general attack? Connors was stunned. Didn't the radio say there were intruders? Forget the radio, Doctor. Don't forget what Roxanne's propaganda is all about. They're professional liars. Brother, help us. We need to get out of here. Peter quickly helped Professor Connors pack up his toolbox. The once frail child was now very sturdy. At first glance, he didn't look like a super strong man, but he could easily carry an entire prosthetic welding machine. As he put away the equipment, Peter shouted to the dazed patient. Connors fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a priming syringe, and injected the patient. The bleeding began to stop, and his mind cleared. He hurriedly followed suit and began to pack up. Where's Gwen? He went to see Dr. Otto and Dr. Toombs. I parked the car in the abandoned outer city. The situation is dire. The city's mechanical forces seem to have changed their behavior 3 days ago. Now they're conducting armed raids directly in areas with less control. We have to move quickly. I don't know when they find us. The sky over the city occupied by Roxanne was gray, oil fuel was in vogue, and the streets were filled with people on the verge of mental breakdown. Most people had to work over 20 hours to pay off their debts, and the remaining 4 hours were basically a mental breakdown. To prevent people from suffering mental breakdowns due to lack of rest, which would lead to social unrest, Roxanne developed a security management system. It was purchased by President Ellis and installed directly into people's prosthetic bodies as a welfare. This way, once get-off work is over, exhausted workers will have their brain activity physically suppressed, entering a semi-sleep state. Software will then control the prosthesis return to the room. Usually, by the time workers wake up and realize they've returned home, it's time to go back to work. If they're particularly tired, they can continue using this benefit on their commute, semi-sleeping while commuting. Upon arrival at the workplace, they receive a hormone and nutritional supplement package, which they inject through a designated injection port. While it's called a payment, it actually costs money. If health issues increase expenses, and they can't afford to return to work, they can take out a loan. Thanks to cybernetic technology, online loans are very convenient. Even with President Ellis's control of the big government in the United States, loans are automatically issued whenever citizens are detected as in need. Those who fail to repay their loans are unable to escape the current social contract protection laws implemented in the United States, and are unable to access their contracts with Roxanne, essentially working for Roxanne until death. A wise person might wonder, how can a society develop without consumption? How can GDP be generated? Because Roxanne Group's strategic goal of exploring other worlds is to generate a large GDP, Roxanne requires more powerful mining equipment, more refineries, a more robust transportation network, and more powerful singularity particle refining equipment. All of this is driven by a grand goal. Peter has already identified the problem, but he's unclear what the grand goal is. The three of them made their way to the clinic. The usually lifeless streets were in turmoil. All combat robots were activated, and in combat mode, armored vehicles rolled through the streets in a mighty procession. Helicopters and planes from nearby military bases were also in operation. A constant roar filled the sky, and sirens blared throughout the city. A team of soldiers quickly tracked down the trio escaping the basement. After instructing them to stay put and cooperate with the investigation, they trotted over. Peter clutched the back of his head, but secretly, he was counting down the seconds, the final seconds until he could strike. Damn you, corporate bastards! Boom! A distant roar echoed, and a brilliant green flash erupted across the street, black smoke billowing into the sky. Countless combat robots and soldiers passed over Peter and Connors, who were clutching their heads, and ran toward the explosion, guns drawn. Hurry! Peter whispered to Connors. I've sent a message to all Avengers. Rise today. Hopefully, this will help hold back some of the troops in New York. Huh? Before he finished speaking, a supersonic fighter jet flew low, then soared skyward at breakneck speed. Peter was so captivated by the scene that he forgot what he was doing. Several air-to-air missiles were chasing the plane. Boom! The speeding fighter jet was shattered in the sky like a wingless eagle, its wreckage plume of black smoke and flame slamming into the earth. Something massive seemed to be breaking through the clouds, creating bulges in the thick black clouds. Countless missiles and machine guns volleyed into the ground. As a massive bomb was dropped, the towering column of fire completely overloaded the nearby military base, destroying it entirely. Huh? The shock wave flattened it. Amidst the city's smog, a massive war vehicle burst through the clouds. Fighter planes, hovercraft, and attack helicopters swarmed, recklessly mowing down enemy units. Titan robots were dropped from the sky, their surfaces heated by friction, emitting a blazing glow. Before Peter's stunned eyes, a Titan crashed down, crushing soldiers and robots at the landing point to smithereens. The shockwave flattened all nearby soldiers. "Oh my god, what the hell is this?" As the men stared in stunned silence, the Titan swung its blade and stood facing the three men, its electronically amplified voice blaring, "Don't be afraid, civilians. We're here to liberate you." Chapter 995. A truly crushing war. The mainland United States has only 300 million people, of whom Roxxon could enslave less than 2/3. Excluding the rapidly declining elderly, the weak, and the sick, the number of people truly controllable is around 100 million. Considering manufacturing raw materials, this land is indeed incredibly fertile, with not only actual oil, but also a rich variety of minerals. However, the United States is not the entire world, and its labor force and raw material reserves are not on the same level as the New World Alliance. More importantly, Roxxon is depleting humanity, from outstanding scientists to ordinary workers and farmers. Anyone who enters Hydra and Roxxon's den of thieves faces a dark future, or perhaps no future at all. Technically, both sides possess their own unique technologies for energy, cybernetics, social systems, and warfare. Even the underlying technologies underlying each were similar. The only difference lay in the different ways in which each side applied and implemented these technologies. While both employed cybernetics, Leo relied on extensive social mobilization and political activism to achieve this transition. Compared to Roxxon's violent unification and its blatant use of humans as consumables, Leo's approach took significantly longer and placed it at a disadvantage for a significant period. It can be said that in nearly every field, both companies have driven global technological progress. The only difference is that Leo took a long time to bring people up to speed, while Roxxon never paid any attention and recklessly exploited them. When the dust settled, the once terrifying military-industrial complex and resource monopolies were naturally eroded by technology. Faced with an increasingly depleted world, they fell into a quagmire and ultimately withered away amidst division. When the dust settled, the world, once seemingly weak and gentle, often slandered as cowardly by some media outlets, became increasingly united and powerful. In reality, both suffered immensely and shed blood during this massive round of turmoil and war. To build a world, development is never an excuse for cruelty, nor should strength be a justification for reckless behavior. All states in the United States saw the dawn of hope on this day. Bang! The Polaris Titan pierced the Rhino's hull with a single shot, and the invincible urban combat mech fell to the ground with a dull thud. Before the Rhino, the tattered Hydra, trampled by its missing leg, reclined on the rubble. Steve's body was slightly swollen in the mech, but the shock in his eyes was undeniable. A divine soldier from heaven? President Barnes, aided by Captain Carter, emerged from the ruins of the fortress. Watching the new flag fluttering across the land, he murmured, "I thought I'd never see this moment. We're lucky. Our allies won their battle and didn't abandon us. We have an unbreakable alliance." "That's good news. Don't get too excited." Carter's dry joke made both Barnes and Steve laugh. But Barnes' smile was tinged with bitterness. "I never expected it would be these allies who saved them in the end." The Titan took 2 steps forward, projecting a holographic conversation window. "Leo, Mr. President, I'm glad you're alive. Otherwise, it would be a hassle to deal with." "Not that difficult, huh? I guess I have to play America's Gorbachev." Leo found it a bit amusing. "Leo, you seem to be in good spirits. The battle will probably continue for a while, but they're no longer a threat. Lil, seize the opportunity to regroup. Our enemies are quite cunning." Houston, the Roxxon oil refining city, was once considered a miracle of human industry. With the New Time Alliance's devastating attack, this lie was shattered. Of course, those deceived still don't know what's happening. The investors lay in the central tower, their walls shielding them from the harsh environment outside. The spacious rooms were filled with fresh air, green plants, and gurgling water. Their homes, completely artificially constructed within the enclosed tower, each one possessed a unique manor within. Within the manor, from women to medicine, every amusement was provided with the finest supplies. These were fools trapped in lies. Dario not only fooled the common people, but also these old men and their families. And those who were burned by their ignorance. The Hydra leaders were now in a state of panic. Dario crossed his legs on the screen, a glass in hand. Alexander Pierce, standing before him, had bloodshot eyes. How is this possible? They crushed us. The entire city fell in an instant? I can't believe you. You must be hiding something. Take it out. If we don't act now, we're all doomed. Dario, Chairman. Dario's tone was calm, but what followed was not. Dario, you useless piece of shit, and your Hydra, you're all just trash. Dario, I transferred all military authority to you. Zorro requested the soldiers be injected with the highest dose of serum and deployed with the most powerful equipment, and I agreed. Dario, tell me, how long did it take you to deploy all the helicarriers? Pierce choked up. From the moment all the helicarriers were mobilized to join the battle to the moment they all lost contact, it took less than 6 hours. He didn't want to tell me, so Dario did. Dario, you forgot. Let me help you recall. 6 hours, 134 Quinjet fighters, 234 Rhino mechs, 2,000 combat robots, 8,000 top-tier soldiers, missiles, ammunition, too much to count. Bang! Dario slammed the wall hard. Dario, even 8,000 pigs would take a whole day to catch. Dario, you and your Hydra are pure garbage. If I hadn't been spending so much money on you useless people, do you think you could have gotten this far? I've spent hundreds of billions on you. Pierce, of course, wasn't convinced, or perhaps he was completely mad. Money is just a number. Why are you only looking at numbers? That fucking alienates our efforts. Do you understand what alienation means? Our soldiers, spies, and agents? How can you be considered like that? Did we help you kill people? Did we help you obtain classified information? Did we accompany you in this unprecedented world war? Dario laughed. Dario, so are you still going to criticize me for being capitalist? Are you going to hold a knife to my throat and force me to pay you more money? Just like you did decades ago? Pierce grew furious. You're right. You're out of money now. Take everything you have in Houston, or we take it ourselves. The army is already at Houston's doorstep. Dario sneered. Dario, then go in and rob it. Dario, you're winning without any effort. The communication was instantly cut off, and Pierce slammed the table. Fuck. 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 Zora. We go in and rob it ourselves. Zora. No one responded to Pierce's voice, and his impotent rage echoed in the room. Suddenly, he noticed a faint flash of electricity on the communication screen. Something hard pressed against his head. Behind him came the voice of his loyal lieutenant, Nick Fury. Chairman, your madness must end. In Dr. Zola's computer room, the red-haired Natasha unplugged her nutrition tube, and her enormous bioelectronic brain began to shrink. Disgusting. So glad this is finally over. Fury dealt with Pierce and slowly walked through the door. Natasha, without turning back, said, "This is just the icing on the cake. I have a feeling he doesn't need our help at all." He probably does. Roxanne doesn't seem afraid of Hydra trying to take over Houston. Something's wrong. We need to warn him. As Fury finished, the two men froze almost simultaneously. Two data knives pressed against their necks. In the air, the pilot slowly deactivated the cloaking device. Frank and Christopher had already infiltrated the city. Houston was a refinery for singularity particles. How could they enter without sending agents to gather intelligence? Christopher said calmly, "The lady is right. The king doesn't really need your help that much." "Who are you?" Natasha and Nick rolled their eyes, looking at each other helplessly, their emotions mixed. Here in Lille, they always felt the frustration of being unwanted. Chapter 996. The continent representing the Americas gradually lit up on the holographic map, signifying the gradual fall of the United States. If anyone were to observe this war from outside the atmosphere, they would undoubtedly be horrified. A vast amount of supplies and military forces were transported across the oceans. Based on 5 aerospace carriers, fighter jets, drones, and hovercrafts used to control the sky shuttle between different regions 24 hours a day. Controlled by a vast centralized management system, the war coordinated with industrial production, becoming a kind of punctual, timed industrial activity. Thanks to a vast combat network system and sophisticated automated warfare, only a small number of soldiers were needed to support a large number of war weapons, and they could be replaced immediately if their ammunition was depleted or they suffered damage. But the war wasn't the only thing that was surprising. The hovercraft parked on the newly cleared tarmac in New York City, and a group of Atlas researchers emerged one after another. The feelings of surviving the disaster had already been expressed during the journey, and now they marveled at the buildings they saw along the way. New York should have been bombed flat, with no intact buildings left here, but where they had landed was clearly a well-organized base, even a residential area without tall buildings. I can't believe it. You've only been on land for 3 days, and this is what it's become. Dr. Otto, Dr. Toombs, Professor Connors, and other veteran scientists surveyed their surroundings, expressing their amazement without reservation. The new apartment complex under construction not far away explained how all this had happened. Prefabricated building components were brought directly across the ocean by transport plane, and a large number of engineering robots performed various functions, mastering everything from mixing building materials to drilling holes in the ground. Construction was like building blocks. Of course, this still relies on robust industrial capacity. Transportation and production require vast resources. At least a shattered America, or even a shattered world, cannot sustain such capacity. Truly a towering building rising from the ground. In just 3 days, the speed of shelter construction outstripped the speed of refugee admissions. This phenomenon occurred in all occupied territories, with food, clothing, and medical supplies in no shortage. The New World Alliance not only defeated President Ellis's America, but it seemed as if heaven had descended upon them. Dr. Otto looked at a waving engineering robot, clearly sensing that it was inspired by an octopus arm design. The control and drive had clearly been repeatedly optimized by Leal, resulting in its current form. Perhaps not as outrageous as the original octopus arm, but definitely usable by everyone. The same goes for the lizard serum, the vulture engine, and the spider silk solution. All these technologies are truly accessible to everyone, rather than being the exclusive preserve of any one individual. Despite many setbacks along the way, this is what they strive for: technology that changes lives, and for the better. People returned to their bombed-out homes, freed from debts they could never repay, burned their slave contracts, and reunited with their families. New homes were under construction, and the shadow of war began to fade. Even faint sobs could be heard. Some expressed relief, others mourned. By the time they arrived at their work residence, President Barnes, Captain Carter, and Hydra-trampled Steve had been waiting for them for a long time, and it was clear they, too, were deeply shaken. In the holographic projection, Lear saw everyone gathered and spoke. "Lear, thank you all for your perseverance during this time. I'm glad to see you're all still here." Seeing Lear's steel-like figure in the projection, everyone was somewhat shocked, but they also had some idea of what was going on. Lear was also somewhat moved. After such a long period of working behind enemy lines, his outstanding employees had all undergone varying degrees of prosthetics. Gwen's spider suit had become an exoskeleton that conducted electricity directly through the skin. Its primary function wasn't to increase strength or provide support, but to block electromagnetic signals and prevent various forms of scanning. Peters was fully equipped with human lizard prosthetics. Perhaps due to his unique physique, he didn't even need the molecular filters like the lizard rage components to control the serum. In short, he could directly administer the medicine. To avoid Roxanne's scanning, he also installed a number of prosthetics on himself. Professor Connors also received a prosthetic limb, and Dr. Otto a robotic hand. Both became prosthetic surgeons. Dr. Toombs, a technical expert, provided support with equipment like small thrusters and also collaborated with Hacker Sky on hacking operations. Captain Carter, without his shield, began using firearms. Without original parts to repair his Hydra trampler, he transformed it into a cyberpunk-inspired modular mecha. The cyberpunk world took hundreds of years to mature, but Roxanne pushed it to its limits in just 8 months, ushering in the rebels into the cyberpunk era. Without further pleasantries, Lear continued, "Lear, but now is not the time for small talk. The battle isn't over yet. Lear, first things first, you may not know much about our true enemy yet." "Not Ellis?" President Barnes paused. "And the UN traitor, SHIELD. Lil, actually, they're Hydra." "I thought you, Carter, and Steve would have guessed that." "Hydra?" Captain Carter pondered the name, the clues in his mind suddenly connecting. "Lil, yes, as everyone knows, the United States accepted a large number of enemy scientists after the end of World War II, many of whom were incorporated into the Strategic Scientific Agency by presidential decree." Carter and Steve had already heard this from Barnes, but they couldn't help but look at Barnes, who had a wry smile on his face. "Guys, if you had experienced that time like I did, you'd be glad you didn't get involved. Back then, I was just a private, unable to interfere so much. After I had enough of the Pentagon's bureaucratic Strategic Scientific Agency, I resigned and rejoined the military." "Lil, Mr. President, don't blame others. Perhaps Hydra's affairs are too secretive for you to know, but the Super Soldier Serum Project has always been ongoing. You know that, and Hydra has been closely monitoring it. Leal, and our other adversary has been secretly and openly involved in this project, namely the Roxanne Corporation. Leal, the prosthetic technology they're using is based on the research of Dr. Bruce Banner. Leal, In addition to the direct projects directly led by the military, you also outsource projects to other companies, most of which are related to Roxxon. Barnes opened his mouth, then finally admitted bitterly, yes, the US government has been carrying out this project. Leal, the good news is that you can repay this debt slowly over time. Right now, we have more urgent matters. Leal, I just dealt with Hydra, but Roxxon is in even greater trouble. Leal, Dario Ager, CEO of Roxxon Corporation, the main driving force behind this situation, has been sending resources to the moon. He wants to conduct a destructive experiment there. Leal, I need all of you to return to your posts immediately. Leal, the decisive battle will be on the moon. Chapter 997. Houston, a lifeless oil city. At the Singularity Particle Test Site, there's a black pit that seems to lead to an infinite depth. Incredible. Leal's scanner is operating at full capacity. A faint beam of light shot from his fingertips into the pit, but the scanner couldn't detect any energy reflection. This meant that Leal couldn't measure the pit's actual depth, and couldn't determine its material simply by observation. Absolute black body? How is that possible? An absolute black body is merely a theoretical physical model. It doesn't actually exist. Such an object absorbs all incident electromagnetic radiation, regardless of wavelength, and neither reflects nor transmits any radiation. Precisely because of this property, it reflects no light, and naturally appears pure black. The contents of the pit before him perfectly meet this condition. Strangely, according to Planck's law of radiation, an absolute black body should re-radiate energy in the form of blackbody radiation based on its temperature, yet Leal observes nothing. A strange feeling resurfaced within Lear. He now possessed partial knowledge of vibranium, gamma serum, and singularity particles. He had also received the complete theoretical model of their research from Tony and Banner. The problems they encountered intensified Lear's mind. Gamma radiation wasn't yielding unlimited energy from a vacuum to strengthen the human body, as Banner had envisioned. It was as if the energy channel in the model had been artificially severed. Tony desired a miniaturized arc reactor, but couldn't even create the first-generation radioactive reactor seen in the movies. The reason was that he lacked the necessary materials. His father hadn't left him any secret formula for synthesizing the right elements, and besides vibranium, there simply wasn't a suitable material. It just so happened that the site of singularity particle extraction and testing offered the possibility that, firstly, singularity particles would open up connections to other worlds, allowing them to generate energy far beyond their theoretical limits, and secondly, a new, unique material had appeared. It was as if these things were connected. The drone began collecting materials from the crater, and Lil averted his gaze. Houston did have a self-destruct program, and the place was practically emptied. All the high-energy concentrated oil had been removed, the refined oil had been burned as firewood, the server data had been cleared and overwritten, then physically destroyed and acid-washed with chemical solutions, eliminating any possibility of recovery. The pilots had infiltrated first, essentially eliminating the possibility of a chain reaction. While some explosions still occurred, they didn't have the effect Dario had imagined. Dario had also witnessed this situation, and he recorded it here. Dario, what a cunning and stubborn thief, Lil Lee. I admit, right now, you're the stronger one. Lil walked up the empty building. All the robots were deactivated, and the life support systems had long since shut down. If he were human, he wouldn't be able to survive in the toxic atmosphere of Houston. Just like those drunken investors, these most powerful old money of the old world died here, perished in the illusions Dario had woven for them by draining the world of them. Like a bunch of hedonists, who couldn't even feel the shattered bones of Mutuo lying on a furnace pipe in Night City, suddenly having a cerebral blood vessel burst and collapsing, their bones broken. V followed behind Lil, frowning at the corpses. Who are these people? They look like emperors. Their rooms are filled with rare plants, and they live in luxury. Jack nodded in agreement. They live like emperors, even more so than Saburo Arasaka. Lil asked with interest, do you know where Saburo Arasaka lives? You're right. His son is now working with us in business, so how could I not know? That's right. Lil ignored these pathetic people, and answered V's question. It's not just the poor who become addicted to pleasure, the powerful do too. Often, they believe they're obsessed with something much greater, and there's not much difference in essence. They can't control their own human nature, can't escape this black hole, can't control themselves, and even complacently use other technologies without understanding them. Some control technology, some use technology and power to control others, and naturally, others are controlled by technology. Dario, but you'll be finished soon. After all, I invested in this technology, I discovered it, and it belongs to me. Dario, do you think you've already won? No, no, no. The greatest breakthroughs are in the hands of the greatest people. V looked at the video, then looked at Lil suspiciously. What's that guy mumbling about? It's just a speech of defeat. Everyone who can't stand losing will bark. Even if they're terrified, they bark in various ways. Don't take it too seriously. Jack nodded silently behind him, memorizing the words, and thinking about how to transfer them to the little notebook he was compiling. Dario, this is my last experiment. I die with you and your world in my arms. Dario, and I will create my own new empire in a new world, a new universe, a brand new world, untainted by you damn thieves, pests, and waste. Puff. Black smoke billowed from the screen. The self-destruct program had been set, but it had failed. So, Dario has always harbored the idea of building an experimental base on the moon, and he's been executing it. He must also be aware of the power of the final experiment with the singularity particles. Perhaps his original plan was to complete the mission even if it meant blowing up the moon. It didn't matter if Earth was destroyed. There was still a new world. Now that Earth has driven him out, he's willing to gamble everything. Perhaps if the singularity particles succeed, he reach another world. In the worst-case scenario, the moon will explode, and Earth will be plunged into disaster. Simply put, everyone will die. Everyone will die, but Dario has a glimmer of hope. He also has to go to the moon. Training's over, Lil said, gazing into the dimly lit room. You've all done well. Let's get ready for the moon. Jack said hurriedly, I'm leaving now. Misty and I have a date, and it would be unlucky to wait until I get back. Lil smiled. That's pretty smart. Go ahead. The 1:1 artificial body stopped functioning and switched to automatic control, leaving only V and Lil. V gazed at the city outside through the crack in the wall, her mind spinning non-stop, or rather, it had been spinning for a long time. After a long while, she finally managed to form her words and felt compelled to ask, is this really training? This isn't training, is it? It was just a feeling. Lil had brought her to this world many times. To others, it was indeed incredibly real, but only during the battles. To her, the logic of this world was too perfect, and she could even sense genuine emotion from those she had saved. If this were training, there would be no need for such detail. If it were simply Lil's memories of those beautiful worlds in Mutuo, there would be no need to elaborate on these details. More importantly, this guy called Dario was talking nonsense, making no sense. Yet, she felt that everything was connected. Her intuition was sharp, always had been. Lil's response this time was, I answer you from the moon. Chapter 998. Boom. The ground shook as another orbital mass strike struck Night City, showering it with concrete chunks comparable to cluster bombs, ruthlessly destroying the once thriving city. From above, the city was utterly dark, the only light coming from burning buildings, but even that was drowned out by the black smoke. A world-renowned free city had been reduced to a dead city in less than 3 days. Just as Militech unleashed its soldiers without reservation, the European Space Agency unleashed its bombing campaign without reservation. Everyone was driven to desperation. The unrest in the European community worsened with each passing day. Accustomed to the Illuminati's excellent management AI, even assessing the situation felt a sense of awe, not to mention the substantial financial losses. The company was losing money daily, but on the other hand, the workers' union's influence was growing. The European community didn't know where they were losing. Those untouchables, penniless and still in debt, would have the money to rebel. They only knew they had to capture the leader first. At the same time, they eagerly broadcast this scene to the world, as if to proudly declare, your savior is dead. Surrender resistance and accept reality. However, the European community clearly forgot one thing, or perhaps overlooked one thing. The most dangerous people in the room are the penniless, for their only thought is to steal or burn what others hold. This planet is now a locked room. Even if Lil truly died in the bombing, even if Free City was reduced to ruins, even if the myth was truly shattered, resistance would not cease. Furthermore, Night City was not destroyed. It had been reborn from the ashes of the bombing. It was now a battlefield bathed in fire and steel, a factory raging for the future. There was no day or night here, only the relentless roar of machinery and the blazing glow of furnaces. Countless automated assembly arms waved, pouring molten iron and metal powder into processing stations. Through sophisticated neural metallurgy, they condensed into alloys. Sparks exploded on the production line, like stars popping out of the darkness. The workers' prosthetics hummed, their exoskeletons whirring. Dust and oil flew out, accumulating on their protective masks. The foreman roared slogans above the deafening din. But occasionally, they would joke with one another, as if that could dispel the sense of urgency that enveloped this dungeon. Night City is going to take to space tomorrow. We're building a rocket to fly. Do you think it can actually fly? Nonsense. What else do you think we're doing? Building a monument to ourselves? Haha, if it's a monument, we have to carve the boss's name at the top. Burger King deal, stupid boss. Last deal, eternal space ghost wandering the sky. Don't be ridiculous. If they die, we won't either. Hey man, are you done? The worker looked at the robot beside him. It was called a robot, but it actually did the same job as him. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone now assumed it was a rogue AI. What a powerful thing. Rogue AI had shattered the old world. People thought internet censorship had saved humanity from disaster. Now they suddenly realized that the rogue AI had shattered the old world, but it might have simply learned the bad guy's behavior and accelerated the world's destruction. Now the roving AI has returned to attack the rich. People never dreamed that the roving AI and the poor had become class brothers. The workers in the Marvel Universe finished their work, and the status of the production line changed. Unite City is underground now. We were underground before, too. Before? Yes, before. Now we've won the war and taken back the entire country in one fell swoop, but that damn corporate bastard has gone to the moon. I heard he's planning to blow it up. Ha ha. So awesome? The Night City guy laughed. Then I get it. We need to hurry up and blow up that corporate bastard before the moon blows up. Sometimes I really wish your place was real. Me too. Where can I find a guy like you who's so sweet-talking and so efficient? Hurry up. Laughing, they completed the final assembly of the multi-ton propellant tank. Robotic arms and manual labor collaborated, and the massive rocket frame slowly rose from the cramped underground factory like a sword pointing to the sky. There were no unnecessary decorations, no company logos, no patents. Everyone knew it belonged to no one person or company. It belonged to the person who forged it with their own hands. Creatures from both worlds collaborated to build the same rocket. Furthermore, to ensure the smooth operation, the Marvel world had already begun constructing a more powerful computing array. In the Marvel world, while extraterrestrial communications might be delayed, that was Lear's home turf after all. In Night City, once Lear left Earth, even beyond the dungeons, communication would be extremely poor. Unless Lear could enlist the assistance of a truly roving AI, utilizing Internet-era equipment, he would need to perform extensive pre-calculations to minimize the possibility of accidents. While the circumstances differ slightly, one thing remains the same for both worlds. Time is of the utmost importance. The European Space Agency's orbital mass projector remains operational, and the mopping up force could launch its final assault at any moment. The Roxxon group could also begin its final experiment and blow up the moon at any moment. In this situation, production, seizing every moment, squeezing out every possible production capacity, and working together is the only way to survive. The battle isn't just on the battlefield. People have been on edge ever since entering the final stage. The company dogs dream of having workers working around the clock, but they're never able to do so. They blame the low efficiency on the subalterns' disobedience, the low intelligence of the lower classes, and the fact that these people are hopeless consumables. But they could never imagine, at this very moment, many people work day and night, not even having time to wipe the oil off their bodies. The augmentation of their prosthetics and the stimulation of drugs are constantly ongoing. Their nerves remain in a state of constant high excitement. Even the most advanced technology can't suppress the inflammation and rejection reactions. In the eyes of the company, they should have become cyber psychopaths long ago. Hey, can we really win? The young technician twisted his prosthetic limb, and boiling curing oil gushed out from the drain port. He immediately poured in new curing fluid. The rocket was right in front of him. His partner was concentrating on controlling the robotic arm, his eyes completely closed. Even unnecessary bodily movements ceased, entering a dangerous, machine-controlled mode. Stop talking nonsense, get busy. Drink some alcohol or take some medicine when you're tired. Only after we build it can we be afraid. This was the final bargaining chip, the last chance to fight the corporate thugs. After filling it with oil, the prosthetic limb purred, sparks flew, and the mechanic looked at the rocket and laughed. I'm going to hit them in the face with this thing. That's going to feel great. The launch platform began to move, cooling gas filling the surrounding area. The last piece of the puzzle was assembled onto the rocket, the drive was programmed, and the spacecraft destined to change history began to operate. Complete. Leal, all compatriots, workers, and soldiers, listen up. Chapter 999. A resounding voice echoed in everyone's mind. Different from the company's differentiated information policies, the European community's purposeful guidance, and Roxanne's humiliation for show and enslavement, this voice conveyed the same message in everyone's mind. Although people are unique individuals, with varying dreams, identities, races, languages, intelligence, and so on, this voice could use the same message to make everyone hold their breath and their blood boil. Lil sat in the control cabin, gazing at everyone equally through cyberspace. Finally, after countless hardships, countless setbacks, and failures, the two shattered worlds were reunited, standing back to back across time and space, becoming comrades in arms. Nearly 20 million people were collaborating through interdimensional production technology, and those who were not integrated into the production line, but stood together in other practical situations were even greater. If we add those whose complex situations prevented them from being integrated into their own networks, but who were deeply united in spirit, the number would already exceed 100 million. This time, his speech no longer needed to be adjusted to account for the differences between the two worlds, because people could understand what was happening in either world and share the same anger, resentment, ideals, joy, and unity. Sirens blared, and the silo's blast door slowly opened. Lil, our world is devastated. Our cities are engulfed in flames, steel reduced to ruins. We have been dispossessed, driven out, and enslaved. But we have not, and will not, fall. Today, we come to this land not to grieve, not to mourn, but to seek revenge, to reclaim our world. We will not die trapped on the earth they destroyed. We will reclaim our home. We will break the bonds of gravity, and break free from the chains they imposed. The time has come. It is time to shatter their illusions. It is time to show them who rules this world. Smash their thrones, destroy their barriers, and rip apart their lies. Let the steel roar, let the fire burn, let the stars tremble. We forge rage, wreaking final revenge among the stars. Ignition! A shrill buzzing sound was followed by a deafening explosion. The thrusters erupted in a fiery blue-white plasma fire. A violent airflow swept through the launch silo, instantly twisting and deforming the metal supports. Millions of tons of thrust roared underground, and the entire underground city trembled at this moment. The steel behemoth carrying fate broke free from its fixed frame, and rose slowly and heavily. Countless missiles and rockets flew from the sky. Night City's last air defenses were completely depleted. The explosions wove a web of flames across the sky. This web was torn, just like the people who had broken through countless obstacles along the way. Someone whispered, "Hack them." The orbital mass projector could maintain a low-yield, periodic launch pattern to suppress Night City, allowing Arasaka and New America's forces to systematically encircle Night City. They naturally wondered if Night City might have an underground city. While there was no definitive information, they were almost certain it must have large underground bunkers. Naturally, they also wondered if Night City could still launch intercontinental missiles. What they didn't expect was that they couldn't intercept them at such close range. This was all thanks to the immense computing power backed by Lil. At the moment of launch, it captured information from all directions. Multiple AIs collaborated to achieve this nearly impossible trajectory prediction, and then counter-intercepted it using all the interceptor missiles Night City had stored and produced. Firing a rocket into space is easy. Accomplishing it surrounded by powerful enemies is difficult. No legend could achieve this. It was a legend forged only by people united in unity. The European Space Agency observed all this almost immediately. With the precedent of the 3 intercontinental missiles, satellites in the sky were already trained on this area, monitoring any movement around the clock. However, they didn't really care. Missiles couldn't possibly reach Europe, could they? The unlucky ones would be either New America or Arasaka. They even secretly cheered. The EC Civil War isn't over yet. As long as the missiles don't hit them, they win no matter who they hit. ESA, the intercept failed. I think they've expended a lot of ammunition. It's time for you to take action. Miles, wait a minute, I want to know the missile's trajectory. ESA, we're working on it. No, this missile's trajectory has changed again. It seems different from the previous ones. EBM, stupid, that's a rocket. They're breaking through the atmosphere. The Burger King buys and sells stupid bigwigs, and always comes up with something new just as the bigwigs start to get used to his abilities. This isn't an intercontinental missile, it's a rocket. A spacecraft. Ballistic calculations? The ESA's previous gloating attitude completely changed in the next second, and it angrily denounced Arasaka and their military technology as sheer garbage. That thing seemed to be aimed at the Crystal Palace. The Earth-Moon Orbital System, the Crystal Palace, humanity's greatest 21st century construction. Why the 21st century? Because to support the wealthy's fantasy of controlling the universe, The ESA has since built many large space stations to meet the diverse needs of the wealthy. While the Crystal Palace remains the most luxurious, the new Crystal Palace is a system. The wealthy enjoy an unparalleled experience here, their only concern being whether their bank balance is sufficient. In a place with only 0.8 times the gravity of Earth, drinks cost 100 times as much, not to mention other items that are even more difficult to transport and produce. But under the auspices of power, the numbers on the bank accounts are just numbers. What truly supports their luxurious lifestyles is the blood and tears of hundreds of millions of people. The Crystal Palace, the Eden facility. The naked man patted the little boys, butt and sat down contentedly. As for the exhausted boy, he was quickly carried away by the machine. Eden is a facility within the Crystal Palace. Despite its biblical name, the activities here are not sacred. People are forced to be naked and engage in the act of creating life. Men, women, young, old, animals, forced, willing, ignorant, former lovers. The wealthy can experience whatever they desire here. Far from Earth, overlooking the blue planet through a giant pane of transparent glass, they create life and satisfy their godlike feelings. How's Night City? The orbital mass projector isn't cheap. Contact A. We continue to increase the working hours of the untouchables. They always pay the price. Contact B. Fortunately, we're on vacation. Berlin is in such a mess, and things are happening in France too. Contact C. But we always win, don't we? Alert. Illegal aircraft suspected of targeting Crystal Palace. The wealthy individuals enjoying their lives in different areas were collectively stunned for a moment and hurried out. Coming for them? Damn it, let those niggers do the work. Chapter 1000. The rocket roared violently, its sound echoing through the cabin. The change in acceleration made everything feel heavy and distorted. Prosthetics stabilized everyone's blood flow. Their experiences in airdrops and aerial combat in the Marvel Universe had made them less susceptible to overreacting to such high-altitude environments. People are psychologically terrified when they lose the support of the Earth. Lil, about to break through the atmosphere. The noise suddenly dropped. People leaned back in their chairs, closed their eyes, and exhaled softly. Through the observation windows, they could see Night City shrinking, America shrinking, and Earth shrinking. Most people were making unconscious movements, tapping their armrests, shaking their legs, or chewing non-existent gum. The rapid ascent, the sight before them, and the physical changes were unsettling. Jack felt the same way. It could even be said that this psychological discomfort was more severe for those who loved their families the most. Even in the harsher conditions of airdrops and in-flight combat in Marvel, he had never felt so uneasy. This is the first time I've reached this altitude alive, Jack muttered, his eyes fixed on the shrinking Night City until its details were barely discernible. My mom always said when we were little, trees can't walk, but birds can fly. And no matter how far you fly, if the sky falls, you still have to fly home. These emotions weren't particularly strong at first. Honestly, she'd sensed a certain discomfort among the crowd, but all she could think about were, rockets are so cool. Wow, this is space. How am I going to kill those boastful billionaires later? It wasn't until Jack spoke that she felt a strange sensation. That sounds a bit sad. Jack chuckled. That's not sad. I didn't understand it before, but now I'm beginning to understand. Although there's no ground beneath my feet to lean on, in my heart, I always know that home is there. If home is gone, there's little difference between being dead and being alive. The sky is truly falling, and I have to hold it up. Mission time, 058. The first challenge of this plan is breaking through the blockade of the military stationed around Night City. The second is breaking through the blockade of space debris in orbit. This world's Earth-Moon orbital system is like a giant space junk dump. In the era of the booming space industry, many companies and organizations have launched junk and parked it in the sky, simply to disrupt other space exploration. Although space is so vast, and calculations suggest a low probability of collision, in reality, some of this orbital debris zips around at high speeds, just like driving on a highway. Often, by the time people spot an illegal vehicle operating illegally, it's too late to avoid it. As expected, while everyone was still focused on Earth in the viewport, a massive black shadow flew past the rocket at high speed. Holy crap! Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. It wasn't that no one had seen it, but the lack of reference and data made it difficult for humans or computers to accurately estimate the distance and speed between the two. Even Lear had to admit that this had been a close call. If Night City's hopes were to be destroyed by space junk, it would be the ultimate joke. Fortunately, the follow-up went smoothly. The Crystal Palace was within sight. Leal, tactical deployment check. Muramesa, I never expected to follow this all the way here. Muramasa sighed softly. The Crystal Palace assault plan, heavily based on Arasaka intelligence, was distributed to everyone's system again, with each person's responsibilities marked. This plan drew on two important reference points. First, Muramasa's experience working with the Arasaka database over 50 years ago, which provided a comprehensive technical analysis of the Crystal Palace. However, 50 years had passed, and the Crystal Palace had undergone significant changes. Therefore, the second reference point was Arasaka Yuriyoshi's understanding of the Crystal Palace. Although Yuriyoshi wasn't a technical expert, Muramasa was able to combine the two intelligence sources to roughly infer the Crystal Palace's situation, mark any plans that might go wrong, and develop numerous backup plans for various scenarios. Generally speaking, there are four groups: Lil alone, Jack and Big Mac, V and Little Octopus, Hansen, Lark, and Lai Xian, the Night City gang leaders and Muramasa, and finally David's team, the Atacado duo, and Panem and Thor. Given the size of the Crystal Palace, each group has its own hackers, technical experts, and combat personnel. Once they break through, they will disperse and hack into different locations, looking for a closed loop that can directly connect to the central control and the central database. Lil, we will be the main attackers. Jack, you and Big Mac's mission is to create the most noise, eliminate every enemy unit you see, and reach the objective location through a frontal assault. However, your goal is not to reach tactical point A, but to put pressure on them head-on. Lil, V, your mission is to ambush and intercept enemy reinforcements through Jack's side passages and corridors, focusing on attacking enemy support units such as combat hackers or technical experts. Lil, your area of activity is the inner ring and the center of the sphere, while mine is the outer ring. Group A's tactical coverage is extremely broad. The Crystal Palace's structure is essentially a giant elevator at the center. The station's main operating area is composed of rings of varying sizes, with 3 smaller inner rings and 2 outer rings of greater radius. From top to bottom, they are labeled inner rings 1, 2, and 3, and outer rings 1 and 2. At the very top of the station is a massive communications array resembling a dragonfly's wing, connected to a sphere that appears to be the core. Below the elevator is a structure very similar to a cylindrical building on Earth. Atop this bottom building is another directional communications array aimed at Earth, potentially serving as the central control center. Team A's primary mission is to directly capture this sphere and the ring structure beneath it, namely, the top sphere, inner ring 1, and outer ring 1. Ideally, Lil can also capture inner ring 2. In the best case scenario, both outer rings are entertainment facilities. In the worst case scenario, Lil must capture both. Theoretically, this is the primary attack point, with the top sphere also housing the entire central control center. However, Lil and Muramasa both believe they must capture the entire station, as no one can fully understand its internal encryption and network structure. Team B consists of Hansen, Lark, and Arasaka Yorinobu, 3 former company employees. What these 3 have in common is that they've all performed the work of both elite corporate dogs and elite anti-corporate dogs, and at different levels. Equipped with 3 Titans, they primarily feature flight-specific Polaris modules, with slightly different weaponry: assault cannons, electromagnetic sniper rifles, and Ronin broadswords. Lil, Team B, you must use the elevators to capture inner rings 2 and 3. We will seize control of the elevators before you capture inner ring 2. There's a crucial element here. Team A must capture the elevators faster than Team B can capture the first inner ring, though no one disputes this. Group C, consisting of David and Atacado, is a large and well-trained team. They are equipped with exoskeletons and power armor specifically designed for pilots. Lil, Group C, secure the top sphere of the bottom building. Once the elevator is under control, proceed to inner ring 3. The final group, Group D, is the gang boss's group. This group has no titans, no standard exoskeletons, and no power armor. They only possess the unique skills of their respective gangs. Lai Xian's intelligence suggests the bottom building must be an entertainment facility, most famous for its Crystal Palace Museum, which houses replicas of artifacts from around the world and is normally open to ordinary, wealthy tourists. Lil, Group D, return to your roots as bandits. Loot, take hostages, steal data, and do whatever you want. A malicious laugh echoed through the communication channel. Brick, haha, such a great robbery opportunity, I don't need your advice. You don't know as much as I do. Sergeant, what are these idiots doing? They're just pulling off the biggest heist in human history. Lil, very good, very motivated. Lil, prepare for orbital landing. The Crystal Palace seemed to have sensed something. The antenna array overhead began to move. This world had experienced orbital warfare at this altitude. This meant they must have interception technology. The burned-out launch vehicle began to fall away, leaving behind the more flight-friendly spacecraft. Then, the Crystal Palace began to blaze with tiny flashes of light. The turrets were firing. In the silent universe, kinetic artillery shells seemed even smaller on the cosmic scale. Without the added roar, they seemed even more silent. If the dense interceptor cannons were on the ground, it's easy to imagine the devastating effect they would have. But in this vast expanse of space, they were so tiny that even as the bullets whizzed past the surface of the spacecraft, a sense of dissonance remained. Until the terrifying acceleration seemed to freeze their blood. Chapter 1001. The kinetic shells passed silently. It was a narrow escape from death, but there was no sound, no whistling sound, no shockwave. Their minds kept telling themselves they were in danger, but their adrenaline remained low, as if their bodies had become numb without the direct stimulation. This strange feeling was only slightly alleviated by the violent accelerations that impacted their bodies. Why was there such a strange feeling? Kinetic shells leave no trace in space. Against the pitch-black background, they are completely invisible. Detection relies on reflected sunlight or infrared sensors as a tiny red dot. And missiles, like flashlights, emit a thin, fragmented glow from their rear end. They leave no trail. It was as if a different set of rules operated on Earth, and all Earth experience vanished in the universe, not a single vestige left. Everyone on the spaceship maintained a subtly solemn expression, seemingly dazed. Then the thrusters kicked in, and the acceleration hit them, their faces grimacing like children on a roller coaster. Their brains screamed constantly, but their bodies only occasionally. Soon, the violent maneuvers nearly deprived everyone of blood supply to their brains. Fortunately, the small octopuses immediately took over their life support devices, using external pressure to precisely power their circulatory systems. For the perverts like the Vortex Gang, they even pumped bodily fluids into external prosthetics to assist circulation. The human body's structure dictated the limits of the acceleration they could withstand, but cyber technology could surpass this limit. However, their brains also began to give up and began to scream intermittently, and everyone calmed down. The only ones who fared any better were those trained in related fields, like Hansen and Mark. As for Lai Xian, it wasn't that he didn't understand. He'd simply put himself into a state of dementia. Lear could sense the demented expressions and states of his companions, and silently grumbled, up in space, once a person's feet leave the ground, their IQs completely shut down. Intensive fire pelted the air again and again, streaking through the universe. Everyone on the ship truly found the scene miraculous. It was as if they were blessed by heaven, like the protagonists in those movies, where not a single bullet could hit them. Oh my God, are we so lucky? God bless Burger King. Lil, you're so good. Don't study math, physics, and chemistry. Life is full of miracles. Lil's brief and quick reply to V was soon followed by the entire ship shouting, "Everyone, God bless Burger King." At this point, Lear had no time to care about his self-entertaining companions. Evasion was based on the ship's extremely advanced propulsion system. The entire ship's design was assisted by experts from the Transformers and Titans Resistance, and was realized through refinements by Leal, Muramasa, and several other Marvel masters. Whether in fundamental propulsion technology or the overall ship design, which relies heavily on experience, this ship surpasses the company's by centuries. Shooting on a space scale requires an incredibly high level of computing power for the fire control system. This ship's advanced electric propulsion system, coupled with the collaborative computing power of Leal and several AIs, utilizes dozens of fine-tuned maneuvers per second. Its random pulse-based motion makes it impossible for the Crystal Palace defense system to target it. To their fire control system, this ship resembles a ghost, a specific location within an uncertain probability cloud on a target. The probability of hitting this ship is incredibly small. To guarantee a hit, they need to cover the entire cloud. The Crystal Palace can't do that. No interception system in this era can. As for the guided missiles, dealing with them was even easier. A combination of electronic jamming and a brief cold glide made hitting the ship akin to hitting a looming ghost. They couldn't do it. Ghost after ghost wandered through space, silently and inexorably moving toward them. Finally, the ship broke through the interception zone and entered a blind spot. Humans can't withstand that kind of acceleration. Are you sure you're not hiding something from us? ESA, okay, that's a bit too obvious. They're not just the worst terrorists of this century. They're not human at all. ESA, the rogue AI has begun impersonating humans, disguising themselves as human. Now it's these fakes who are attacking us. ESA, they're here to destroy the Crystal Palace, and that's bad for us all. ESA, that's why I say this is fundamentally a battle between humans and AI. We should put aside our past prejudices. After all, aren't we all human? Humph, they're coming ashore. The man communicating with ESA was enormous, wearing an exoskeleton spacesuit, easily exceeding 2 meters and 3 meters tall, a true giant. His body, tightly wrapped in the suit, stared at the spacecraft through the glass window. Actually, it's difficult for the human eye to directly perceive anything beyond a stellar object in the universe, but he seemed to be able to see it, right from the start. An equally enormous companion followed behind him. ESA didn't treat us like humans before. It's a bit ironic coming from them. Damn, why would we help the enemy? For food, for resources, for survival, for the day we fully return to the embrace of Mother Universe and wander among the stars. Hearing these words, their companions' resentment quickly subsided. They both placed their hands on their chests, as if in a kind of prayer. They're coming. No sound could be heard in the silent space, and the unimaginable ship was already approaching. Our men are already in place. How do you think they board? I don't know, huh? The two tall knights couldn't help but raise their voices in confusion, as they realized the ship didn't seem to have any intention of approaching the docking area. If they thought about it carefully, there didn't seem to be a docking port on this ship. Huh? Their eyes, hidden beneath their spacesuits, widened even more, as the ship grew larger and larger. It was approaching, as if it was about to soar to the top of the Crystal Palace. Run! Bang! The thick superglass was pierced through, and the entire Crystal Palace was in a state of war. They truly were here to destroy it. Out of fear, the observing knights didn't even see how the spacecraft breached the Crystal Palace's outer wall. Of course, if they had stayed to watch, they would have been blown away into space by the pressure. In reality, Leal didn't actually fly the Crystal Palace. He boarded with 4 robotic arms, thick enough to pass through a car. These arms first attacked the Crystal Palace's glass arms like armor-piercing projectiles. The sturdy glass arms only shattered on impact but didn't break. So, the arms activated their electrostatic attachment modules, opened their claws, and sucked them in. Then, at point-blank range, the armor-piercing tips ejected from their claws, shattering ESA's prize superglass. This wasn't a civilized boarding, much less a covert espionage operation. They were boarding like pirates, boarding. Jack, clad in his power armor, smirked at the breach and leaped. I'm one of the first space pirates in human history. Corporate dog, your grandfather is here. Chapter 1002. What the hell is that? Boom. The sealed Crystal Palace space station was disintegrating. The enormous space giants scurried through the corridors, their deafening roars radiating through the building structure. When they looked up, they could see, beyond the transparent glass walls, a massive robot dismantling the station. It was as easy as a child dismantling a castle built with building blocks. Even more terrifying was the fact that they kept their eyes peeled even as they fled. This glimpse was even more astonishing. The enemy still had 2 such powerful robots. ESA command, damn it you. Where are the people? Someone's walking down Central Avenue and attacking the control room. Fuck you. What the hell have you messed with? We need to get out of this area. That iron destroyer can tear us apart with ease. We have to leave. The 2 frantically running astronauts fixed their eyes on the vehicle parked at the end of the corridor. It was called a vehicle, but it looked more like a bicycle without wheels, with a seat and pedals. The 2 burly men skillfully leaped onto it as if grasping at a lifeline. A loud roar roared, then dissipated in an eerie manner. The 2 men on the bicycles rushed out of the shattered area. Humans experience an indescribable fear when falling. The feeling of being left alone and helpless requires a long period of training to overcome, ultimately becoming paratroopers, pilots, and others who defy the constraints of gravity. The fear of moving in space is on a completely different level from that of Earth. Falling on Earth, everyone knows they only have a moment to live. Losing their foothold in space feels like endless loneliness awaits, billions of years of emptiness. Jack leaped from the spaceship. When there was nothing beneath him, not even gravity, he suddenly panicked for a moment, but the thrusters of his power armor quickly dispelled the feeling. Bang. The base of the power armor touched the floor, surrounded by scattered debris and wreckage. Numerous Crystal Palace staff and robots were sent flying. Those caught in the act flailed their limbs in terror in the vastness of space, but it was all in vain. Space had embraced them. Click. Jack's mind still had some residual feeling, but his body was already moving. He immediately pulled out a massive gun from behind him. With his other hand, he pulled out explosives and attached them to the emergency door, with spider silk. Bang! With a resounding bang, the door blew open, allowing air to flow out. To Jack, it was a harmless breeze, but to the people inside, it was far more serious. Through the hole, Jack could clearly see the people inside were slightly off balance. He immediately aimed his gun and fired. The powerful weapon erupted in a violent burst of fire, and the guards, who were wearing the Sion Weston armor, were horrified. The guards' eyes widened as they saw that the massive handheld weapon was firing not bullets, but miniature rockets. Without air resistance, the already extremely fast small rocket shells pierced the small hole with a trajectory that even Westbrook could barely discern. They then exploded in midair, unleashing countless miniature bullets imbued with phase-change explosives. It was hard to imagine the complexity of each individual bullet. This was undoubtedly a handheld weapon crafted with the finest craftsmanship and the most powerful force. The tiny, distorted sound was completely disproportionate to the scene. After the explosion, only debris remained. Jack lifted his foot. The floor beneath him had been severely deformed by the recoil, demonstrating the immense power of this weapon. It feels so strange. Jack sheathed his weapons and stepped forward. Two thugs grabbed the hole and tore it open. Behind him, countless small work craft with two robotic arms gradually gathered. However, the work arms were now equipped with large caliber weapons, enough to penetrate power armor. Jack didn't even bother looking back at them, because the next second, a faint trail of plasma streaked through deep space, and several work craft exploded on the spot. Outside the tunnel, Big Barley, the Transformer, gripped the outer wall of the space station like a turret, suppressing the entire area. Leo, using his octopus arms as if walking in space, easily pierced the outer wall of the inner ring. V then jumped in. Before entering the cave, V glanced curiously into the distance. She saw two people pedaling what looked like bicycles, hovering in deep space. Something like an exhaust vent spewed out a large, unidentified object at high speed. What's that? Lil glanced at it. Never mind, it's the High Knights' traditional craft. Of course, the High Knights weren't just good at riding space bikes. It was clear those two guys didn't have time to escape. Perhaps they were still looking at the scenery from the observation window when they boarded. At that moment, a large number of small space vehicles were deployed from other docking areas of the station. The two-armed workboat was just one type, and there were also some true space warships. If this were a space war launched by the rebels in this world, even if they broke through the interception system, the invaders would find it difficult to deal with this space firepower. The company had vast experience in space warfare, and they also had the High Knights, a group of native spacemen, as their warriors. Their combat capabilities and technology far surpassed those of Earthlings. Unfortunately, Lear had the support of two cosmic forces with real experience in space warfare. Whether it was Jack's power armor, the pilot's space combat gear, the Titans, or even the prosthetics worn by the gang leaders, they were all designed with assistance from real space warriors. This equipment was designed specifically for space warfare. At the same time, the two Titans of Group B penetrated the outer wall of the ring structure and entered. The Polaris Titans' maneuverability allowed them to bypass the confines of the station's interior. If the enemy's firepower exceeded their limits, they could simply detonate that section of the structure, using their thrusters to stabilize it. The three Titans moved freely across the station's ring structure, advancing forward. The soldiers inside found themselves helpless except for escape. The spacecraft in space were even more frustrated. These thugs could impunitylessly blow up the station's structures to get through, using the ruins as cover, but they couldn't. They didn't want to be burdened with exorbitant debts, and forced to work for the company for the rest of their lives after the battle. Team C and D, using spider silk and thrusters, moved to their respective penetration positions, and blew open the station's outer walls. Thus, the world's richest building was completely breached. The European Space Agency could never have imagined that a simple spacecraft could pack such devastating firepower, instantly breaching this treasure of humanity from all sides. David leaped into the station with a thud. The surrounding glass curtain walls were filled with rare plants. Although the artificial landscape within these curtain walls was now dilapidated, it was clear how luxurious it had been when it was operating normally. He could even see a number of extinct wildlife. Savage King, haha, robbery. I love robbery so much. David glanced back at the Savage King. The giant had just kicked a hapless man in the head. His spacesuit lost its seal, releasing a burst of air, making him look as if he had instantly shriveled up. Lucy stared blankly at the shattered glass curtain wall and the animal carcasses within. This is the Crystal Palace, humanity's most luxurious palace. Through it, you can see the moon, and it's also their final destination. I never thought she'd end up here one day, And in this state, David, get to work, everyone. Beware of enemy surprise attacks. Before we completely control this facility, be wary of them using their experience and ground advantage to surprise us. As soon as David finished speaking, the ground and the surrounding space began to spin, nearly causing them to lose control. The inertial gravity generation system was undergoing some strange transformation, an enemy defensive measure. This drastic change would be difficult for anyone untrained, even those who had been trained, to grasp. But they were different. The exoskeleton's footsteps generated a tremendous electrostatic attraction, keeping them firmly on their feet. The neural implants used direct stimulation to overcome the dizziness. Even in this situation, David's brain still hesitated for a moment. He realized that on what he didn't know was the ceiling, the floor, or the wall, several extremely large figures were steadily firing at them, as if they were one with the scene. A strange sound came through the power armor. Chapter 1003. Gravity had changed, or rather, at this moment, the entire Crystal Palace Space Station's inertial gravity maintenance system had changed in its operation. As the most luxurious man-made construct in human history, providing impeccable services to the wealthy, it certainly couldn't allow these individuals to float in the air like lowly space slaves. The main reason the station's main structures were spherical and ring-shaped was because it was constantly rotating, thus simulating a near-gravity effect. This system was very user-friendly for delicate individuals. Once deactivated, the station would become a completely weightless environment. But for these tall, mysterious astronauts, this was clearly the environment they were most accustomed to. However, this clearly didn't have the desired effect. David's armor creaked, the bullet clearly aiming for the thrusters at his waist. However, as everything around him shifted drastically, his equipment triggered an emergency fuse, and his feet remained frozen as if welded to the floor. The exoskeleton on his body locked his range of motion, stabilizing him. This maneuver clearly surprised the attackers. It was common sense that Earthlings, without gravity, would be like idiots, unable to determine the directions. But this lander's equipment was peculiar. Even their high knights had to prepare fixed cables in advance to pull off such a raid. Because of one ingenious design in their equipment and one unexpected action, the advantage of the surprise attack was instantly lost. Instead, their momentary astonishment revealed their flaws to David. The so-called Iron Pilot was the ability to fire at any time and from any position. Gunfire blazed, and the silent battle truly began. Buzz. The incapacitated High Knight leaned against the wall. In the pitch-black passage, he could hear the constant sounds of leaking air and the wall being smashed through. Darkness spread, and an oppressive atmosphere slowly enveloped the entire passage like an invisible hand. High Knight August's breathing was perfectly steady. The gravity system had ceased functioning as planned. He could only believe that the enemy would be distracted by the loss of gravity, and that this would give them some advantage. But was it truly possible? He saw the massive, agile robots, an enemy they had never faced before. In theory, their large size meant high energy consumption, making them unable to sustain prolonged combat. And they had an entire space station's worth of ships to back them up. Shaking off his concerns about other fronts, he focused intently on the hallway, where red warning lights flashed. The enemy was too powerful. From the moment the space pirates boarded the station to the moment 13 outer sectors were lost, only minutes elapsed. Powerful robots scrambled across the station's exterior, easily overwhelming the space forces. Inside, a burly man roughly their own size advanced like a bulldozer, crushing the central control. Reinforcements had inexplicably lost contact and were unable to arrive on time. Equipment malfunctioned, explosions occurred, and gas leaks occurred. The ESA's massive investment seemed to have become a flawed, shoddy project. No one knew what sorcerous technology, the enemy had employed. Just like now, the station's long corridors were completely dark, the communication system was jammed, the thin air unable to carry sound, and the High Knights could only communicate through hand gestures. Bang! A soft sound. It sounded soft, but the High Knight could actually sense the immense force of the impact through the feedback from his feet. Although the space station might seem crippled by a single hit from space junk, it's actually incredibly sturdy. At least the Crystal Palace is as strong as a fortress. Everyone paused. High Knight 0241, ah! A scream, laced with white noise, flashed across the communication channel. A pitch-black, tentacle-like object pierced through the outer wall of the tunnel, dragging its victim against it. The impact was so powerful that the victim died instantly, sealed in the breach by the escaping gas. Before they could react, another loud noise echoed through the communication channel. A dark figure swept past, slicing another High Knight in two. Pat, 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 Augustus's heartbeat was no longer as calm as it had been at the beginning. He suddenly recalled the space ghost stories the patriarch and the prophet had told the children. The floor beneath his feet continued to vibrate softly. His companions were constantly being shattered. The long strip, the black shadow, like a deep space demon, swept through the entire passage with ease. High Knight 0142, Monster. The first High Knight, having suffered a mental breakdown, screamed and ran towards August. Shocked and enraged, August was about to stop the cowardly act, but the black shadow pierced through the wall again, dispatching the coward before his eyes. August could now see clearly that it was not a deep space demon at all, but a metallic, gleaming robotic arm. But it was incredibly agile. Before he could react, a tremendous force struck his chest, and the robotic arm slammed him into the wall, its metal claws piercing the surface, pinning him to the ground. He tried to break free, but a long blade seemed to pierce his spacesuit and exoskeleton from the center of the metal claws, sending a surge of electricity directly into his system. Hiss. Before his eyes, the pierced metal wall hissed and ripped apart. Under the starry sky, mechanical tentacles cleared an entrance. Behind the enemy, August saw countless floating pieces of space debris. The sheer volume of debris made him realize they had been utterly defeated. The enemy had only one ship, but its forces overwhelmed all the vehicles on the Crystal Palace. The octopus arm supported Lille as she entered the passage. Terror washed over August's fighting spirit like a tide, transporting him back to the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, when he had infiltrated the ancient battlefield alone on his space bike, hesitated before the abandoned Space Command Center, and faced his position and fear head-on. Lille sensed this emotion and hacked into August's system. Lille, High Knight, right? Now you're ESA's lackeys? August, who the hell are you? Lille, Divine Punishment. I be frank. If you continue fighting, all your people will die. Worse still, if we win, we also liquidate your tribe. If ESA manages to win, they also take action when you're severely weakened. Lille, I don't know if your brain can comprehend this, because in my opinion, you're doing something incredibly foolish. August, don't think you've already won. Lille, is your brain failing? From the moment you entered this battle, you've already lost. Bang. Lille felt the vibration and thrust his robotic arm backward. To his surprise, the target dodged and even grabbed his robotic arm. This was real space. Someone with this kind of mobility was no ordinary High Knight. Unfortunately, he had more than one octopus arm. Squeak. Wait! Two octopus arms stabbed at the man holding his octopus arm like lightning. The latter's panicked voice carried over the public frequency band. Luckily, radio transmission speed is very fast, otherwise, if it were a little slower, the octopus arm would have pierced the man's head. Looking at the sharp spike exposed at the center of the claw, the High Knight felt a chill run through his body. Unlike those paper tigers of the ESA, this guy was just as he said, a divine punishment. Bansa, I am High Knight Bansa. August is just a low-ranking High Knight. He cannot represent us. Bansa, honorable divine punishment, let me help you destroy the evil ESA. Clearly, the High Knights were not united in their beliefs, but Lille focused his gaze on the space behind Bansa. The fluctuation in brightness indicated a massive explosion in the Crystal Palace's substructure. Lille, you better speak quickly. Chapter 1004. The European Space Agency, ESA, operates 8 large space stations in the Earth-Moon orbital system, making it the world's first large-scale space station construction organization. Not all space stations are built for the ultimate luxury of the Crystal Palace. For example, to meet the Crystal Palace's enormous material needs, they built a separate large space station for production. Space stations used for production often have extremely high population densities, with people sleeping stacked in boxes. Apart from work, they spend their days lying on coffin-like beds. Apart from daily expenses, their salaries are practically non-existent. Obviously, if people knew what space stations look like, they wouldn't come. Therefore, when Orbital Aerospace helped build these stations, they primarily source labor from local sources, transporting workers directly from their home base in Africa. This is a new era of triangular trade. Unidentified black people are transported from Africa, tamed with simple prosthetics, and then sent to the space station. The space station produces materials for the Crystal Palace, which then enjoys the Crystal Palace's services, while the proceeds from their consumption go to ESA and Orbital Aerospace. Where there's oppression, there's resistance. Even in the depths of space, a group of incredibly tenacious and rebellious individuals managed to resist, capturing several space stations, and even 2 lunar colonies. This group, calling themselves the High Knights, is now the most resilient group on the Crystal Palace. Over the course of a century, the High Knights have thrived in space. Many have never set foot on the surface, becoming true astronauts. However, it's clear that humanity's exploration of space isn't extensive. At least not yet. We possess the ability to operate completely independently from the ground, and the High Knights are no exception. Through successful resistance and displays of force, the High Knights forced ESA and other space development companies to back down, gradually evolving into a relationship similar to the one between Night City's gangs and corporations. This kind of relationship often leads to division, especially among people of such complex backgrounds. High Knight Banda pointed at August, whose fate remained unknown on the ground. Banda, he's just a brat, wet behind the ears. Leal, he and his men are hindering our attack. I need you to disclose any intelligence you have immediately, and I promise not to escalate hostility, provided you don't interfere with our operation. Banda, okay, first, all nodes in the Crystal Palace's central control must be hacked simultaneously to obtain the complete database. I believe you can accomplish this step. Banda, second, I know your target is the Tycho colony, but you may have underestimated the Crystal Palace's encryption defenses. The information transmission system between the Crystal Palace and the Tycho colony isn't simply quantum encryption, but a more complex system of joint space-time encryption. Banda, you know, in space, coordinates aren't just three-dimensional. They constantly change with orbit, gravity, and the passage of time. The European Space Agency exploits this to lock the transmission of all critical data into a dynamic space-time chain. Each piece of information is embedded in a specific spatial location at a specific moment, and the encryption algorithm is constantly updated based on the orbital relationships between Tycho colony and several other space stations. Banda, in other words, to decrypt the data, you not only need to know the key, but you must also be in the right spatial location at the right time. Otherwise, even if you obtain the data, it will be nothing but a garbled mess that will never be deciphered. Leal was silent for a moment, his mind rapidly calculating possible decryption solutions, but he had already realized the problem. Banda's tone was a step faster than his, tinged with a hint of cold sarcasm and an unshakable sense of fate. Banda, the High Knights have attempted to crack this encryption system. We know the location of some keys, but the most recently available spacetime coordinates aren't here, but at the Crystal Palace 34 minutes ago. Spacetime sequence encryption, as the name suggests, is an encryption system that continuously changes over time. Based on orbital motion, it generates unique keys at every tiny moment, constructing a layered mathematical maze. The finer the encryption nodes, the higher the encryption quality, and the greater the computing power required. The communications between the Crystal Palace and Tycho colony are of the highest standard, and both will use quantum computers for encryption and decryption. The computing power of quantum computers makes it virtually an unbreakable divine lock. At least, Banda doesn't believe Leal currently has the computing resources to perform deductions. This means that even if Leal could hack into all of the Crystal Palace's systems, he wouldn't be able to modify time, let alone complete the decryption at the Crystal Palace 34 minutes ago. Banda's tone remained calm, yet a profound sense of helplessness lingered, as if illuminating the inherent cruelty of the universe. Banda, you're incredibly lucky. Because the decryption window we know of only lasts 42 hours a year, and you've stumbled upon it. Banda, but you're also incredibly unlucky, because all this happened 34 minutes ago. 34 minutes, in the universe, isn't even the time it takes for a speck of dust to cross an interstellar space. But for Leal, this battle was an insurmountable rift in time. The Crystal Palace's power system had long been destroyed, and the space station, already lacking large-scale mobility, had lost the ability to return to 34 minutes earlier. Pushing this thing to that point was a pipe dream. Putting aside its weight, finding a precise location in space and moving it there would require immense computing power. Leal did look like a space reaper, but servers took up space, and he doubted Leal could calculate it. Fighting didn't guarantee computing. In other words, from an engineering and computing perspective, it was impossible for Leal and his crew. No wonder Banda didn't ask for any terms from Leal, nor even entertain the idea of bargaining. He simply didn't believe this operation would succeed. In his eyes, Leal and his companions were just another group of warriors in cosmic history who tried to defy fate, but were abandoned by time. They thought they could change something, could reverse something, but they were mere specks in the vast sea of stars, vainly attempting to unsettle the laws of gravity. This action had already failed before they even set out. One could even say that, on the scale of cosmic time, this action never even existed. Like the workers trafficked into space. They were destined never to return to Earth. Just as a drop of water cannot flow back into the ocean, or light cannot escape the event horizon of a black hole. Their origins determined their destination: loneliness, imprisonment, slavery, or a silent extinction in the cold darkness. Time and space are the most ruthless laws of the universe. They bend for no one, yield to no will. Vance's voice whispered softly across the communication channel, with a quasi-religious awe, as if he were confiding the laws of the universe, as if he wasn't explaining the encryption to Lear, but describing the destiny of the universe. Vance, time itself is a cage. Vance, your actions are like a challenge to the law of causality, but you are mere mortals, unable to transcend the boundaries of time. Vance, the universe will not change, the stars will not turn back, and time will not repeat itself. Vance, you have failed. The universe is boundless, the sea of stars is silent. And time, still flowing indifferently, never once looking back. So is this truly an unbreakable divine lock? Vance heard laughter, but it wasn't the desperate laugh he'd imagined, but a mocking laugh, as if mocking time. Lear, a clever encryption method. Time is merely a concept humans created to facilitate understanding the world. No one can truly harness it for their own benefit. ESA Director, those useless bastards. Fortunately, we've issued confidentiality orders. They won't get anything. EC Acting Director A, are you sure he won't hack the Crystal Palace? The Crystal Palace serves as a relay station for Earth-Moon communications. While it's not like we can't contact Tycho without the Crystal Palace, information from the Crystal Palace has the highest priority. Even if ESA has already sent a war report to the Tycho colony from Earth, they will still comply with the Crystal Palace's instructions immediately. The sheer scale of the universe has placed a heavy burden on modern communication technology, much like the ancient practice of transmitting information by letter. Communication quality has deteriorated significantly, forcing strict priority communication. ESA Director, even roving AI haven't broken through to space. They're merely tools, unable to surpass humanity. ESA Director, even if Batmos himself were resurrected, or even his dangerous critical form, he wouldn't be able to breach this system. Otherwise, the human world would have been doomed long ago. ESA Director, don't worry. Militech and Arasaka have confirmed that Night City is out of ammunition and food. We've already sent orders to strike at European insurgents. Without interference from the Crystal Palace, a homeland strike will be launched in 6 hours. ESA is clearly very confident in its encryption methods. Although Batmos holds the title of Hacker God, ESA considers him merely a human with some networking skills. True top-tier technology encompasses more than just cybernetic technology. It's an extremely complex undertaking. There are no shortcuts to world domination. There's no such thing as power within oneself, at least not in this world right now. Hacker God. Don't forget that hacking technology was also created by humans. How can the Hacker God be considered a god above humanity? These damn terrorists are indeed quite capable, but only God can reverse this situation. Only God can defeat these human rulers. The people in the meeting began to daydream. Yes, only a true God can defeat them. Chapter 1005. Technological advancements in the space industry extend beyond advances in materials science and engineering. In reality, properly functioning systems rely equally heavily on computing technology. Galenites may not have received a complete modern education, but their work in space has instilled in them a deep awe for computing technology. To them, it's a near-prophetic science. In the vast expanse of space, correcting the Crystal Palace's orbit to 34 minutes in the past requires a single time-space correction equivalent to approximately 10 by 20 floating-point calculations. The Crystal Palace's three-dimensional position, velocity, acceleration, angular momentum, the gravitational distribution of the Earth-Moon system, solar wind, cosmic ray interference, orbital drift error correction, and time synchronization accuracy must reach microseconds. The computing power required to calculate such a complex project is astronomical, and the required electricity supply would require power stations throughout the city. The entire city's power stations. Powering half a city's servers would require state-of-the-art computers. Even with quantum computers, that's more computation than a small computer room could handle. But Leal didn't give up. His jeers seemed to mock Bansa as well. Before he could say anything, Big Barley strode down the aisle, his imposing figure leaving Bansa speechless. The High Knights, who call themselves the Sons of Space, especially those born in space, barely feel the pull of gravity in their fetal form. Their first exercise isn't crawling on the ground, but waving their arms in a zero-gravity environment. Their body structure, ideology, and values differ dramatically from those of Earthlings. But that's compared to Earthlings. As humans, they still need to wear spacesuits in space, carry oxygen supplies, and require power equipment and various refrigerants to power them. They also have to face cosmic rays. These numerous limitations make it difficult for them to live long. Illness is not uncommon, and many are born with prosthetics to maintain normal physiological functions. But Barley, the Transformer, doesn't have this problem. Cosmic rays take thousands of years to corrode their steel bodies. Oxygen isn't essential, and maintaining internal and external pressure balance is completely unnecessary. Simply by being in the presence of a star, solar energy can be converted into kinetic energy. A steel body is the form the High Knights most desire. Leel's form is similar. Banda suddenly had an incredible thought. Maybe he could actually do it. The fact is, he could. Leel left High Knight August, leaving behind the remaining High Knights, who weren't completely dead, and headed straight for the control room. Leel, what's going on down there? David, reporting in. David, I don't know. They had a group of large guys, probably the High Knights. One of them couldn't defeat us, so he blew up the station. A load-bearing structure was damaged. The station is deforming, and parts of the building may have collapsed. David, the gang leaders were quite distressed. Many wealthy people and valuable artworks were blown away. David, oh, by the way, no one's been hurt so far. Lucy, but they're in a bit of a state of health. In short, after the fierce battle, one of the High Knights blew up the lower building before dying. I don't know what their motivation was. Although they won, the physical strain still seemed a bit high. No matter how much they simulated it, this was indeed their first time in space, and their first time in space was a combat mission. But this battle had to be fought to the end. Leel, arrive immediately at the structural damage location. New mission. Bansa, what do you want to do? Bansa sensed an unusual atmosphere, and couldn't help but send a message to Leel. He desperately wanted to know what Leel was going to do. Leel remained silent, simply working on the modeling and calculations. Propelling a space station is extremely difficult, especially since the station itself lacks powerful propulsion capabilities. But the Crystal Palace is a massive luxury, and the command system and communications relay are only a small part of it. The ESA command system is incredibly precise, unparalleled in the world, but it's impossible to be precise to the millimeter. This means Leel only needs to retain the parts of the Crystal Palace used for communications. For the less important parts, Leel can simply manipulate the electrical current to fake the station's status. Whether the station is intact isn't important. What matters is making the Crystal Palace system believe it is. This way, the propulsion problem could actually be solved. By simply detaching the entire space station in the right place, and using the right method, the Crystal Palace could be stopped. Once the mass was reduced, Lear could use the spacecraft to drive the Crystal Palace. The only problem was computation, a difficulty Banda considered insurmountable. But this was no problem for Lear. Night City was preoccupied with resisting a ground invasion, and no matter how powerful Lear was, he could only carry a human-sized quantum computer server. But in the Marvel Universe, he had an entire world to himself, a powerful, nascent industrial empire. It could even be said that the combined computing power of this newly born nation was dozens of times greater than that of the companies in the cyberpunk world. And they were also keeping an eye on this spacecraft bound for the moon. In cyberspace, with access to vast computing resources, Xiyuan Zheng was instantly treated like an emperor. The largest network he knew of was the old one, the internet of this world. While the old one was certainly substantial compared to the one Leel was connected to, it was still dwarfed by the scale of this new world. More importantly, the computing resources within the old network weren't freely available to him. Leel was monopolizing the computing power of an entire world. Even AI has struggled with such massive computing resources. Muramasa found it strange that a roving AI could be so dissatisfied with the sheer volume of computing resources. Information poured in like a galaxy, and Muramasa immediately halted the expansion of his cyber entity within the network. Here, he saw the octopus-like AI continuing to expand. He saw the eyes of the Illuminati expanding. He saw the Autobot Big Barley growing. All the roving AIs connected to the network simultaneously shared Muramasa's sentiments. If they continued to expand, their computational models would likely suffer from uncontrollable information distortion and errors. At that point, they would lose their identity. Among AIs, data processing capabilities varied, and the most powerful computing entities weren't these dangerous critical entities. Muramasa, you're crazy. He saw the largest computing entity was Leel, sitting in a massive chair. Muramasa turned into a blade to cut through the messy and erroneous calculation tracks, and Barley turned into a scepter to perform calculations for the power system of the entire operation. The Illuminati completely liberated the computing power of the quantum computer to these lower-level AIs, and the little octopus perfectly connected these AIs that had become computing nodes. What was that chair? Muramasa felt strange. He thought it was the network itself. But no matter how much anthropomorphic thinking he had acquired, he was still a dangerous critical mass, and he knew now was not the time to be shocked. A massive calculation was being performed. Target spacetime coordinates calculation. Deviation correction. Propulsion vector adjustment. Accuracy lock. Gravitational deviation correction. Propulsion power boost. The Crystal Palace was disintegrating, and the High Knight's innately keen spatial perception told them that the Crystal Palace was deviating significantly from its established trajectory. This filled them with fear. Space vector calculations played a crucial role in the High Knight's operations. Every time they left the space station for a space mission, they would receive a prophecy from the prophet. Calculations were a kind of prophecy, a prediction, and also a guarantee of their safe return home. The giant was so massive that their inertia was difficult to correct. Their routes to and from the mission destination were roughly predetermined and calculated. Why do the High Knights so deeply admire the first generation? Because the first generation had no prophets. They relied on homemade space bikes to navigate the space stations. Only those who overcame true fear could truly be considered High Knights. Not all new generations of High Knights possess that kind of courage. When the space station's trajectory shifted, they felt a sense of dread, as if their fate had been altered. Bansar and August stared at the wall approaching, knowing that the prophet's prophecy was no longer effective. Boom! The thrusters of the spacecraft dragging the Crystal Palace reached full power. Bansa, destiny has been rewritten. Bansa, you're crazy. One mistake, and you and your people will become silent space junk, left with only regret, torment, and self-doubt in the boundless loneliness. Bansa, you're simply... Bansa's voice abruptly stopped, as he saw the moon through the window. Was he truly mad? Wasn't the first generation of High Knights like that too? They needed no prophecy, relying solely on courage, loyalty, and passion to carve their own future in deep space. They were madmen, but they were also true High Knights. Just like these guys on the ground. The moon, the Tycho colony. ESA still maintains de facto control on the moon, and it's the oldest, largest, and most developed colony. From the sky, there were only endless solar panels, the empty lunar surface, and hovercraft and lunar rovers silently toiling away. But once they broke through the lunar soil, they could see the main structure of the colony underground. Orbital mass projectiles were produced here, space agriculture was developed, and lunar water was continuously pumped from underground boreholes, providing electricity for the entire quantum computer system. This computer's cooling system was directly connected to the colony's cooling system. The devices, like plant roots, were thin and long, and numerous, dispersing as much heat as possible onto the lunar soil. In the sweltering Tycho colony barracks, a countdown was underway. Once the countdown was over, they would launch a highly concentrated helium-3 bomb on the European cities hardest hit by the rebellion, ending the civil war once and for all. This will cause many casualties, and leave these lands barren for many, many years, but stability is paramount. A staff member in the command room stared at the screen and suddenly said to a colleague, "We're turning these weapons on our own people? I thought these things only hit Americans and Asians." The colleague threw up his hands and said, "Who cares who? I wish they were all dead. Prices have skyrocketed because of this civil war. Just think about how many anti-capitalist terrorists will die with this one shot. A declining population is a good thing. Perhaps housing prices will fall too. By the time we're done with our service, we might be able to buy a big house. I mean our own house." Another colleague laughed, counting on his fingers. "According to you, if everyone's dead, it's not just house prices that will drop, but also food, supplies, and chips. They're all begging us to buy them. But is that possible? It's impossible that the ESA personnel working in Tycho colony don't have intellectual disabilities. With fewer people, the company can limit output. Why should they sell it cheaply to you? But everyone knows that no matter how expensive something is, they can definitely afford it. If the civil war continues, the company will raise prices recklessly. If the ground launch silos are breached, they'd be in trouble. So, killing one's own people is certainly not humane, but what kind of humanity can compare to self-gratification? So, for the sake of a better life, time is running out." Ding. Crystal Palace message incoming. Crystal Palace command message. Halt bombardment preparations. The terrorists have been apprehended. The bombardment order has been halted? The artillerymen in the command room exchanged bewilderment. The commander stared for a moment, but didn't react. Although somewhat unexpected, the cessation of the bombardment was a good thing. Each strike from the orbital mass projector consumes a vast amount of resources, meaning that once wartime begins, the Tycho colony's workload will surge. Now they could go home. The massive crystal palace disintegrated in space. Several large ring-shaped structures had fallen away, and even the lower building was reduced to its core. Two Titans manually controlled the core communications components, keeping them intact. ESA could never have imagined that these space pirates would dismantle the Crystal Palace. Countless wealthy individuals and politicians were scattered across space with the wreckage, trapped forever in a cage, their ultimate fate being a lonely, silent death. Observing and processing all this would take time. More importantly, they could only watch as the Crystal Palace disintegrated. They had dismantled the Crystal Palace. On the ground, IBM, Interpol, ESA Ground Command, Militech, Arasaka, Orbital Aerospace, virtually every major company, had witnessed the results of this space heist through their own information channels and equipment. They had only one thought: these murderers were truly utterly heartless. They couldn't even survive themselves, so they'd let humanity's greatest creation perish in space. Miles sank down on the sofa. At that moment, executives and politicians around the world, like her, relaxed. What a bunch of lunatics. Fortunately, the fire didn't reach me. Everyone tacitly accepted that this was the end of the rebellion. No matter how legendary, epic, or like a true myth this rebellion was, how a group of dispossessed people united to unleash such power, and ultimately sent their rage into space, they still lost. Despite the unpleasant ending, the winners were still the veterans. I have to say, these lunatics really nearly turned the world upside down. I wonder which unfortunate souls perished. Burger King, I remember you, this formidable opponent. What they couldn't see was that a small spaceship had already left the Crystal Palace, bearing the retribution they believed didn't exist, the divine punishment they believed couldn't possibly befall them because there were no gods, and so it was hurtling towards its final destination. Chapter 1006. The most magnificent, gigantic, and greatest architectural structure in human history was demolished. This was an unprecedented, massive demolition project. David held Luce's hand. Above them, Barley and the three Titans grasped the wreckage of the Crystal Palace, used for positioning. Unleashing their full power, they leaped unrestrainedly into deep space. This momentum wasn't particularly lethal compared to an intact Crystal Palace, but it was better than nothing. They had limited resources at hand. The ship provided sustained propulsion, and they should also provide some fine-tuning. As for why they held onto the wreckage, it was because they would serve as a phantom of a functioning Crystal Palace, acting as a server in orbit, transmitting signals to the Tycho colony. This was terrifying. For astronauts, extravehicular operations were always a thrilling undertaking. Even with ropes and safety measures, it took a long time to get used to it, let alone this space disco without any safety measures. Everyone believed that Lil could bring them back. Brick, woohoo, another structure erupted in flames. The madman of the Vortex gang was the last to leave. Though he appeared calm, it would be a lie to say he wasn't panicking. Grabbing Luce's hand, they gazed out at the universe through the completely open wall. The young couple was truly terrified. Lucy, this is insane! One miscalculation, one error, and we never be able to return. David, in that case, we just die of old age in space together. Lucy stared at David speechlessly. Although his actions had proven him to be a mature man, why did he always seem so clueless? David, are you willing? Lucy, if not, why would I be here? It's almost time. Bang. The flames of the explosion blossomed in deep space, transforming into a flower that couldn't exist on Earth in the airless universe. Holding each other's hands, the two, clad in camouflage, rushed into space. David, I mean, will you marry me? Lucy, shocking. What are you talking about at this moment? Watching their companions drifting further away, Man and his group began to prepare to break away. Seeing the young man's expression, he cheerfully grabbed Dorio's hand and rushed towards their designated location in the firelight. Everyone was in pairs, leaving Rebecca, Chiwe, and Pira a bit puzzled. They shrugged and also rushed into space. In the Crystal Palace antenna and control room, where only the database was visible, Bansa and the remaining High Knights watched in astonishment. They had only heard of how the first generation of High Knights liberated the High Knights from later productions. Every day, the first generation of High Knights withheld a portion of the supplies, but the vigilant EC soon discovered the anomaly and began torturing and interrogating them, seeking to uncover the true situation. But no matter how cruelly they were tortured, no one betrayed the group, not even to their death. Some of them were confined by the ESA to a huddled survival zone. Thrown into space from a crate, immobilized by prosthetics and immobilization, they endured decades of solitude in the universe. No one could endure such torture, yet they resolutely kept the secret. Perhaps even today, the first generation of High Knights still float in the sky. I believe many of them still remain awake, eager to see our victory, the moment of liberation for all, the dawn of dawn. Using these supplies, they constructed a crude space bike, using bioenergy to project waste materials to navigate space. Without foreknowledge, without prophecy, they rushed into the unknown. What a magnificent feast that was, a feast to death. How can humanity overcome boundless fear? You will write the answer yourself, but you have a great example. It was just like the recorded feast to death. Everyone left the station with such determination, each one believing deeply in something that would enable them to overcome the universe's deepest fear. Bansar chanted the elder's motto. Bansar, we are not born in space, so we are children of space. Bansar, the rich are born to be rich, we are born to be High Knights, because we have conquered the fear the universe has brought us. The High Knights all looked up at the shattered dome glass. Through it, they saw a majestic figure standing on a spaceship towing the Crystal Palace. How foolish they were to help ESA, when this was clearly a war to the death. The strike team arrived at their orbital location and, in space, delivered equipment for projecting electromagnetic signals, including light, to the model's location. Simply put, using a few base stations and equipment, they created the illusion of the Crystal Palace and began transmitting information to the Tycho colony. Leal decrypted the Crystal Palace's location 34 minutes prior and transmitted a signal from the orbital location of the normal Crystal Palace, resolving all communication issues. The ESA was right. This was a hack that even a living Patermos couldn't accomplish, not even hundreds or thousands of Patermos. This wasn't something that could be accomplished by a single individual. Leal had hacked the entire Crystal Palace database, gaining control of everything from the key tables to the world's most critically confidential data. The message he sent to the Tycho colony had also received a response, proving the hack was successful. Signal received. Crystal Palace responds. Bombing program halted, colony alert level lowered, entering material control mode, awaiting manual data verification. Jack, Mano, time for the final assault now. Leal nodded, the ship's thruster stopped, and the robotic arm retracted from the wreckage of the Crystal Palace. Jack, that's good. I'm practically going crazy here with nothing. This feeling is truly unbearable. The electrostatic devices on his feet revealed that all three were outside the ship. Jack sat down, shook his head, and walked into the cabin. But he saw that Leal and V were still standing on the hull. Jack, what's wrong with you? Why are you both standing outside? Leal sighed inwardly. Leal, Jack, you're going home. Jack froze in his tracks. His HUD displayed a digital model of himself, several red indicators stinging his eyes. Jack, Mano, what the hell is this? What are you talking about? Leal, your body is already stretched to its limits. Don't forget the stress you endured during my 2 years away. Your cell activity and strength have been irreversibly damaged. This space battle has put a tremendous strain on your body. Jack, but me, didn't you already fix me? Leal, that's irreversible damage. Lizard serum isn't something that's unreasonable. Unless you transform a person into a full-fledged lizard, their limits remain human. Leal, plus, the battle in Night City exposed you to a lot of radiation. If you continue, you might suffer organ failure. Jack, but are we a team? We? Jack was getting emotional by the end. He couldn't believe Lil was just letting him go home like that. He couldn't believe it. At the end of such a battle, his best brother, his best partner, wanted him to go home. Not, Leal. Precisely because we're a team, I'm giving you the most important mission. Jack, stop it. What mission could be more important than going to Tycho Colony and beating up the company dogs? You're abandoning me, you can't. V, tell me. Leal, the most important mission isn't killing the enemy, it's getting home. Leal held Jack's body back as it began to sprint away. Jack's previously invincible strength hadn't worked. Not only was Leal's Iron Man incredibly powerful, but Leal had also begun to reduce the effectiveness of the Lizard's Fury component. And Leal's words had also stunned him. Leal, listen man, remember the first time I met Mrs. Wells? She told me she wanted me to promise that Haywood's kid, that sunny boy, would come home, instead of dying tragically on the streets like his father, leaving behind a fatherless son and a widow. Leal, think about Misty. Do you know what she wants? A hero who slaughters corporate thugs? She wants to kill all the corporate thugs in the world. She just wants to stay in the house you come back to and wait for you to come home. Leal, you've seen the emotions those guys have shown along the way. Did they really want to find meaning in killing and crime from the beginning? Do you think some people are born to hold guns? Leal, look at that planet, the riots happening there. Everyone, the gangs, the unions, the citizens, They just believe in me, that I can truly bring about the future they want, a home they can return to. Lil, they believe they can see that world. Jack's eyes trembled slightly. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't. Yes, no one is born a psychopath, a murderer, or a sadist. At least not right now, not here. Lil patted Jack on the shoulder. Lil, I can accurately calculate their trajectory over this period, but over time, they're still human, after all. A tiny initial error can make subsequent position predictions unreliable. In other words, if they were left floating here until we returned, they'd be long gone. Lil, I've made many promises and accepted many commissions on our behalf. Burger King's big boss never fails in his dealings, and he never breaks his word. Lil, remember to write it down in your little notebook when you're done. Jack laughed in anger, his voice low and hoarse. Jack, damn it, I can't argue with you. But if I could, I wouldn't have let you trick me into this. Jack, then promise me you won't fail to come back. Lil laughed softly. Lil, nonsense. I'm not a suicide infantryman. How could the moon have blown up last year? Lil, this is an important commission. Stay alert and don't lose face. Chapter 1007. V, alas, I'm the only one you trick into carrying out such a terrifying mission. Lil, you're the famous V, after all. An ace should carry out ace missions. Under Jack's control, the spaceship began to fly away in the direction their companions had left. Yes, it was time for them to go home, but there was only one spaceship, so how would they land? Lil could fly. V, riding on Lil's head, looked incredibly strange. V, haha, take off then. Go, little Lil. Woohoo. Lil, that's not a safe position. At V's exclamation, Lil pulled V down with a backhand. Spinning around, V found himself in Lil's arms. Whoosh. The thrusters trembled faintly. V tilted his head back, looking at Lil, and then at the endless starry sky behind him, and all around them, lost in thought. The little octopus suddenly jumped out and huddled into V's arms, or actually Lil's, nuzzling them both frantically. Little octopus, V tapped Lil's chest gently. V, iron shell. How did I end up on this pirate ship of yours? I've been on it for 2 years, just like Jack. Why don't you give me a break? Lil, of course it's because you're special. V is indeed special. Some documents from the Crystal Palace confirm Lil's suspicions. However, that kind of special isn't special to Lil, so V understands it now. V snorted and turned his face away. This was a long space journey. Wandering the starry sky alone was a boundless terror. Perhaps it was V's unusual nature, or perhaps it was because she was in Lil's arms, but she felt only peace. The speed had reached a terrifying point, but the starry sky remained motionless. There was no sound, only the feeling of being embraced. V suddenly realized, it wasn't just Lil's body that was holding her. Her prosthetics, drives, systems, exoskeleton, weapons, everything was also made by Lil. This truly brought unprecedented peace of mind. No need to worry about prosthetic failures costing her life. No need to worry about drive failures causing loss of coordination. No need to worry about drives or systems being hacked and causing her brain to burn out. The exoskeleton worked, the weapons worked, and there was no way she could get lost in this vast universe. As long as Lil was still here. V, how long will it take to reach the moon? Lil, 2.5 days. Now I've paid back the debt I owed you for driving from Atlanta to Ninth City. I have to fly all the way. V, this isn't driving. We don't even have a car. Lil, who said there's no car? Big Barley is on its way here too. I still have to calculate its trajectory. Even if it's rounded up, I'm still driving. V, can you round like that? V thought about it and agreed. Calculations like this are much harder than driving, so she changed the subject. V, there's music in the car. Sing me a couple of songs. Lil, okay, I look for it. Lil, I get you something elegant this time. It's called Just Two of Us. 2.5 days later, Tycho Colony. A full day of work was about to begin. 2.5 days had passed since the invasion of the Crystal Palace, and a new round of work awaited these space workers, who had virtually no personal freedom. The invasion has significantly compromised the station's security, so they need to prepare for security personnel from the Crystal Palace to patch the security systems. They may also need to use mass projectors for more strategically targeted deterrent strikes. Thanks to the High Knight's successful rebellion a century ago, the treatment of the lunar colonists has been greatly improved. For example, now, on his way to his workstation, he can play some music. Hurry up, thought a slacker, requesting a song for himself. Just two of us. The slacker hummed a tune and connected to the observation window. Normally, he should have stopped entertaining himself while working, but today, he was brave enough to continue playing music. Today was the day the security personnel would arrive. With the help of the algorithm, he spotted a spaceship. Was that a spaceship? A bit strange. Boom. A muffled sound seemed to echo from the surface, and all electronic equipment ceased functioning. His prosthetics also malfunctioned. The entire colony fell into a dead silence, but the music continued. A terrifying electronic virus is invading Tycho colony. As the virus spreads across the colony, encryption systems collapse instantly, all data streams devoured by unknown ghosts, and surveillance footage shatters under electromagnetic interference. But within the fragmented images, the company dog witnesses a breathtaking sight. A gigantic robot tears through the armor of the garrison troops and crushes them. Protected by the transformer Big Barley, Lear slowly enters Tycho colony. With each step, the surrounding equipment mysteriously burns out, and any direct observation equipment instantly overloads. The battle-seasoned Supercorps soldiers instantly realize the problem, deactivate their prosthetics, and attempt to fight back with their physical bodies, but a shadow far outpaces them. The mantis blade pierced his chest, and the surveillance footage completely collapsed. There were only two intruders. The company dogs, whose brains hadn't yet been completely burned, lay on the ground, terror surging through their hearts, tears, and blood streaming uncontrollably from their eyes. Mechanical arms, nimble beyond their ability to act like machines, swiftly penetrated various central control points, completely and comprehensively hacking into Tycho colony like mechanical goblins from deep space. Hundreds of years of rule, shattered in a single moment. A silent massacre took place in the universe. This battle would later be known as Divine Retribution. It was also the last time Burger King and King appeared in public. This final battle, the final battle, broke the ESA's supreme authority for the entire world and sounded the death knell for the company. In Night City, the brutal ground offensive had been raging for days, leaving the city depleted of ammunition and food. The ground outposts had been completely cleared, and military technology and Arasaka's forces were driving the dispossessed people back in steady retreat. Corporate dogs are so hard to beat. Sherman was laughing at himself, but he couldn't laugh anymore. As the CEO of Mackinac General Vehicles, he was actually on the battlefield. Looks like that's it. The old captain, also clutching his gun, looked dusty. Regrets? Regret what? Regret making so much money? Sherman laughed, pulled a cigarette with only a little smoldering residue from his pocket, and lit it on the heat pipe of his exoskeleton. I can die in battle, but not in humiliation. This is the kind of life I want, this kind of exciting battle. Haha, then you've truly enjoyed 2 lifetimes. The last line of defense was about to be breached, and already, the company dogs had broken through the first level of the underground city. The sound of hurried footsteps carried through the corridor, and the 2 men hurriedly finished their last cigarettes. Sherman tilted his head back, gazing at the sky through the shattered ground. He suddenly remembered his dead wife, remembering how he had vowed to give her a good life, only to have her fall seriously ill and die without the money for treatment. If only he had so much money back then, or if only Burger King had existed. Uncontrollably, he hummed the song he and his wife had danced to. Then, the earth trembled. The people of Night City looked up. It was actually raining. The composite orbital mass projectile pierced the atmosphere, carrying devastating kinetic energy. But this time, the attack wasn't directed at Night City. Arasaka's newly deployed aircraft carrier off the coast of Night City was smashed in two, submerged by a massive wave, and the New America garrison was wiped out in the blow. And a spaceship descended from the sky, bearing news of victory. Far away in Europe, the sky was barely breaking as a meteor shower descended at the turn of day and night, slamming directly into the European community fortress that the workers had been unable to breach. Sevens and Bryce exchanged disbelief. For a moment, the workers still resisting throughout Europe paused in their actions. This rain, their titanium dawn rain. The darkness dissipated, and dawn arrived. Chapter 1008. Now, is everything over? Watching the titanium rain pounding down on Earth, V felt a sense of emptiness. Her life had been a battle, alone since birth, an orphan on the streets, even scrambling for things out of trash cans. If she couldn't get what she wanted, she'd die. This was her mindset. When she was little, she'd pick fights over trash cans. When she got older, she'd start stealing guns. Even older, she'd start gunfights, kidnappings, and thefts. It could be said that Street Kid V was a true criminal. Lil looked at V, still wanting another tough fight. This time, you really can rest. I don't know how to describe this feeling. The Tycho colony was a bit bloody. Just outside the gate to their area, corpses lay strewn everywhere. However, their area was an observation area, offering a clear view of the Earth through a massive telescope array. It could be seen with the naked eye, but viewing with the naked eye was more of a sightseeing activity. V sat at the table, his hands folded on the surface, his head resting on his arms, looking at the Earth from his lap. As much as I want to enjoy myself, I don't think I'm taking it seriously. I really need to rest now. I'm a bit confused. Leo also looked at the Earth. We all need to constantly learn to improve our understanding. Do you think we won? Of course, a resounding victory. Leo shrugged. Now it's time to reveal the answer. V sat up suddenly. What answer? Is Leo actually human? Why is Leo so perverted? Why does Leo always pull things out of his pocket? With all the mutuo, virtual training, and autonomous robots Leo showed them, people would definitely think Leo was a mysterious person, but due to Burger King's reputation and the realities of their situation, they wouldn't treat such mysteries as secrets that needed to be revealed. V may seem silly sometimes, but she's not truly foolish. On the contrary, she's quite shrewd. However, shrewdness isn't reserved for those who are left alone. Leo hadn't explained much to her, and now it was time to reveal the answers. But finding the answers yourself is more interesting. It's time for you to solve the mystery yourself. Leo finished speaking, and in V's eyes, she sensed a strange aura taking hold in the world. Spider Shamiston emitted a strange sensory feedback. The world was warping. At the same time, V noticed Leo beginning to dismantle her equipment and attach it to hers. Leo landed on the same moon in the Marvel Universe. Compared to the moon in Cyberpunk, this one was also much cleaner. But the things here were far more lethal than the orbital mass projector. Several towers stood alone on the lunar surface. Black lightning swirled around them, drawn to the central testing ground. The equipment trembled and flashed, clearly reaching its limit. This is space, after all, and human technology is subject to significant differences. Heat dissipation, for example, is a significant issue. If this were just ordinary equipment, it would likely burn out before reaching normal operating conditions. But this is no ordinary equipment. The light fades where the black energy flow converges, and a pure darkness and the unknown permeate. Dario sits on a lunar rock, arms outstretched, as if embracing the unknown. But the biggest anomaly isn't this. It's that Dario isn't wearing a spacesuit. As a human being, he still wears the suit that belongs to the CEO of the Roxxon Group, his shoes spotless from dust. His skin, his body, is completely exposed to space, to the universe. Lil landed on the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. He also noticed something else unusual. There was sound, or rather gas. Although thin, the gas seemed to be bounded by some kind of force, forming a special zone that could transmit sound. The spherical area, with the pure black mass as its base. Finally, I was wondering when you would come. You would bring me the final piece of the puzzle. Lil slowly approached. After what I've done, you still think you can fight me one-on-one? Hee. A strange, deep laugh erupted from Dario's throat. The sound was resonant and heavy, as if striking directly at the heart, yet also like the voice of a demon from hell. It didn't seem human at all. And this wasn't because the gas here was abnormal, but more because Dario himself was abnormal. As Lil approached, his human body began to expand violently. Lil seemed to see fine black lines piercing Dario's body from the core of the black hole. His suit was torn, revealing his well-built muscles. His bronze skin was too. Under the direct sunlight, a strange black aura emanated. Dario's typically handsome Greek face began to contort, and horns sprouted. Bang! One foot extended, the shoe ripped, revealing a hoof. Dario stomped down hard, and Lear felt the entire ground tremble. A true monster appeared before Lear, a two-legged beast with a human body and a bull's head, the Minotaur from Greek mythology. This was Dario's true form. The Minotaur. Looking at his hands, feeling the surge of power, Dario was ecstatic. That's it, that's it. This damned world has blocked my power, blocked my path to ascension. Only by breaking through this world, will infinite possibilities open up to me. And you? Dario swung his arm, pointing at Lil. With just one movement, he compressed the thin air into an air cannonball, sweeping away the dust on the ground. You are my greatest obstacle, Lil Lee. You shouldn't be here. You're just a coincidence. The explosion is irreversible. The singularity particles are condensing into a point through internal self-binding, like a black hole. You're too late. Your only mission here is to offer me vibranium. Now, will you surrender voluntarily, or wait for me to grind you into a pile of scrap metal. The Minotaur's strength far exceeded Lil's imagination. From just those two movements, Lil could directly calculate its tonnage. A simple movement could unleash at least 50 tons of force, and if it fought with all its might, it would be far more. This value far exceeded Lil's own strength. Whether the thermal weapons could penetrate Dario's defenses, and whether Dario could heal afterward, was a matter of another dimension. This was an absolutely arduous battle. If he lost, everything would be zero. No matter how much change Lil had brought to the world, or how many wars he had won, as long as Dario could win this battle here, he would have endless opportunities to carry his morbid greed and desire for control into the infinite future. Thankfully, Lil didn't need to win this battle alone. Under Dario's gaze, Lil slowly walked toward the nearest tower. Dario showed no reaction, instead offering a merciless sneer. It's useless. As I said, the singularity has already condensed, and the explosion was inevitable. As long as the vibranium is here, the explosion will be at its weakest. Once the explosion is over, I can survive, relying on the energy from the other side of the singularity, but your world will be destroyed. Clearly, the Minotaur had a lot of bad intentions. Honestly, he didn't think he could take down Lil in space, but Lil couldn't possibly kill him either. So, the final result was that the explosion was irreversible and inevitable. He just wanted to see Lil's despair as he tried everything, racked his brains, only to find that the future couldn't be changed. He wanted to enjoy the negativity coming from his enemy. Alas, he was destined not to see it. Lil walked into the tower, and several robotic arms extended from behind him and connected to the tower. Swish. A blue energy stream flowed into the tower, stabilizing the damage to the machinery. Dario's smile faltered. What are you doing? I'm showing you the proper use of this technique. You're like a primitive man who's found a toy, smiling like an innocent child. For a bull, you're working pretty hard. Dario was stunned. A thought flashed through his mind, and with intense resentment and hatred, his massive body lunged at Lil like a madman. But his consciousness faltered for a split second, or perhaps the entire world faltered for a moment. Stable energy burst. When he regained consciousness, he noticed what appeared to be small pieces of lunar rock floating in space. It seemed some massive explosion had occurred, sending him flying. Puff! The mantis blade, its blade over 3,000 degrees Celsius, pierced through his chest. Minotaur? Chapter 1009. Lil dismantled his entire body into equipment and covered V with it. This behavior would be somewhat disconcerting to most people. Is this a human or a robot? But V had no such feelings at all. She trusted Lil unconditionally, not even entertaining the thought that Lil would sacrifice himself to send her back to Earth. She trusted Lil unconditionally, but she hadn't expected a creature with a human body and a bull's head to suddenly appear before her. It was no longer important to dwell on why Lil had dismantled himself. The most urgent task was to defeat the Minotaur. Under the starry sky, the moon's surface, where the towering tower stood, was shattered. The massive singularity black hole was still in motion, and the shattered land, floating in midair, yet held in a relatively stable position by a strange force. What the hell is this? Dario roared, lashing out with a backhanded palm. Fortunately, V had sensed the danger through Spider-Shamwiston. Fatal danger? Before V could strike, she kicked Dario hard, causing him to leap out of the way. This move proved to be life-saving. A boulder 4 or 5 meters wide flew through the air, but Dario's palm missed V, instead shattering it into pieces. It barely grazed her. A penetrating wound from a high-heated mantis blade would have been incredibly painful. A normal person would have died instantly from such a blow, but Dario was no ordinary human. Roar! Crimson eyes fixed on V, who had landed on a boulder, then glanced around. The lunar surface had indeed exploded, and the force was beyond imagination. An area the size of New York City was rippled through the blast, leaving a massive crater. The force of the explosion was terrifying, but clearly, far less than Dario's data had predicted. The explosion had been stabilized. The debris from the explosion seemed locked into a specific spherical space by some unique force. It was hard to tell whether it was gravity, electromagnetism, or some other unique interaction, but it remained almost stable in the air. The tiny movements continued unabated, drifting aimlessly. However, once they approached the singularity or the edge of the sphere, they were quickly pulled back or annihilated. Dario was no scientist, but he could see that the laws of physics he knew didn't apply here. This was a zone where pure intuition was the only way to operate. And Lil, the core of the Ark's reactor, the energy-absorbing vibranium was absorbing energy like a black hole. Compared to V and Dario, he was completely locked near the singularity. Dario roared, "What have you done?" Lil scoffed, "This is the full extent of this technology. You're useless, this piece of crap." This scene nearly drove Dario insane. How could this be? He was the one who discovered the singularity particle from the beginning. He, an orphan, toiled in the capitalist world, monopolizing oil resources, supporting a puppet president, and controlling the world, all for the sole purpose of controlling this power. But Lil, by accident, gained the ability to extract information from the singularity particle. With this ability, he founded the Atlas Corporation, broke the energy monopoly, defeated the puppet president in the presidential election, and even won the World War. It was he who discovered the singularity particle first. It was he who first controlled the United States, the entire world, and yet now, the Roxxon Corporation is utterly destroyed, and even his singularity particle technology has been surpassed. Now, the world has been brought under a certain order, and the ultimate application of the singularity particle has finally been stabilized. This should be a moment of joy, but that person isn't me. Dario felt like someone else had already fulfilled his long-held ideals and desires. He couldn't accept this. Roar! Although Lil's appearance here was slightly different from the cyberpunk world, V recognized her instantly. This Lil was still Lil. She grabbed an upside-down rock and shouted at Lil, "What kind of answer is this? Is this still the moon? What the hell are you doing? This is the moon." Lil shouted at V, "It's just not the same world as before. Be careful." V's face dropped, and he leaped away from the floating moon rock. Dario's strength was unimaginable, and so was his speed. With a single kick, cracks appeared on the rock beneath his feet. Boom! The rock V had just been standing on was shattered. This bull was outrageous. Its strength and speed far surpassed Lil's former lizard form. Even Jack couldn't withstand it. V even thought the Minotaur could turn a military-grade Chimera tank into scrap metal with a single blow. Even more terrifying was the fact that the penetrating wound she'd inflicted with her mantis blade was already beginning to heal. She clearly intended to shatter the enemy's entire chest. So she yelled at Lil, "There's no way this can be won. What kind of monster is this?" Lil watched V, whose situation was precarious, perfecting the second burst model, constantly using the remaining towers to adjust the state of the singularity particles. "Don't worry, we have reinforcements." "What reinforcements?" Bang. Dario attacked again, and V didn't bother to ask questions. Her thrusters activated immediately, and she dodged with her legs, while her shoulder armor unleashed a swarm of armor-piercing rounds. These rounds, powered by gunpowder thrust and micro-rocket attacks, could each penetrate the frontal armor of a main battle tank. However, facing such an attack, Dario merely raised one arm. Boom! The explosion only slowed his forward movement. As the Minotaur burst from the flames, the slightly burned wounds on its body healed with visible speed, a creature beyond imagination, perhaps even stronger than a machine. V hadn't felt that desperate situation in ages, and now she felt it. A super monster of unparalleled speed, strength, and endurance, completely crushing man-made creatures. At the thought, a smile played on her lips as she cursed Lil, "Is this what you call a vacation? You're worse than a company dog, damn it." Facing Dario's renewed attack, V cursed and resumed the fight. The two's battle nearly destroyed. With all the rocks hanging in the sky, there were fewer and fewer places to land, and the ammunition in the ammunition bay was rapidly dwindling. With each clash, V felt the pressure growing. That damn Minotaur showed no signs of exhaustion. Just as this thought occurred to her, Dario charged again. V tried to dodge, but the foothold under her feet was too fragile. A light step, and it shattered before she could even exert any force. Without the thrust of her foot, the acceleration from the thrusters would be reduced by just a tiny bit. Just that tiny bit, V had a hunch that she would be caught. At this moment, time and space sluggishly slowed down again. A steady burst of energy. Lee. Dario angrily yelled Lil's name, cursing this damned enemy. Just as he was about to capture this foe, likely from another world, a massive blade slashed down at him. V immediately recognized it. A titan, but different from the ones used in Night City. This titan was stronger, more agile, and more precise. Puff! The blade nearly severed Dario's waist. Chapter 1010. The second world opened up was the world of Titanfall. Through Lil's control, the singularity experienced a second energy-discharging explosion. After the first explosion, the immense force pouring into the vibranium threatened to shatter the theoretically indestructible metal. Therefore, in this second explosion, another world detonated an equally powerful energy source, the remains of the Holy Ark. At the Fengxing research base, the wreckage had been salvaged from the deep sea by the rebels. An otherworldly force, piercing the barrier between time and space, had precisely zeroed in on this location. The remaining energy of the arc within the ocean was mobilized, and the vast wheel of time and space spun furiously. Cooper and BT, standing in the testing ground, saw the world shift in an instant, transported from Typhon to space. And his enemy was a Minotaur. Dario's reaction was swift, but Cooper wasn't above it. The two engaged in a fierce duel at breakneck speed, and Cooper, taking advantage of the surprise attack, struck fiercely. The wound from the blade cut across Dario's waist, nearly covering his entire abdomen. It was just a hair's breadth away from severing him in two. Dario landed in midair, staring at the sudden appearance of V and the Titan, then at Leal, his crimson eyes nearly blazing. Every time Leal used the singularity particles, he felt he was being severely humiliated. Every time Leal used it, Dario felt like a groom at a wedding. At the wedding, the priest asked him if he was willing, and he said yes. But when the priest asked the bride, she turned around and grabbed the hand of a homeless man from the audience, and then said I do, which was just as heartbreaking. He could even say that every time a singularity particle exploded, and someone jumped out to assault him, he felt as miserable as if he were being randomly inspected. He was the one who started it. Ah! You beast! If it weren't for you, they would all be mine, my business empire. Dario soared through the air like a mad bull, flailing his limbs wildly, searching for a foothold. But in the shattered space, footholds dwindled, and the small rocks couldn't withstand his force. He began to transform from a mad bull into a drowning mad bull. But he was still a powerful bull. Bang! The bull charged at BT with such force that Cooper was horrified. He had just slashed Dario in the waist, and yet this Minotaur could possess such strength. BT's arm went limp, and the Ronin's longsword slipped from his grasp. However, Cooper reacted with remarkable speed, using a grappling technique to pin Dario's head down. Incredibly, even BT, even larger than Dario, struggled to hold down the injured beast. V, however, wasn't idle either. While the two were still wrestling, he thrust his mantis blade fiercely through the bull's back, piercing where his lungs should be. Roar! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you all! You were supposed to work for me. You were supposed to be my slaves. The immense force nearly knocked BT out of his grasp. V, realizing the Minotaur's incredible strength, shouted to Lil, "What's this monster babble about? Any reinforcements? This giant can't hold him down." "Of course. I have many friends." During the conversation, the controlled Dario struggled furiously. His body began to swell violently, his strength steadily increasing, but the healing rate of the wounds on his waist and chest gradually slowed. He had originally been a standard, even quite muscular Minotaur, but as his rage spread, his limbs began to twist, his horns grew increasingly misshapen and elongated, and his strength increased exponentially. Kala! As V and Cooper watched in horror, the mad Minotaur tore through the wounds on his waist, completely freeing himself from Cooper's restraint, and his mantis blade slid out of the wound. Then, with his hairy arms, he fiercely propped himself up, and relying solely on his arms, he rushed towards the singularity with his deformed remains. Time seemed to stretch, and space seemed to expand. Dario's presence had caused Leal's control system to become unstable. He had hoped to release this energy in an orderly manner, but now it was impossible. It was as if something on the other side of the singularity was truly calling Dario, and it was not what Leal expected. Lil turned his head, looking at Dario's twisted face. Since there was no way to utilize the singularity in an orderly manner, he just detonated. The power of the singularity's explosion was now far less than it had been at the beginning. Suddenly, the universe was collapsing. Or at least, Dario's world was collapsing. The singularity was just ahead. He felt the tide of energy tugging at his soul. Intertwined timelines, overlapping realities, activated multiverse rifts, all swirled before him, flowing, converging, forming a new world he couldn't understand but was determined to enter. Even if that road led to hell. His mind had been reduced to ash by rage, his sanity unable to bear the humiliation of defeat. His company, his power, his ambition, even his very body, was crumbling. Under such circumstances, having lost everything, completely crushed in politics, operations, combat, technology, and even luck, his sanity was gone forever. Even if there was no hope there, he would go there. Perhaps rushing into the singularity was meaningless, but simply reaching it seemed to prove he had won somewhere. Just reach that place, just reach that place. Gathering his last bit of strength, he dragged his deformed and twisted body towards the light. But the light suddenly contracted. In the next second, time and reality completely twisted. The singularity was no longer an outward bursting catastrophe, but a tightly locked core of order. Like a beast's jaws suddenly closing, the hunter found himself the prey. Perhaps he could moderately interfere with the Singularity's operations, but how could he rival Lear, who was thoroughly prepared and absolutely determined not to lose? The Singularity had been tamed. Even though he had broken through the obstacles of these aliens, even though he had reached this point, Dario's body convulsed violently. His outstretched claws touched the light, but he could go no further. He roared with one last rage, no! As Lear had said, he had many friends. The energy within the Singularity had already been largely drained by 2 explosions. With this final blast, Lear directed it to the world most in need of it. In the Transformers world, at the Autobot Lunar Research Base, countless replica energy bars were neatly arranged in charging arrays. The communication towers used for interdimensional communication sank into the void, and a massive surge of energy shattered the barriers between time and space. As Dario plunged into the Singularity, the final burst of Singularity energy was no longer under control, fully activated, and poured into the energy bars and vibranium. Bang! Dust flew. In space, everything was falling. The Singularity had vanished. This is your world, powerful organic creatures, truly amazing. Optimus Prime's large hand held Dario firmly in place. Chapter 1011. Oh my god, Big Mac's dad? Carl was cheering when he heard V's voice, and came to his senses. He raised his hand to push away the rock pressing on him, then grabbed the stone beside him, and pulled the stunned V out of the rubble. The strange spacetime effects still operated on the lunar surface. Sound, gravity, gravitational forces, and other physical parameters all existed in a strange way. Staring at the massive Optimus Prime, V was stunned. She wanted an answer, but first she fought a terrifyingly powerful Minotaur, then a powerful pilot, and finally, a giant robot nearly the size of Big Mac. And all of this thrilling battle, took place in a wondrous space. V turned and stared at Leal for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. Holy crap! Awesome! Leal brushed the dust off V, looking at Cooper, who had also emerged from the rocks, and Optimus Prime, who was holding Dario down. The massive Cybertronian particle cannon was aimed at Dario's shattered upper body. The muzzle alone was almost as big as Dario himself. This shot was surely enough to penetrate Dario's defenses, and judging by his current performance, he was practically at the end of his rope. His body's healing ability had almost disappeared, and his swollen muscles were shrinking, rapidly deflated like a deflated balloon. Damn you, thief, robber! You stole everything from me. We should have. Dario's power didn't dissipate instantly. Just like his endless desires, all his unfulfilled desires turned to rage. Unfortunately, without the support of his power, his rage was nothing but impotent fury. Feeling the immense force beneath his feet, even as it dissipated, Optimus Prime remained astonished. Is this truly a living organism? No biological material can match this strength, and its structure, a Minotaur, seems like a monster only found in human legends. Your world is extraordinary. Optimus Prime glanced around as he spoke. This is truly extraordinary. The explosion was immense, shattering an area of lunar surface more than the width of a city, at least 40 or 50 meters below the surface. Yet, Lear and his otherworldly companions were still alive. Even Optimus Prime didn't think he could survive such a terrifying explosion. Let him go. Lear spoke as he approached Dario. The latter suddenly sprang to his feet, his massive fist slamming down at Lear. Bang! The impact created a violent shockwave, shaping the dust. But it couldn't shake Lear. Lear's body was surging with energy, the surging power no longer concealed within its wiring. A dangerous blue shimmered across his surface. This punch was also Dario's last as the Minotaur. You lose, Dario Adger. Dario lost consciousness for a moment, losing all strength and falling. This is impossible. I am the last heir of the Adger family. I am the helmsman of the Roxxon group. I am the richest and most powerful man in the world. Your wealth is worthless. Leal shook his head. You're just a lucky thief. Dario looked at V, Cooper, and Optimus Prime with a frantic look, as if looking at the world Leal had created, the technology and power. He roared and accused frantically, he stole my opportunity. You should have worked for me, plundered the infinite future with me. Stop it. He's just a thief. He stole everything from me. You should have been with me. It's my discovery that brought you here. I'm the one who worked hard, he's just a thief. Optimus Prime was the first to recover. He was a cautious leader, not one to enter the conflicts of other worlds. After all, outsiders struggle to judge right and wrong. However, Dario's attitude made it hard to say he was a good person who shared his ideals. Cooper's reaction was even more pronounced. Plunder? Corporation? Wealth? This Minotaur not only looked evil, but why were his words so evil too? As for V, the opposite of V was simple. Work, plundering the future thief. She didn't understand a word. She didn't know what this mad bull was talking about, but he didn't sound like a good person, and even if he was, it wouldn't matter. If everyone had felt a little confused by the sudden entry into the battle earlier, that was gone now. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Dalio grew increasingly uneasy. It seemed to suggest that he had not only lost power, wealth, the war, and this final battle, but he had also lost something even more incomprehensible. He believed that desire and profit drove everything. He thought that if he could master these things, he could always rise again, strike back, because no one could defeat human nature. But at this moment, Leo completely disproved his idea, and along with it, his so-called human weakness. These people didn't waver in the slightest. On the contrary, they seemed to be out to kill him, not forced by external factors like profit, pressure from circumstances, or power control. But he continued, listen, this technology was invented by our company. As for this guy, he simply stole our work by accident. I'm the representative of this world. It's our company. We're the ones who have the right to exploit other planes' resources on Earth's behalf. I'm very good at making money, lots and lots of it, and Dario's tone and confidence faded as rapidly as his shriveling body and fading vitality. Seeing him like this, Lil shook his head. Clown, what a clown! You said I stole it? That's not what I stole. You nearly ruined my life, and the lives of many others, and even nearly destroyed the world. Lil knew he didn't need to explain anything to his companions. Dario's nature easily betrayed him. Or rather, from the very beginning, Lil hadn't been deceitful or honest, always attracting true friends, allies, and comrades. No one here would do anything for so-called wealth, profit, or power. Dario Ager, CEO of Roxxon Corporation, the world's biggest behind-the-scenes driver, a man willing to do anything for power and wealth, had been their enemy from the start. If Roxxon Corporation had truly been the first to develop in another world, Dario would have chosen only to collaborate with the IMC, the Decepticons, and companies that shared his values. Let me tell you, it wasn't profit or desire that brought us together. From the very beginning, we've been on the same path. This technology simply allows us to help each other and achieve prosperity together. Lil's tone grew cold. Didn't you imagine that an unknown individual, affected by your influence, would ignite this fire and burn your empire to the ground? Now, swish. The king's blade swung from Lil's arm. I am the king who leads all rebels, the judge who pronounces your sentence, the warrior who destroys your empire, and the executioner of your life. I hereby pronounce the final judgment, Dario Ager, death sentence, immediate execution. Without giving Dario more time, a tearing sound echoed, and deep blue blood spilled onto the lunar soil. As the years passed, sunlight shone upon the land, and finally, even the blood evaporated. It was all over. Chapter 10-12. 1 week later, Latveria. Radio and television. This is the voice of the new world, broadcasting the current reconstruction tasks to all regions. A week has passed since the trial and execution of Dario Ager, the prime war criminal, on the moon. The New World Alliance Council has produced a preliminary post-war reconstruction plan. The Reconstruction Committee is using drones to deliver food, medicine, construction materials, and aid personnel to locations around the world. All material allocations and factory production capacity are publicly available on the Central Cybernet, freely accessible to Alliance members. The reconstruction work requires a significant amount of manpower to organize. Production personnel at all levels of grassroots units who have completed basic education can actively participate in online voting to contribute to the reconstruction effort. Note: voters are automatically deemed to have voluntarily downgraded their privacy level to basic public until they lose the election or are fired. Also, the Liquidation Execution Committee executed 126 war criminals last week, and their resumes have been made public. The renaming of the New World Alliance is also on the agenda. To demonstrate unity and solidarity, the working group has compiled several names: Human Federation, Earth United Nations, and Interstellar Community. In the virtual meeting room, Leo spoke first. Martin, you're not going to continue. Martin shrugged. My whole life, before working with you, I've done things that were illegal or extreme. There were things I knew were wrong, but I did them anyway. If there had been this public disclosure system, I wouldn't have been able to start from scratch. Then you underestimate yourself. This system doesn't let those with perseverance, ability, and ambition go unnoticed. On the contrary, It's those with truly ulterior motives who are unable to succeed. Imagine what someone like Dario would say. Martin smiled. I imagine he'd say, greatness is always forged by desire and power. Without the emperor's whip, how could a slave voluntarily forge a crown? Without fear, who would willingly sacrifice everything? Actually, before all this happened, I thought so too. You've changed my mind. Some say that human nature drives us, and that human nature is a collection of desires, so humans are inevitably selfish, self-interested, and hopeless. Leal, or perhaps the world today, refutes this view, or perhaps Martin realizes that his previous views stem from his extremes. Because extreme people, in extreme states, naturally think in extreme ways. Currently, the New World Alliance has a rather counterintuitive representative election system. Its logic is not much different from most democratic selection systems. Anyone who has completed basic education and has work experience can be selected within grassroots, autonomous organizations. This is then cascaded upwards through joint elections, ultimately converging on those who best represent them to democratic decision-making councils at different levels. The biggest difference lies in the cornerstone of this system. All of the New World Alliance's production processes, production data, and material allocations are fully public. This means that public data and information are fully traceable. This means that every decision made by the top management, the consequences, and the logic behind these decisions are all traceable. Once elected, the public disclosure of a higher-level resume allows a person to present all sides of themselves, almost selflessly. There's no way to enrich themselves, no way to abuse their power for personal gain. Even the smallest mistake could be magnified infinitely. This is a sheer burden and responsibility for leaders. Who would place so many constraints on themselves? But in reality, there are indeed such people. From ancient times to the present, sacrifice has never been a mere legend. Stories of dedicated service and death are passed down through the ages. Even battles where death is worthy, but likely unremembered, have seen those who passionately charged into the battlefields. In this global conflict and turmoil, there is no shortage of such people. Thousands have died in conflict, their lives utterly shackled, believing in a future where others could live a better life. If one truly studies history with awe, one will discover that society is full of such individuals. It is these individuals who push civilization towards the better. If selfish thoughts like Dario's could be called human nature, then this kind of thing could almost be called divine, but in reality, it's still human. Martin paused for a moment, his self-mockery growing stronger. Yesterday I saw a young man running for office. I asked him, don't you think this kind of work has no benefits other than adding to the workload? He smiled like the morning sun and said, saving the world from war, famine, and plague, isn't that the greatest benefit? I may only live for another 30 or 40 years, but my daughter needs to live a very, very long time. For her, I give everything. I also saw a childless man in his 70s. He said, I've lived this long, but every time I see my fellow villagers humming songs and laughing in their thatched huts, I'm happy. We can't fight wars anymore. Countless faces flashed through Martin's mind. He no longer had negative energy, and could no longer experience the world through supernatural means. He didn't regret losing that ability, because every time he used it, he thought of his deceased parents. He didn't enjoy negative energy, but after losing it, he began to enjoy observing people. He even felt that he might be more sensitive to people's emotions than before. Actually, Martin paused, you're right. Perhaps I do want to be a true leader, but before that, I need to improve my personal qualities. I'm thinking of finding a job for a few days. I'm not ready to publicly share my experience yet. Besides, the new generation of government officials are more of coordinators. Without technical skills, wouldn't anyone in that position run into problems? Yes, it's a bit complicated, but New World Alliance officials not only need to earn the trust of their peers, but also possess a strong technical background. Otherwise, just listen to the AI. What's the point of humans? Even if you can fool people, can it be better than Leal sending a message from the central database to their heads? The king needs you? That's right. Whatever you say. Leal understood Martin's thoughts perfectly. So do you remember what I told you before? Martin was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Of course I do. A better world. Well done. Earth is being rebuilt. And more than just rebuilding. Many areas on this planet once lacked stable political power, their people fragmented and unable to unite. Through the coordination of the New World Alliance, or largely due to Leal's coercive orders, the power of national units has been greatly weakened. For example, the New World Alliance's decision-making seats are not locked to national units, and registered citizens do not need to have nationality before they can be incorporated into the system. More importantly, dissolving nations is actually a political undertaking, and the first national entity to be dissolved was the United States. Yes, the United States has become an administrative continent within the New World Alliance. The European Union and Africa are also undergoing orderly reforms, making it even easier to manage the scattered nations in other regions. Technically, communication difficulties can be solved through cyber technology. Politically, many countries are only where they are today because of the New World Alliance. From a fundamental logic, a single word from Lille can whip the public into a frenzy. Of course, over time, Lille fades from public life, the demographic landscape shifts, and education levels improve. People will gradually focus on their own affairs, begin to think rationally, and become less fanatical. On the lunar base, the current members of the Science Council are busy with figuring out how to initiate the singularity. Chapter 1013. If Martin enjoyed observing the common people and feeling their passion and motivation, then the Science Council represented the elite. The lunar base was established by these elite individuals to address the battlefield remnant problem. Thanks to Lille's intervention, the explosion didn't completely destroy the moon, but it did cause a significant explosion, impacting its orbit and overall gravity. The most serious short-term impact would be a change in the effects of tidal locking, but in the long term, the Earth-Moon orbital system would deviate more rapidly. The explosion also produced a large amount of debris, which could be devastating if captured by Earth and crashed into inhabited areas. This is the New World Alliance's own Space Bureau. Dr. Toombs is developing a mechanical processing solution, assisted by Gwen and Peter. Professor Connors continues to explore how cross-species genetic engineering can aid human exploration of space and extraterrestrial environments. Dr. Otto is improving energy technology, but the most important project remains Project Singularity. Dario had so desperately sought to monopolize the oil resources. By the end of this battle, everyone was willing to mine for the New World Alliance, agreeing to explore this technology and explore the unknown. As Martin said, people like Dario will never understand why anything can be obtained without force and deception. The Singularity manufacturing tower on the lunar base's surface was far larger than the Roxanne Group's hastily constructed experimental facilities, and significantly safer. Both resource reserves and safety measures were more extensive. After all, the quality of the scientists here far surpassed that of the Roxanne Group. Near the Singularity manufacturing tower, Optimus Prime and BT sat on a massive lunar rock, separated by a table made of rock. The two robots clasped their hands, staring at each other, exerting their strength. Yes, they're arm wrestling. Optimus Prime, surprising. Humans can actually create robots so close to Transformers. Cooper, BT isn't just a robot, he's an intelligent titan. BT, keep going. Optimus Prime, but it's going to be hard to beat me this way. Bang! The table shattered from the sheer force. The two robots were showered with dust. Optimus Prime nimbly stood up, but BT remained seated, looking at his hands and then at the table. BT, Jack, I feel like we were about to lose. Cooper, I get it. Stop it. This is embarrassing. Optimus Prime stood up and looked out into space. A spaceship was descending towards the landing zone. Optimus Prime, Lear's here. Optimus Prime, this world has an enviable ending. I hope ours can have one too. Cooper, have faith, big guy. Remember to help us improve our technology. Lil, your mother is so kind, so beautiful, and her cooking is delicious. I've never had such delicious food in my life. Lil, why did you tell her my name? I was about to introduce myself, but she's so charming. She was stunned when I said my name was V. She was so gentle though. It's a good thing we're not in Night City. Snow is so fun. It's the first time in my life I've played in clean, natural snow. And the air is so fresh. Even the rain is so refreshing. Lil, there's so much stuff under the sea. When can we go explore the underwater world? Can't we stay a little longer? Night City's all taken care of, and you can remotely control those AIs working here. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Lil, are you even listening to me, Lil? Lil's ears were almost calloused, and he glanced at V with resignation. When V mentioned the AI working, a small octopus suddenly darted out, staring at V with tearful eyes. V felt guilty, and he tugged the small octopus into his pocket. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the Muramesa and the Illuminati, who are born to work. Then the small octopus slipped out of V's pocket and flew over Lil's head, feigning anger and hugging his 8 arms. V persevered, reaching out to touch the small octopus's head. Honestly, it was only because there was no one else on the spaceship. Otherwise, reaching out to touch the air on Lil's head would have seemed strange. Normally, the little octopus was only visible to the two of them, and V felt a little happy thinking that. He tugged it back into his arms with even more force, and this time it didn't slip out. The spaceship slowly landed on the lunar base's landing pad, the hatch opening. As Leo led V toward the testing grounds, he said, "Night City can be as good as this one, but we have to go back and take care of some things first. And aren't you a little too happy?" "What's wrong with me being happy?" V said angrily. "I'm starting to enjoy life, and you tell me to go back to work? I punch you. Be happy. This time, we won't have to work too hard." "Then what? What do we do once we've taken care of Night City and those corporate thugs?" "Then you see." Lear leaned toward V, stretched out his hand, and counted on his fingers. "What do you think of the Titans?" "They're pretty cool, but the Transformers are still cooler." "But I can't drive a Transformer, so the Titans are better." "Don't you want to visit their world? There are many Transformers as cool as Optimus Prime in their world. That big guy has a bit of a deep personality, and his compatriots are more diverse. There are some who can dance, some who can tell dirty jokes, and some who can brag. And there are Titans. Although we can make them here, don't you think it would be hard to have no rivals? Cooper has a place where you can show off your skills, and they have many colonized planets with beautiful scenery." As Lear spoke, V's eyes lit up. Night City is like a giant cesspool. In a cyberpunk world, even a cesspool is better than any other septic tank. But compared to the grand future Leal had described, the entire city, even the entire world, seemed a bit narrow. Leal continued, "Also, when we get back this time, we'd be invincible. Think of all those perverted corporate idiots. We can slaughter them one by one. Once we're done there, we set off again. I forgot to mention that in other worlds there might be even bigger robots, even bigger than Transformers, 70 or 80 meters tall. And even bigger monsters than these robots, don't you want to see?" These words grew more and more excited, and Leal paused, adding, "We can go wherever we want. Once we've solved the problem or we're tired, we can go home. Back here, my mom will definitely welcome you. You can eat whatever you want. But we have to get everything done first." As they chatted, the two men reached the control tower. Optimus Prime and Cooper were ready to return to their respective worlds and continue their battle against their enemies. V patted Lear's shoulder firmly. "What are you waiting for? Let's begin." Lear smiled, reached out, and removed the arc reactor from his chest, placing it into the specially designed energy control tank. This way, the explosion would be contained within the vibranium and targeted. He had completely stabilized the unstable energy explosion technology. Lear looked at Cooper and Optimus Prime on BT's shoulders. "Thank you for your help. Now it's our turn to help you." The Transformers and the Resistance's technology was clearly very advanced, but by referring to the technology of different worlds and communicating and helping each other through interdimensional technology, there was still room for improvement. This small improvement would bring them a huge boost. They even believed that one day the IMC and the Central Cluster could be completely defeated, just like the Roxxon Cartel and Hydra in this world. They believed that the dead core of Cybertron could be reignited with immense energy, allowing them to return to their planet, abandoned for millennia, and rebuild their homeland, just as the people of this world did. For Leal, the era of Cyberpunk was completely over. When humanity cast aside prejudices and divisions, united as one, and soared into space, embracing limitless possibilities, the cruel old days were gone. Through struggle and victory, this society had realized the aspirations of every young civilization, a homeland with a unified purpose, a path to the shining stars. "Get ready." Leal activated the Singularity Control Tower, and a massive surge of energy erupted from it, striking the central vibranium core. The world before Optimus Prime and Cooper changed in an instant. The Resistance and their fellow Transformers witnessed this with amazement, and the seeds of hope took root and sprouted. Then, it was V and Leal's turn. Leal bowed slightly, made a gentlemanly gesture to V, and invited her in first. "You go first, Miss Valerie." V looked puzzled. "What are you doing? You're not going back?" "I will go back, but not with you. The last time there was an explosion here, I felt something strange. Think about it, this technology requires a certain level of sophistication to accurately transport people and objects, but from the beginning, I relied on something called a system. You want to explore what that thing is?" V suddenly realized. "During the last explosion, I felt a connection with something. I can only think of this as the cause. I want to conduct an experiment. Before you ask me, I assure you this experiment shouldn't be dangerous. I just feel like this connection only benefits me." V leaned closer to Lear's face, then lifted it up and examined it again. Finally he said, "Well, don't keep me waiting too long, or I get angry. Not long. After a brief farewell, V was also sent back to his own world. Finally, it was Lear's turn. Lear, Doctor, everything's ready. Adjust the positioning parameters. In the control room, Dr. Otto nodded and began adjusting the parameters. Dr. Otto, Lear, on behalf of our entire scientific council, I mean all, scientists, I want to thank you again for everything you've done. Lil, please doctor, why do you have to say this now? Otto was a little embarrassed by what he said, but he continued, Dr. Otto, no, I just feel that if it weren't for you, everything might have turned out differently. If the world was controlled by someone like Dario, you know what I mean. Dr. Otto, but now we are all free to pursue our own ideals, and use our abilities to benefit the world. Lil, then I must reiterate, Doctor, it was all of us who saved this, not just me. Lil, I'm going to start the machine. Happy New Year, Doctor. Dr. Otto, thank you, and I wish you a Happy New Year too, and good luck. This activity, like all other research and production activities, was public, and the results of this experiment were visible to the world, which made the atmosphere even more tense. Although Lil had assured V and truly believed that this was a low-risk experiment, Otto still believed that this was, after all, a step into the unknown. Or rather, anyone with even a modicum of common sense should realize this. Every journey to another world is an adventure, and adventures are never completely safe. But neither are blindness and ignorance. Therefore, he understood Lear's actions. Energy began to fill the tower, and a massive singularity began to envelop Lear's senses. In an instant, everything vanished. Chapter 1014. Time has become a meaningless measure between different timescales. In a moment of silence, Lil recalled his life. Lil Lee, an ordinary man caught in industrial waste, awakened from his weakened state after years in a coma, and possessed the ability to travel between worlds. This is the Marvel Universe, and this origin is commonplace in this world. If this ability to travel were attributed to supernatural powers, it would easily explain everything, but Lil actually has a less obvious personality trait. He has a unique techno-sophistication. This techno-sophistication isn't the cyberpunk monk's wariness of prosthetics. Rather, Lil's skill with technology is evident. This techno-sophistication refers to his vigilance against any technology he doesn't understand, and if it's particularly incomprehensible, he prefers not to use it. Now that the superpower of interdimensional technology had been revealed, transformed into something controllable by technical means, he constantly wondered from that moment on whether this power was a technology he didn't understand. Finally, during his battle with Dario, as Dario interfered with the final explosion, he detected an anomaly. At that moment, Dario seemed to have a strange connection with the world beyond the singularity, even directly perceivable through the anomalies surrounding the singularity. At the moment of the explosion, Lear also felt a connection with the world beyond the singularity. He was certain that this connection was almost certainly related to the system. In the white world, Lear began to regain his senses. He instinctively raised his hand, and suddenly found it had become flesh. Surprised, Lear touched his cheek, only to discover he hadn't returned to flesh and blood. His cheek remained cold steel. Looking more closely, he realized his body was a blend of flesh and machine. The combination was abrupt, almost illogical, combination that was merely intuitive. Upon realizing this, Lear noticed something else. He was seeing his entire body, which meant he had been staring into a mirror. Then the world shifted, transforming into endless green hills. Mountains towered in the distance, their peaks capped with snow. The sun was shining brightly, clouds drifted lazily, and when the wind blew, the green grass swayed gently, water gurgled, and flowers bloomed. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, but it wasn't just a figment of his imagination, for Lear immediately recognized the place. Latveria. This was Latveria stripped of all artificiality. Just as he thought this, a massive castle suddenly appeared before him. Lear knew this castle. This was the castle that had belonged to the legitimate nobility of Latveria for generations. Though it appeared to have undergone some adjustments and modifications, the overall style and shape were unmistakable. This was the castle. Inside, there was a throne, an empty one. As expected, Lear arrived before the throne. Atop the throne sat a figure that bore a resemblance to him, a green cloak, a metal mask covering his face, a towering figure, and an air of authority that emanated from his mere presence. Lear whispered the man's name. Dr. Doom. Latveria, a castle, a throne, a green royal cape and cloak, a body fused together from metal and flesh. In the Marvel Universe, Lear could only think of one person. That person spoke. You're slower than I thought. Since you're here, ask your questions, and I answer them. Lear sat down, and a similar throne automatically emerged beneath him. Compared to Dr. Doom's throne, this one was more mechanical. Behind the massive data chair were countless cables connecting it to the void. Compared to Dr. Doom Lear's throne, Doom's was more royal, but also more lonely. Lil asked, "So you're responsible for everything?" "Fundamentally, it wasn't me, but I did create this world." Doom looked out the window, at the scenery he'd seen for who knows how many years. "I know where you're from. Let's quickly explain. This is a fragment of the Do realm. As we all know, the Marvel Universe has countless parallel universes, and Do realm is one of them, a very special one. In short, during a catastrophe, two parallel Marvel universes collided and were nearly destroyed. During this catastrophe, Dr. Doom stole extra-dimensional power and used the fragments of the shattered universes to piece together a new world, Do realm. In the Do realm-related plot, Do realm has been shattered again by other superheroes, reshaped into another universe. This corresponds to the fragment Doom was referring to. In short, this explains why Lear couldn't find specific information about this universe, because it doesn't exist in any Marvel Comics setting. I created the Do realm and resurrected those who should exist according to my will. I also shaped their thoughts, relationships, and existence according to my will. This is the Do realm. But I was defeated by them. A small group of those who survived the cosmic collision rebelled against my world and killed me, reshaping the Do realm into another universe. Objectively speaking, it's a free universe, but they don't know that I deliberately lost to them. Otherwise, how would they have stood a chance? Doom sighed. This was clearly different from the Dr. Doom that Lear knew. Objectively speaking, they see me as a tyrant with an obsessive need for control, and they're right. I interfered with every process of the Doja creation, and every character was forced to act according to my will. Objectively speaking, this world operates in an orderly manner. Thugs have their own hell, and loyalists have their own paradise. However, living in such a world is boring, a maddening boredom, and so I lost. But that has nothing to do with your situation. This world is incomplete, as you can see, without the Infinity Stones. Furthermore, I have intentionally isolated it from other similar worlds, preventing the emergence of magic or anything else that relies on extra cosmic energy. The higher the energy level, the less likely it is to materialize. And as you come into contact with other worlds, the base energy level of that world will continue to rise. By similar worlds, Lil realized, Doom was referring to the Marvel Universe. Energy level increases largely refer to the process of Lil constantly transferring technology from other worlds, gradually loosening the constraints of this world. Doom continued, but the universe must grow, and growth requires energy from the outside world. This is the fundamental logic of the universe. You can think of cosmic expansion as the fundamental logic of the universe's existence, gaining energy from outside the universe, the vacuum, hell, heaven, Asgard. Different planes interact, plunder, and communicate with each other, which you call Marvel. The universe is a chaotic world. I just want a peaceful world without those fools. I believe it would be better here, so I keep the energy level extremely low. Unfortunately, it doesn't last. I had to create the rules for drawing energy from the outside world, but when I created this universe, it had a strong tendency to produce certain destined individuals, and these destined individuals will continue to deflect the universe in that direction. But if you ask me, many of them are useless and worthless. Without the power and rules that the universe seemed to have specially crafted for them, they are worthless. You've seen them. Lil knew who Doom was talking about. Tony Stark, who couldn't become Iron Man, Bruce Banner, who was killed by gamma radiation. Doom changed the subject at this point. I can't control who is born in the universe, but I don't want myself to appear in this universe. So, I traveled between dimensions and found a suitable soul, or rather, copied a consciousness to replace me. This consciousness, to a certain extent, shares my logic, emotions, and direction. The truth was revealed. So, Lil was indeed this universe's Dr. Doom. The ability to travel through time was indeed an influence of the Roxxon Corporation, but the so-called technology points were indeed my intervention. I intercepted a portion of the energy from each singularity explosion to aid you. But as it turns out, you didn't really need this kind of help. I have to say, I commend you. You did a great job. Doom's approval was heartfelt. Lil hadn't even used up all the so-called technology points, but the results were still beyond Doom's imagination. Lil sensed that there were some things the conceited Doom couldn't bring himself to say, just like Doom, who had lived for countless years in a Do realm controlled by his absolute power, and was ultimately driven mad by this unpredictable existence, yet he still refused to let go. This guy was truly a madman in a sense. Even though he knew his dictatorship had driven him mad, he still wouldn't let go. Because he couldn't let go, he could only plan for the possibility of losing. When I created this universe, I wanted it to be as low energy as possible, or closer to your world. Therefore, the energy channel rules I created didn't form the space stone, but rather vibranium. This is why you can use vibranium to stabilize the singularity, because their energy levels are related. After hearing this, Lil felt that Doom was truly a troubled individual. He was conceited, yet he also recognized that his conceit was a form of arrogance, a negative emotion. Precisely because of his power and arrogance, he was able to implement most of his ideas. After gaining the power to shape the Do realm, he unthinkingly controlled the course of the entire universe, ultimately ending up alone and helpless. In the end, asking for help was impossible. He would rather give the rebels a run for their money, and let them defeat him. After a brief silence, Doom spoke. Now it's my turn to ask you, how does it feel? Very good, Lil responded decisively. Very good, but I have one more question. You're not the real Doom, right? Yes, Doom nodded. I'm like a destruction robot and AI. I think and act like the real Doom, but I'm not Doom. I don't think the real Doom would say that. Humph, don't try to guess what I'm thinking. Doom snorted. For all the years I've sat here, I've been thinking about the dilemma facing Godlord Doom. I actually believe it applies to your current world as well. You can't create a perfect world. People aren't completely evil, but they can't be completely good either. One day, your kingdom will fall apart, for they are born to need a ruler, and you. Yes, and I don't intend to rule him. They. Lil shrugged casually. Unlike you, perhaps if you were to do it, you could single-handedly kill Dario Agger, take care of President Ellis, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, anyone capable of resisting you. All who submit to you will diligently fulfill their duties like cogs. Society is like a chariot moving forward, until there's nothing left to crush. Just like the god Doom, he fell into self-doubt, and with it the world, reduced to needing external stimuli to defeat himself. I'm different from you. I won't do that. You're right. I could, like you, prevent some deaths, but I won't do that. People's victory must be earned by themselves. I don't try to rule them, but I've accepted a commission from them. I need them to deliver with trust. It's that simple. Doom was silent for a moment, staring at the empty Latveria. Finally, he slowly nodded. Perhaps it's true. We all made a mistake once, a serious one. But we all corrected it in our own ways. Lil chose to trust his companions, uniting them in his own way, leading them to overcome difficulties together, creating a world where everyone has ideals, tolerates and helps each other. Lord Doom, on the other hand, chose to trust his enemies, believing that they would defeat him and break his predicament. Thinking of this, Lil suddenly said, since there's already a Dr. Doom here, then your old rival. Reed Richards? Yes, there should have been a Reed Richards here, but he's the bane of the world. I've done my best to completely banish him from this universe. Doom's tone was grim, and Lil felt ashamed. He even thought that perhaps it was this attempt to prevent Mr. Fantastic from being born that prevented this universe from escaping the Marvel Universe framework. It was indeed Dr. Doom. Doom's presence grew indifferent. He lifted his cloak high and walked to the window. Okay, that's about it. I transfer the detailed history to the information station you use to observe the singularity. Now, go back to your girlfriend. Don't let her down, or you be the only one left to regret it. Lil faded from this world, leaving only Doom, standing alone by the window, gazing out at the deserted Latveria. Social philosophies like free will, order, and rule are truly tangled and contradictory. They make one feel lonely. I hope this different self has truly escaped this vicious cycle. Chapter 1015. In Tycho Colony, V woke up and reappeared exactly where she had left off, with Earth still seemingly unchanged before her. The vastness of space left a lonely and empty feeling. She instinctively turned her head, only to find that Lil hadn't appeared yet. For a moment, she felt like she was dreaming, as if all this had just been a dream in her rented skyscraper apartment. She dreamed she was on the moon, her head filled with fantasies of fame and fortune, of two close friends who had endured life and death together, of wonderful times in another world, of feeling the maternal love and care for Maya she had never known before. Waking up, she would face a mountain of bills, cold glass, a rainy night city, and a world where she didn't know how to live like a human being. Daytime, she'd pumped herself up, promising to become the strongest person in the world. Nighttime, she'd drag her broken body into bed, wondering what she was doing. Until one day, she was beaten to death on the street, the company vacated her apartment, and the last trace of her existence vanished. The little octopus suddenly jumped out and pulled V out of that state. V's eyes moistened for some reason. He grabbed the small octopus and shoved its head between his tentacles, rubbing it back and forth. Hey, the famous V, why are you sucking an octopus here? Leel's voice came from behind him, and V felt a pair of large hands rubbing his head. I thought I was dreaming just now, V said, clutching Leel's hand and staring blankly at the earth. I think I'm dreaming now too. Then be careful. You might be developing cyberpsychosis. V felt dizzy and even let out a cry of surprise. This wasn't right. She fought every battle, so how could she feel so dizzy just from being thrown? When she came to her senses, Lil had already scooped her up in his arms, and the two of them were striding through a sea of blood and corpses. Time to rest. How do you feel about this dizzy feeling? You did this? I did. Lil nodded seriously. Don't forget, your brain-computer interface, your skill chip, your Cyan Weston, your prosthetics, all were installed by me. You should enjoy some normal senses sometimes. V looked at Lil and burst out laughing. Don't need the famous V anymore? Of course I do. I've always needed you. Take off. Carrying V out of Tycho Colony, Lil tossed her dozens of meters high. Without her thrusters and prosthetics to balance her, the feeling of weightlessness and drifting further and further away from the ground, into space, truly brought a long-lost sense of nervousness to V. She screamed like a little girl, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm flying. Lil, catch me. Don't worry, I calculated this. Damn it, I miscalculated. Fuck you. Haha, I was kidding. After soaring over 100 meters, V felt herself slowly descending. Lil didn't give her a chance to react, instantly shooting out a spider silk thread, pulling her down like a bungee jump. Ah! Snap. V nervously closed her eyes. When she opened them, she found herself being held by Lil again. Lil looked at V, curled up in his arms like a kitten, with amusement and said, Isn't it fun? V glared at Lil, as if she was about to vent a rage, but she quickly released it because this was truly fun. V had never been to an amusement park before. Lil chuckled, and before V could react, he threw her up again. On the moon's surface, the two of them played a game of throwing people up and then back up, like children on the empty, deserted lunar surface. They walked across the ringed mountains and the uneven terrain, playing in the silence and whiteness, and it felt like dancing on the moon. Except that this dance style didn't require any technical skills at all. It was just a girl who had never been to an amusement park, and a boy who had volunteered to be a bungee jumper. Poof. V was once again held in Lil's arms. The flush of excitement on her face gradually faded, replaced by a steady joy. Lil smiled and said, So? I told you I'd always find something fun, didn't I? You're laughing too much. Well, I've never done this before. Lil suddenly kissed him. Even through the spacesuit, V could still feel the kiss. Just like 2 years ago in Dogville, as data streamed into the processor, electricity stimulated every nerve, and touch became a controllable sensation. Hug and embrace are common human gestures. People hug each other to dispel coldness and loneliness, sending a signal, I'm here. Perhaps to outsiders, with the helmets and spacesuits separating them, the kiss seemed a little ridiculous, but only they knew that their perceptions had long been intertwined through countless chips, neural contacts, and brain-computer interfaces. A glance, a thought, a gesture, all conveyed a message, I've always been here. I thought you were a piece of wood. Lil shrugged. Actually, I've done the same thing before. Dogtown? You know that, don't you? V puffed up his cheeks. I know. At the time, I thought the equipment was leaking. It wasn't leaking, V. Lil smiled and extended V's name. Valerie, you're kind of cute. Go to hell. Lil suddenly leaned into V's ear and said, In that case, I say it again, I love you, Valerie. Will you spend the rest of my life with me? From the known present to the unknown end of the universe? Emotion is a kind of emotion that can be simulated using devices. It resonates at the nerve endings, with just the right amount of deviation in input settings, a heartbeat exceeding the normal range, a prosthetic body replicating a loved one's temperature, and hormone release controlled by glandular controllers. Some say this is a cold technology, a fraudulent one. But this love, through this technology, penetrates the skin, pierces the alloyed bones, transcending the fragility of flesh and blood. It is strong, rich, and indelible, like an electromagnetic signal echoing in the depths of the universe, never fading, never extinguishing. Miss Valerie cried only once in her life, when she was very young, picking up garbage on the street to eat. They were a poor father and daughter, the father holding his daughter, as they wandered the streets. Although they were poor, neither of them abandoned each other. She cried because she realized she didn't care whether the person who loved her was rich or not. She just wanted to be loved like that girl, but why was she born an orphan? This was the second time tears welled up in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, because she knew that now she had someone who loved her. From the known present to the unknown end of the universe. I do.